Okay. My, hello? Oh, good morning, everybody. My Apple telephone says that it's 8:30. Now, I don't know if Apples work well in this building, but I'm going to assume that it is 8:30, and we've got a lot to cover today, and I know we're still doing some organizational things here with some tables and making sure everybody gets up to the front here, so I appreciate that. I do want to take just a couple of minutes before I turn this over to Don. To begin with, for those of us that enjoyed the hospitality of Don and Sue last night at their home, thank you so much. It was really a wonderful event. And I think everybody would agree with that. We had a lot of great conversation going on, and it was really a lot of fun. So thank you, Don, very much for that. Just by prefacing this from an organizational point of view, when we thought about what this retreat would be, we have 2 days. Yesterday was all about the past, and we had a lot of transitions. We said goodbye to a lot of board members that are leaving. There were a lot of goodbyes and so forth, and then all of a sudden we transitioned into a lot of hellos with some new board members that are coming on, and then here we are today. And what I want everybody to remember as we move forward is that today is all about tomorrow. It's not about the past. It's not about things that have happened. It's about what the board's leadership will provide to the university system as we move forward. So this is all about tomorrow. Miss Reichert, who could not attend, she kept, oh, did she make it? Oh, welcome, Carrie. She wasn't here yesterday, so I'm glad Carrie is here because she's the one that has consistently said to me that one of the problems is that we're always talking about the moment that we're in, and we're not talking about where we're going, and we need to have that conversation. So today is about tomorrow, and I hope to have great conversation going. I'm going to turn this over to Don now to kick this off. It's very exciting how we're going to kick off this morning, and in a little bit I will very quickly introduce Dr. Jimmy Clark, who is our facilitator here from Lumina, and so we're ready to get going, so thank you, Don.
Very good. NDSU undergrad, Stanford MBA, McKinsey consultant, joined a startup company called Great Plains in 1983. Employee number 11 came in as the first outside investor. 6 months later, the two owners made him an offer if he wanted to buy the company, which he did. Mid-90s, Goldman Sachs invests in Great Plains. 97, Great Plains goes public. 2001, Microsoft acquires Great Plains. Microsoft, the largest software in the world, has a significant presence in Fargo, in North Dakota, because of one person, and that one person is Doug Burgum. Doug?
Hello. There we go. Okay. All right. I did say thank you, Coach Morton, in case you didn't hear that part. But I want to say I'm grateful to have been born in North Dakota. I'm grateful to have been raised here. I'm grateful to have an opportunity to go to undergrad as part of the North Dakota University system. I'm grateful that I was born in America. I'm grateful that I was, in a place where we've got free enterprise and free markets and free thinking and free speech and a lot of freedoms that other people don't have. I'm grateful to be in a place where we've got, we still have some gender issues that we still have to cross. We're in a place where women can be active in the workforce. At the time we got acquired by Microsoft, we had 2,002 employees, 51% of them were women. It's when I have a chance to travel the world, there's so many things to be grateful for, to be part of this whole thing. And of course, I'm grateful that I was born in a time when someone else had invented the microchip, because without that, in Moore's Law and the growth of that, there would not have been software companies like Great Plains. So lots, I'm grateful to all the teams that I worked with, so many amazing and wonderful people that helped build this company. I want to say thank you right away to the board. you know, they say this is a thankless job to be a non-paid volunteer that has to be in the fire dealing with all these issues. But I would wanted to say thank you this morning, so it's no longer a thankless job. So there you go. So thank you, board members. For the leadership that's here, both from the Chancellor's office and at the state level, and all the university presidents, I again want to say thank you, because it's a tough environment to run any organization in a world where you've got to have full transparency, where you've got legislative oversight, where you've got challenges around budgets, you've got a lot of social change and dynamics happening. So again, I just want to say thanks to all the leadership for the great job that you're doing in creating a great system in the state. And of course, you know, it's easy just got to go out and pull some headlines, but of our, you know, the 11 institutions we have, it's easy to find great things that are happening in terms of recognitions and ratings and grant work. So again, a lot of things to be celebrating across the whole system. We have a big opportunity in North Dakota, and I know that, you know, even putting the word workforce development on a slide in front of higher education probably instantly creates, for some people, they would say, hey, that's the role of our institution, that's what we're supposed to do. You know, the two-year community colleges might say that's right in line with what we're about. The four-year research schools might go, ooh, no, really, we're about, you know, creating, you know, better citizens in the world. We're not about creating jobs or filling jobs for a state. But I think this represents the diversity of the system, from the two-year to the four-year to the research, and the span and the complexity that everyone has to manage. But one thing that I have noticed is that sometimes higher ed doesn't have all the support that you would want to have at the legislative level. And one lever that I know that is important to the state of North Dakota is, in this world of abundance we're in right now, is filling jobs. I mean, of course, over my lifetime, back in the 1980s when I was involved in economic development work, Vision 2000 in North Dakota, we had an issue where all the graduates were leaving the state. Now we have a situation which is for the first time in the 125-year history of the state where we've got more jobs than we've got graduates, and it's a complete inversion, and we need to start thinking about being in a time of abundance as opposed to thinking about you know, some depression mentality, scarcity kind of approach that, you know, drove the state appropriately maybe for the first 120 years. When you take a look at you know, a lot of the literature, one that's out recently by the chairman of Gallup talks about the coming job wars, and from the title you might think that this is going to be about U.S. versus China or one state versus another, but the focus here is really on cities, because we've got a sea change with millennials where when I was graduating from college, some of the top students would interview with IBM and they would get a job with IBM, and then IBM would tell them where they're going to live. And that's just the way it went, and it was a leftover of the World War II military organizational hierarchical model, you know, where you joined an organization, the organization controlled your life. Now we're in a situation where millennials pick the city they want to live in, then they find the job that they want to work. If you don't have a great city, you don't get your jobs filled. But it turns out that the breakthrough is going to be a combination of cities that have got great universities and great local leadership. The cities that we have that have a shot at attracting talent in North Dakota are the ones that have a North Dakota university system presence. And these dots represent the number of students in each of these markets, but these are, you know, tremendous assets for these communities as well as state, and this is a chance we have to build on if we're going to do that, because we have a situation where for the first time ever we have to have net in-migration as opposed to net out-migration. We have to have net in-migration of people moving here, and if they're moving here to take a job, they might be going, hey, can my kids go to university here? What are the advantages? So this is the distinct advantage that we have to play off of. And of course, I think you're all familiar with that. You know, in 2000, even in 2010, if you draw those look at the line across there, we were the only state in the nation in 2010 that had somehow managed over 80 years to end up with a lower population from 1930 to 2010. Again, I'll say that again. We were the only state in the nation that had a population decline from 1930 to 2010. Every other 49 had growth over that time frame. I'd call that a team effort. No one individual can take credit for the fact that we had lower population there, but it also affects the psyche of the whole state when people have got, you know, 3 and 4 generations of people living through decline, you know, don't adjust easily to a time of abundance. And now we've got, you know, we've achieved a new all-time high in population, and I've, you know, tried to get your heads around the fact that we're going to have 1 million people living in this state, and we need to build an education system to be able to support that. If you take a look at the unfilled jobs in North Dakota, there's, of course, great opportunities happening in the Bakken, but people forget that the majority of the 23,000 jobs that are available, over half of those are in 3 metro areas, Bismarck, Fargo, and Grand Forks, where, of course, we've got university presence here, which is great. And, of course, we've got, State School of Science also in Fargo supporting that. But this is a, fantastic, again, recognition that urban areas and urban development and urban growth and great places to live are part of the key to us filling jobs and connecting universities with growth. If you were to take all of the open positions in North Dakota and apply the factor of trailing people that come with jobs, a workforce participation rate of about 65%, so you multiply it by another third. If we filled all those 23,000 jobs today, we would have another 35,000 people living in North Dakota. So the green line represents the brand new city we could create if we just filled all the jobs that we have today. This is, again, never existed in the state of North Dakota that we've had this kind of opportunity. And this is a role, this is, think of the economic impact, of housing and construction and medical care. I mean, all the things that would come along with a population increase of another 35,000. And what's the role of the university system in helping make that happen? And again, if you take a look historically at where innovation and entrepreneurship has come from as part of what we need, because this is going to be startups that are going to be coming into and creating, filling this void that we have, is that universities, again, by design, have had the best ecosystem. But to have that be true in the future, universities have to change. So what are some of the challenges facing higher ed? This is a fraction of the external forces here shown in red that are pummeling higher ed. And I think it's easy when you're in the system. It's probably even easier when you've got tenure. It's easier to kind of go, hey, well, those things affect someone else. They don't really affect us because we're insulated, because we've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. And all you have to do is look around at business models that may have existed for decades or a century, and they go along and everything's fine, and then because of the waves of changes on global forces, technology, demographics, and bang, businesses and institutions that were thought to be unstoppable. Take Kodak. I mean, it was one of the greatest brands in the world. It had one of the highest market caps in the world. It had one of the greatest patent portfolios in the world. I mean, thought to be impenetrable in terms of the moat and defenses it had to protect its brand and franchise. And in less than a decade, digital photography just blows the thing away, and it's become irrelevant as an organization. And I mean, unpredictable even to the people. And the people that sat there and led Kodak, it was the classic boiling frogs things. They just didn't react to all the things that are going on. And so when people in higher ed tell me they're different, I just feel like that there was never an experience of pattern matching. Because pattern matching is you look at what's happening and you go, that could apply to me. And I think part of it is the humility that all of us have to have in time of great change is, it's a great first step on humility to understand you're not the smartest guy in the room. I understand I'm not the smartest guy in the room when I'm standing here to all of you. The second level of humility is I have to understand that some things that I believe to be true are not going to be true. That's how fast this world is changing. If I get up every day and think everything I believe is the way it's always going to be, I'm going to be wrong because the world is changing that fast. So it's that second level of humility that we need from the leadership to understand that the things that you believe and hold dear may not be true. And this is just, like I said, a fraction of the things that are happening here, whether it's, credible alternatives, rising costs, the challenge we've got in North Dakota on graduation rates. I'll talk about the student loan bubbles, new approaches, the demographic changes, new technologies. It's just a fraction. Rich Karlgaard graduated from Bismarck High. Demon, he went on to run track at Stanford. Now he's the publisher of Forbes. He published something last year that's basically said, here's what I would do. I would short liberal arts colleges. There's a lot of data that would say that if you're a small liberal arts college with a endowment, of less than a couple $100 million, you're completely at risk for your future. The good news is the things that he would buy in the classic sort of Wall Street thing is he'd be buying universities focused in science and engineering. He'd be buying land-grant units, buying community colleges. He'd be buying online. So the good news is, at least in this initial wave of change, our system is not small private liberal arts colleges with small endowments. I mean, so we have some things going behind us. We've got the financial strength of the state. So there's still time to react here where other schools may not have the same kind of time, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be urgent about trying to drive change. You maybe have had a chance to read Bill Bennett's book. As you know, Bill's been a highly educated, Oxford, Harvard. This guy is former Secretary of Education. You got the former Secretary of Education writing a book. Is college worth it? And if you haven't read it, I would recommend it because it brings out some of the the great points about why things are broken and how we have to be clear about what the value is for students that are attending. Today we've got, we like to talk about the great value that we have. This is from the websites of the schools in terms of the ranges of what the tuition rates are. And we compare ourselves both, here and in the strategic plan, saying we're below the regional average. And again, I would just challenge the group today as you're thinking about your strategic planning. Are we trying to be below the regional regional average for tuition because we think that a lower price equals value? Which is one of the core ways we're trying to compete as a state by being lower priced than everybody else, because that's one of the ways you can compete with lower price. And lower price sometimes can lead to higher value, but sometimes higher value leads to higher value. And higher value can overcome price, and you don't have to look, all you have to do is look at the most successful company in the world today, right now, Apple Computer with the world's highest market cap, and they got to that position of having the world's highest market cap. I mean, past $800 billion. They'll probably could end up being the first U.S.-based company to have over $1 trillion in market cap. And this was a company that sells phones that cost twice as much as everybody else's. They sell computers that cost more than everybody else's, but they're delivering value, and so they're not trying to compete on price. People don't say, hey, Apple took over the world because there's a low-price alternative. Microsoft had a low-price phone, and we saw the market share Microsoft achieved. So it's so again, a question on value. What's our definition of value? College costs more. Everybody knows this. This is, the tuition, blows away anything, even all the headlines around rising medical care. We take a look at the amount of debt. Student loan debt's been skyrocketing. Average student loan debt reaching new highs. If you take a look at the blue line on the chart on the right, student loan debt for the first time ever has passed credit card debt. Credit card debt has come down since the 2008 financial crisis. Student loan debt has gone up. And again, the percent that's delinquent has changed. And at a national level, student loan debt, in aggregate exceeds $1 trillion. My conclusion to all of this is a simple one. We all sat and watched in 2008 the housing bubble and crash, and everybody sat back and go, well, we know why that happened, because we had a federal government that created a set of policies that were trying to do effectively social engineering that said more people ought to have home ownership, and so therefore we ought to make it easier for people to buy homes, so we're going to push a lot of money out so people can buy homes and make it easier to qualify for loans, and you can get loans with almost no down payments, and you get loans with balloons, you can get all this stuff. We'll create all these products to make it easier for people to buy homes because that'll be good for the U.S. Was that true? No, it was not true. It turned out something that was a held belief turned out to be completely the opposite, caused an economic crisis which drove not just the U.S. but the whole world backwards. And guess what? We're repeating the exact same thing with this generalized idea that higher education is a good thing, and therefore everybody ought to be able to go to college, and so therefore we ought to loan money to anybody who thinks they want to go to college, and so therefore let's make it really easy to get college loans. And $1 trillion of debt equals $1 trillion of revenue to the higher education system. I mean, that debt turns into tuition, it turns into books, it turns into fees, it turns into all the things that go there. And so, my only conclusion is we got a higher education bubble, and at some point the bubble's going to burst. Probably won't burst under the current administration we have, because with the federal takeover of debt and the lowering of the standards of getting this number continues to rise. But it doesn't make economic sense to me, and at some point the music stops here, and we shouldn't be relying on this as a strategy. Sweetbriar College is a bold and courageous school. They had been shrinking. It's a women's-only small liberal arts school. They'd been shrinking in enrollment, and they saw themselves, going from 1,500 to 1,200 to below 1,000. And their board of trustees said, "We're not going to ride this thing down to zero. We're going to shut now when we still have a $100 million endowment." These guys shut their door when they still had a $100 million endowment. They had a beautiful campus, a long history of success academically. They had a strong alumni thing, and they just said, we're gonna close the doors now because guess what? The 750 kids that are here can actually find someplace else to go, and we feel it's a responsibility not to burn up, the last of the endowment. So in the face of competition from new alternatives, that's the debt thing that's driving traditional ed. But new alternatives, I think if this is a strategic planning offsite, I read the strategic plan and I didn't see anything in there about competition. I don't know how you do strategic planning without talking about competition. And if higher ed thinks there isn't competition, then they're missing out on a fundamental aspect that affects every aspect. I mean, if healthcare doesn't think there's alternatives coming, if car companies don't think there's alternative coming, then they're missing out on the disruption that's happening. So if you put students at the very top, if that's what the existence of higher ed, again, understanding we have a research goal as well, but if you put students at the core, the classic strategic triangle is we put our system, on the lower left, the students are on the top, the alternatives are on the lower right, and it's who delivers the most value up to the students, and the difference between the two on the bottom is how you have your differentiation. I mean, it's a simple concept. There are a lot of students today that go to college, I believe, because their parents think that that's what they should do. It's the default activity after you go from high school. I believe that the default view of going to college after high school is eroding. That kids today are starting to ask themselves, is that really what I want to do? I mean, I think that in one strategic planning scenario, you would say fewer graduating freshmen go to college because it's no longer the default thing. I mean, I'd throw that out as an assumption and see how that does to the system. Another thing is, you've all heard about, the massive online open courses, or the MOOCs. This is a slide that represents the four big ones, edX, Udacity, Coursera, and Khan Academy in the middle, and the lines flowing in represent cash flows coming from philanthropy, from universities like Harvard, MIT, and Stanford, companies like Google, venture capitalists like Andreessen Horowitz and Kleiner Perkins, and all the money that's flowing into this. So again, if people think, oh, well, that's never going to replace a person in a classroom, then you're not pattern matching, because when these kinds of money flows into venture capital, it disrupts industries, and it disrupts them quicker than people think that's going to happen. So in February 2012, you might have said this isn't going to take off. By March of 13, you'd have over 3 million people had taken a MOOC course. And what kinds of courses? Oh, it only works for technology? No, actually, it works for arts and humanities. It works for business. It works for science. And where are those people taking them? Well, the United States is a third, and probably less of those are in North Dakota. So you could look around and go, I don't know any of my friends that are taking MOOCs, so therefore it must not be happening. But the rest of the world, which is the group of people that are rising the fastest, the most hungry, that are doing this thing, are driving this thing. If you take a look up there, India and China, and other countries that are, I guess, China to be included in the rest of the world. But there was a professor at Stanford that had an artificial intelligence class. It was always oversubscribed. He had about 400 kids taking the class. He said, what would happen if I put this thing out for free online and taught it? 140,000 people in the world signed up to take his class, and there was more people online that finished above his highest student. More than 400 people online finished above his highest student that sat in the classroom. I mean, that's what happens when you get to the end of the bell curve of 140,000 people. You're going to have some brilliant kids in India or China someplace that outperform the kid who got into Stanford. So again, these things are real, and it's a real way to teach, and it's a real way to leverage great teachers in a way that becomes a challenge for many institutions. Another alternative is just skip the diploma. This is not a headline that I would have seen when I was coming out of high school. It's not a headline you would have seen 10 years ago, but you can go online and do a search and you'll come up with hundreds of stories. I mean, I actually typed in college alternatives last night, and there was 246 million hits that came back on Google under just the words college alternatives. So it's not a new idea, but there are some that are coming, and one of them, the Experience Institute, which I had a chance to experience because I have a 21, just turned 22-year-old son who certainly, with all the financial planning I did, he had an opportunity to go to a university, have his university paid for. College debt wasn't going to be an issue for him. And he said, Dad, I've attended a small liberal arts. I've been paying $4,500 a class. That doesn't make sense for me relative to what I'm learning. I've heard about this thing, Experience Institute. I'm going to go do this for a year. He had an opportunity to do 3 apprenticeships in 3 different cities with 3 different companies with some corporate training, what I'll call corporate training in between that. He had an amazing year. I saw this kid grow in ways that, who would have thought possible that he was doing that. And then when I heard about the training that he was getting when they had the meetups, when all the students came back from their apprenticeships and got together, it was so good. I wanted to go to it. And like, could I just sit in on that little 2-week thing you just went to? Because that sounds amazing. So this is it's an organization that is establishing experience as a credible form of education, because when employers want to hire people, one of the questions they ask, what is the experience you have? And right now we're holding up a GPA as the thing that say, look at my GPA, hire me, I got a high GPA. Kids that have this kind of experience, 2 of the 3 companies that he worked for gave him a job offer at the end of the apprenticeship. One was, Sapient, a global design firm. The other one was NBBJ, which is a global architecture firm. And he would have had that without having to spend all the time going to college. You go to Experience Institute, you do an apprenticeship, and you get a job with a company you want to work for. So, these are credible alternatives. And these are some of the host companies that have figured this out. So you have people like Leo Burnett, one of the top creative agencies in the world. The inventors of virtually every critter. So think of Tony the Tiger, think of the Keebler Elves, think of the Pillsbury Doughboy, think of the Rice Krispie critters. All of this is an agency with a long history. They are saying we might be interested in hiring kids out of the Experience Institute, hiring marketing MBAs out of Northwestern, because guess what? All the marketing MBAs from Northwestern, one of the top marketing schools in the country, all think alike. The kids that are going to the Experience Institute actually thought enough to say, I'm going to choose an alternative path, so maybe they'll be thinking more creatively when we hire them. So they're one of the sponsors in picking kids off the Experience Institute. Software as a language, and software just as a topic. Software is the invention of the last century that has changed human capability more than any other invention. And it extends human capability more than any other capability that humans have invented. So software is transformative, and software is the source behind the disruptions that's happening in many industries. And yet in higher education, we seem to have this idea that there's this department called computer science, that deals with software, and then we sort of, tangentially may talk about it once in a while, but it's sort of geeky kids go do that thing over there in computer science, and it's not there. But this is it's like we require English for someone to graduate, and I'm of a point of view that if people aren't fluent in talking about software, then they're not fluent in the world that we're in today. And there's a phrase where you talk about, if you learn to read, then you can read to learn. But if you learn to code, you can also code to learn. Insert code for language, because then you would say, why would I need to learn to code? I'm not going to be a technology person, but people have to have an understanding of how software works, so you're not going to understand how the world works. And there are, programs, again, Code Academy, Girl Development, there's other things that are doing this, code.org. If you type learn to code into a search engine like Bing, you get about 1.2 billion responses of things about learning to code, and there are kids that are going to places to learn to code, and they go there for 10 or 12 weeks, and it's like an intensive course. They learn to do it, and then they get a $60,000 job, and they just skip the whole going to 4 years of school, because they're fluent in something that someone's got a 4-year degree, and they're not useful to the company that they're going, versus somebody does the 10 or 12 week course. They are useful. So it's, again, how are we responding and to that? Differentiated models of success. Higher education can be successful, but if you remember my strategic triangle, you can't be the same as everybody else and just compete on price, because then it's a race to the bottom. You have to have a differentiated model, just like you do in any kind of business, or like you have to do in healthcare, or have to do in anything. This is maybe an unfair one, because you go, oh, it's Stanford, they have a brand. Yes, that's a differentiation. Oh, it's Stanford Business School, they're ranked #1. That's an unfair example. But I had an opportunity to serve on the advisory board of this for 6 years, starting about 10 years ago. Stanford Business School was heading down a path where they would have been less competitive. They weren't responding to the global forces. They didn't have enough global experience among the professors. We actually asked a simple question of the advisory board, which seemed offensive at the time, which was, do all of the 110 professors at Stanford Business School have a current passport? And the dean said, I don't know. I'm sure they do. He came back. About 25% of the deans at Stanford Business School 10 years ago did not have a current passport. And you go, how is that possible? Then you said, let's take a look at the case studies how many of the case studies are taught are being global. Turns out that, half of the case studies are being taught weren't global, when you can't be in any business that doesn't have some global implication. So then how do you become more global? How do you change to address the things that are happening? How do you become more technologically savvy? How do you cross the lines with engineering and with law and with medicine? You have to get through those traditional barriers to get this cross fertilization, because when the kids were leaving to start companies, they didn't need to just know business. They needed to understand a little bit of law, but about technology. So there's work that was done through the Stanford design thinking, which again is how do you get the collaboration across groups. So a couple of big changes, both global and cross collaboration, that really drove change. And with that, then you can get donors excited. We said, hey, we have an entire new vision. We have a new standards for faculty. We've got a new curriculum, and the curriculum is going to be different. And kids are going to go on an international experience before they even show up. So now there's a 2-week international experience before they even enroll in the classes. I mean, before the class, you get admitted, and then you go for 2 weeks internationally, and then you come and start class. And then during the breaks, you've got global experiences. So when you do that, and you've got this exciting vision, and then you can say, hey, we can be different and better than Harvard, who would be their number one competitor. Then we go out and we raise $600 million to build a facility that again then feeds and attracts all the people that are coming in, because they're like, wow, a great place to go to school. But it all started with rethinking, what are we delivering, what's the curriculum, what matters, what's the world want. Software, again, back on this topic of software, if I didn't hit it home the first time, I'll come at it another way, which is that any company today, if you're Ford Motor Company, you're selling cars, you're actually a software company, because there's so much software engineering that goes into that vehicle. If you're a healthcare organization today, you're absolutely positively a software company in healthcare, and whether it's on the clinical side or the operation side, you are. And so So the phrase that is from the company Atlassian, which I have a chance to work with, is that every company is either a software company or they need to become one. And I would say every university is either a software company or needs to become one. And you go, well, that's not obvious to me, because we've got Lisa, we've got IT, we got that covered. But it's going to touch everything. It's going to crush tech. It affects how you connect with your alumni, how you connect with your social media to attract students. It connects with how you teach the classes. It connects with how you do research. It connects with everything that goes on. And if we're not fluent in the whole world of software and code, then we're not going to be fluent in the new world that's affecting every business, including higher ed. Nebraska-Lincoln. I am currently sitting on a board for the Rake School at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. This is a mission to develop world-class innovators and leaders. The Rake School it's an honors program. It has its own building and its own residential right in the middle of the UNL campus. If you take a look up here at the fall class that we've got coming in this fall, we have an average ACT score of 34.1 with 6 perfect ACT scores, and these kids are coming from North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. These are the Midwest, top of the cream of the crop kids, and they're going to Lincoln because they have a chance to work in a residential honors program. And so this is a very differentiated offering, because virtually every one of these 38 kids that we admitted this fall, it was cross-admitted to MIT, Georgia Tech, Caltech, someplace in the country. These kids could go anywhere, but part of the reason they're coming here is because they get a full ride. They get their scholarships paid for, their room and board, because they've gone to a set of alumni and said, hey, we can create a differentiated program. Don't just give money to University of Nebraska. Give us some money for this cool program, and we're going to get amazing students that are come here, and they're going to do cool stuff. Well, then how do you fund that? Well, one of the ways they fund it is they go to companies like Microsoft. Microsoft's been very involved in the Rake School, and Microsoft Fargo has hired more Rake School students than any other company in the country. I think there's 25 Rake School alumni that that have come to work here in Fargo, so we're benefiting from having this program in the Midwest. But they have their junior and senior year, they have a capstone studio project where they work on real projects with real stuff, and they focus on software engineering, not computer science. That's a separate discussion, but we're not teaching kids how to build computers. We're not even having to teach them how chips work on the inner workings of computer science. We're teaching people the whole aspect of how to make and create software and design great code that's going to change the world. And so when they work in the design studio, they get to create cool apps, they gain valuable experience, they get to work on both the business side and the software on real projects, they develop contacts with the companies that sponsor, they earn credit, the capstone thing, and these are all the companies who pay money to have a capstone course. So I sit on the board of this little school with 38 students a year, and every year we watch the money come flying in from these guys, and we have a surplus of cash, and we go, what are we going to do with this stuff? Because you got companies that are paying to have an opportunity to reach students like that. And guess what? The UNL alumni organization went from going, what's going on with that rake school thing, to assigning development people full-time to the rake school, because they realized this little teeny thing out of the 25,000 students was giving them more access to corporate sponsors than any place else. So excellence, differentiated excellence, becomes a window into relationships with the business community and can reduce your reliance on legislated funds. We have some examples of that going on right here. I'm sure they're happening across all the campuses. The best one is probably the NDSU commodity trading. With the ag economics professors that we have there, they've got the trading room. Bill Wilson, Dr. Bill Wilson up there. But I think they're just wrapping up a $10 million campaign from people like Cargill, ADM, and the kids that are coming out of this thing. Bill sent me a note and he said 100% of his seniors had jobs by November. And I believe that these are some of the highest paid jobs that are coming out of NDSU right now are the kids that understand this, because it's not just commodity trading, it's risk management across freight, across organics, across all this other stuff. But it's again, teaching skills that are really useful in today's global market economy. So, the challenge is, disruption is here, and everybody understands, I think people from North Dakota would understand custom combining as a form of collaborative consumption. This is just a screen grab of Walter's custom harvesting from last year, but these guys start in Texas. They move as an organization up through the Great Plains following the harvest, and a farmer can say, instead of paying John Deere International Harvester $600,000-$700,000 for a piece of equipment that I'm going to use for 3 weeks a year, and then I have to build a building to store it in, I can just outsource to these guys. I can outsource, and they're going to come in, they'll harvest my grain for a fee. I don't have to have any equipment, I don't have to have labor do it, and they'll obviously get it done very fast because they show up with this kind of crew, and bang, your crop is harvested. And so it's a lease, it's a shared consumption as opposed to an ownership mentality. And trust me, the world is changing. The whole collaborative consumption movement is changing, driving the way economics are driving. Uber, which just started a few years ago and now has a $40 billion market capitalization and has gone from 0 to 57 countries and 250 cities, is disrupting not just how cab companies work, it's disrupting auto industries, because if you have a shared transportation network that you can call on your cell phone and they'll be there in minutes, in LA, this is outperforming the ambulance service. People call Uber instead of an ambulance because Uber gets there faster. They think in LA that there's 60 less DUI accidents a month happening in LA. And think of the 60 DUI accidents with physical injuries. Think about closing freeways. Think about tow trucks. Think about medical care. Think about the lawyers that follow. Think about the lawsuits. Think about the courtroom time. Think about all that stuff. You start eliminating that from the system, and you're just freeing up all kinds of costs. So again, it transforms. It touches all these different things. But who's fighting it? Of course, the monopolistic, traditional, we've been here forever. Cab companies would say, oh, no, here's all the reasons you shouldn't do that. When it comes in, and it's made possible because all of us have, a supercomputer in our back pocket. And when I say all of us, it is, and you say, even a few years ago, you may say, well, that's not fair because only wealthy people have smartphones. But it turns out that smartphone adoption globally is, tracking at a rate where you can fairly safely say that all but the poorest people in the world in the next 10 years are going to be having a supercomputer in their pocket. So we should be designing education courses that accept that every student's going to have a supercomputer in their pocket, and then therefore we can't be trying to deliver stuff with textbooks, paper textbooks and traditional classroom methodologies that ignore the fact that we have this entire platform for transformation walking around right in front of us for free because you don't have to buy one. It's not like, oh, we got to buy a laptop for every student like we were doing at Valley City 10 or 15 years ago. I mean, their kids are showing up with a supercomputer. Let's take advantage of it. So, Uber is here in Fargo thanks to some, getting some heads up young people that were able to get the legislation changed ahead of time. So we have it. The same bill was in front of Kansas's legislature. They didn't have a bunch of young people that were on top of it, and Kansas has basically banned Uber. I don't even have an answer for that. I mean, it's like okay, a Republican, a legislature in Kansas decides Uber is a bad thing because what? They're against competition. They're against alternatives. They're against something that's cheaper. They're against, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's not an understanding of where the world's going. So, bike share has made it in Fargo. Bike share is another example of collaborative consumption. Bikeshare has been the most successful launch of any system in the country, and it is because the NDSU student government drove this. NDSU student government committed funds to say that they're going to cover the operating costs. 11 different companies stepped up, paid $35,000 each to sponsor stations. There's 5 on campus, there's 6 downtown, or maybe it's vice versa. But if you take a look at Minneapolis, which was viewed as the top in the country, averaging about 1 ride per day. We launched back in March in Fargo, 8 rides per day. There was a beautiful day in April. There were 17 rides per bike per day. Every campus in North Dakota ought to be looking at this model and saying, how can we embrace this? Because again, because how many of you have got a parking problem on campus? Pretty safe. I haven't been to all of them recently, but it's everywhere. So, if you've got Uber, if you've got bike share, you disrupt the need for parking, you disrupt the number of students that need to have cars, you can change the layout, you got land use things that can be different inside the campus, because what used to be a surface parking lot, which is an economic dead zone, can become a classroom building. You can start moving towards the core instead of the edge. So shared transportation, these are much bigger. Uber and bike share much bigger than on the in terms of its long-term impact than people realize when they go, oh, that's cute. It's cute. No, it's not cute. It's completely disruptive in terms of the way people think about stuff. So how do you respond to all this change? We have to embrace it with collaborations and partnerships. And without being overly critical, I would say that collaboration hasn't been a strong suit of higher ed. Partnerships may not have been a strong suit. And I say that because, again, this thing was designed. It was designed organizationally to have, sort of vertical areas of expertise. It wasn't designed to be around, because, the career paths and the tenuring and all the things all happen in vertical silos as opposed to the, collaborative. It's not designed for these things. So then you have to look at the organization model, and you have to look at the recruiting and the talent model and say, how can we transform our organizations from ones that were designed for the old world into ones that were designed to have transparency, speed, cost, and attract talent. So one example that I've had to work with directly, which has been a fun example, I wish it was an example from the ND system, but it's from U of M. Arthur Ventures, which is a venture capital group that I'm part of, recently was involved in a tech spinoff from the University of Minnesota to create a company called VidCoo, and think of that as a combination of the words video and haiku, so short little videos. This was accomplished earlier this year. It was developed as a product called Flipgrid, which some of you may know from the classroom, which was a teaching tool that was developed at the University of Minnesota. But it got an entrepreneur from Minneapolis connected with the Dean of Education, said, come over, see what we have. They had a discussion. And schools are very good at licensing. I know like at NDSU, we've been licensing wheat varieties since I was a kid, and we get royalties back in. That's different because in this world, to attract talent, you actually have to do spin-offs. You have to say, the University of Minnesota, in this case, said, we'll take a 10% equity position, we'll give up 90%, but we know that the entrepreneurs will bring the talent, they'll bring developers, they'll bring whatever, and we'll hold on to a minority position. They spun it out. VidCoo raised $17 million in 17 days for this startup. And this thing is going to transform education. This is the transforming the conversation. And again, I was talking to Lisa last night about products from Atlassian that cost $2 per person per month. I mean, if there's a mentality that, that, hey, software only reaches the board level when it's in the multi-million-dollar enterprise contract, in this new world of applications and mobile applications, things are very cheap, very inexpensive, and are being deployed and can be used quickly. So you're looking at a product here that costs $60 for a teacher for a year with no licensing for the school, and the students are free. Okay, and we're spending time talking about it here. $60. We spent more on that breakfast back there, this morning, and this is something where it was deployed in United Arab Emirates this last year. The Flipgrid, a teacher puts a question out, and everybody in the class can create a little video answering that question. The company had a call with the professors from United Arab Emirates, a female professor, one of one out of there was 19 males and one female professor. They segregate classes by gender. And the female professor on the Skype call breaks down saying, this is the first time in my career as a professor that our female students had an equal voice. Because they asked one question, it went out to people in different locations, but all their voices were seen equally on the screen. Second grade kids in Atlanta, Georgia, celebrating Black History Month, were asked to do a project of who would you have on a U.S. postage stamp. They had to draw it, hold it up, and make a little 90-second video themselves. 22,000 people in the first week watched those second grade videos. I mean, this is a $60 product. Okay, that's free to the students, and it transforms the conversation. It transforms it across the globe. It transforms it by gender. It gives young people a voice. It gives women a voice. It does all of these things a voice. And this is and this is one that we happen to invest in. But there are, trust me, there are hundreds of these things coming which are going to transform. And so if the system is not capable of evaluating new technologies that are rapidly appearing and then rapidly deploying those technologies, it's going to fall behind. But the system is set up now to move very slowly with contract negotiations and legal stuff because everybody thinks everything's a multi-million-dollar decision. There has to be distributed decision making that would allow people to manage and figure out how to do this, but still take care of all of the challenge here will be, but we have the new chancellor who can help us with all the security and student privacy issues that might go along with this. So there's some challenges ahead, but there's going to be great opportunities. So leveraging your location, if we want to attract talent, again, I said earlier, they come to cities, not to companies. And the key to people recruiting is having a vibrant downtown. Vibrant downtowns create smart, healthy cities, and there is the city as a campus, embracing that, and this needs to go all over. I mean, we got, Emerging Prairie is focusing on this. They're gathering all the people that need interns, leveraging your locations. I mean, we've got, Fargo and Grand Forks on the top list, Grand Forks and Fargo. We got Bismarck on top places to live. We have to keep leveraging these locations, and part of here, the benefit of that is what? If we have kids graduating from North Dakota today from high school, 73% say, 27 go out of state. Likely a lot of the ones that go out of the state are the better students. I don't have the data on that, but I'm guessing, the ACT average of the 27 that left is higher than the 73 that stayed. So what can we do to do a better job of getting top students to stay? But then when we say, what's their freshman? Their freshman home state here, we've got 56 of our freshmen from North Dakota, 23% from Minnesota with the tuition reciprocity, and 21 from other states and countries. And how does that net out? The net gain that we have right now is, we've got more people coming than we have leaving. So we're picking up about 3,000 out-of-state students into the system every year. This is fantastic. We have all these jobs open. We want to have more capacity. The greatest way to get a kid to stay in North Dakota is to have them come to school here. And so again, if we're trying to solve the problem of how do we fill 27,000 jobs in North Dakota, it starts with how we recruit kids into the North Dakota system. It starts with recruiting, and we have to tell a story that is, I think, stronger and better than, we're slightly less expensive than the regional average. That's not a super compelling thing to me. I mean, that's not, it's not, it may, I don't think it is, I don't know, I'm one person. Okay, we have, again, I know that there's been a move to lower out-of-state tuition. I think during the first 120 years of scarcity, it was like, wow, this education system is for our own kids, and so it's going to keep it reasonably priced for our own kids. But if you're from out of state, we're going to sock it to you. because you're not from here, and therefore we shouldn't be subsidizing you. We should be subsidizing people to come here from out of state, and we shouldn't be differentiating. I mean, I know it's been lowered, but I mean, a dramatic proposal would be say, why do we have differential pricing anyway? I mean, if we really want to compete on price, let's go for it. Hey, there's no out-of-state tuition in North Dakota. We're the only state in the country that doesn't charge out-of-state tuition. See if we can get 10,000 more out-of-state kids to show up here, and then watch the benefits start flowing from that. And guess what? The ones that come, might have higher ACT scores than our own little group that we're retaining from our classes here. So that would be just an idea. When I was in high school, I got this book, and it was called the I Dare You Award, and I saw that your strategic plan is daring to be great, so I thought I'd be remiss today to not leave with an I Dare You to all of you, which is, sort of daring to be great, because this sort of challenges you to challenge your own assumptions, challenge the thinking constructively of others, and think, broadly about where the world might be going. And one of the challenges that I would dare you is I would say that there's something that's wrong with the culture level of the institutions. Not wrong in the sense that there's anything morally wrong, but it's wrong because it doesn't fit where the world is going. If we have to have speed and transparency and flexibility and collaboration and partnerships, and you have a culture that's been built around hundreds of years of academia that's someplace else, then you would have to say as a leadership group, how do we change the culture to be more responsive and open to change? How do we create a system where we can be more responsive to all the forces that are at work from the outside? So there's a group that we're working with. This would actually say, again, it's motivated by work passion. There are a lot of people that are in higher ed because they love what they're doing. And engagement certainly matters, because when there's low engagement, when team members, again, professors and staff, feel less engaged, they're no different than anyone else. But across America, the stats are that if they're less engaged, you got more absenteeism, you've got or I guess you say the other way around. If you've got higher engagement, you have less absentee and less turnover, less shrinkage, less safety incidents, less defects, and customer sat, we can call that student satisfaction, productivity, and profitability all go up when people have higher engagement. So if you say, okay, we all agree to that, but then we have how would we measure that? Well, in the old world, you might say, hey, we should do a survey once a year. And then we say, hey, we're not even doing a survey once a year. We're not doing 360s. We're not collecting the information that we need. But guess what? There's a super inexpensive little product called Tiny Pulse that sends one question a week. Because it turns out if you send out a big survey once a year, 100 questions, you'll get about 50, 60 participation. And you might be statistically sound, but you're going to miss a whole bunch of folks. But if you get a one question a week, you get higher participation, and then you know what's going on over the course of that time. And this thing could be done by an department. A department could do this, a college could do it, a university could do it, a leadership team could do it, and you get the information. And guess what? You can sign up for this thing for practically nothing, for free. It runs outside the firewall, because it's online. All you need is a browser, and I don't think it creates any security issues for anybody. And it's a cool way to get your pulse. So again, there are new ways to find out what's going on, because I would say that right now that the leadership of our institutions don't have the tools in their hands to allow them to really understand what's going on. Reading the paper is not a good way to find out what's going on from your own teams. So, and again, it's a way for students to connect and people to feel like they have a voice. And again, I'm sure there's other competitors, the Tiny Pulse, but this is one that I'm familiar with. So again, daring to be great requires courage. It requires you the courage to challenge your own assumptions. It requires the courage to be different than we have in the past. It takes the courage to take risks. And I guess I would feel like at this point in time, when we've got so much abundance and so many great things happening for our state and so many opportunities, this is a time when the leadership, both at the board level and at the university level, has to have more courage to step out and drive change than we've ever had before. So with that, I say thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you. That's what I was going to suggest, is that thank you so much for what a great way to kick this off. But if anybody has any questions, I'm sure Doug has hopefully a few minutes to respond to any questions that you have.
I've got a question. Wonderful brief, Doug. Thanks so much for coming. I'm Mark, the new guy. Is this on? Can you hear me? Yep. The institution I just came from, we're pushing a massive push that every student take software course with a cyber theme, and we've talked about software programming being an alternative to foreign language. But I'm also on the Defense Science Board, where we have people looking 40 years ahead. I'm part of a panel on automation, autonomy, and there are some people who are arguing that the software is going to get so sophisticated, artificial intelligence, MIRI, Machine Intelligence Research Institute in San Francisco and all the rest, that natural language programming and humans at some point will be able to just talk to the computer. And that the differentiating advantage may be deep scientific understanding and humanities, philosophy, etc., where you actually then you're integrating in a human realm, and the language then becomes easier. So I'm kind of conflicted, just where I came from and new initiatives here, of how much you spend on learning the language of programming. If in fact, for people who are 18, you add in longevity, they might live to be 102, that in fact we may get AI such advanced that they don't need to do that much programming. Any thoughts on that?
Long term, I would agree with you completely, because there will be advances in natural language programming, but I would say there are fundamental principles at work in terms of understanding how software works. So when I'm at NDSU, back in 74 to 78, state funding then was even more difficult than it is now. They didn't have the leading stuff. The PC computer hadn't been invented yet. I'm taking classes, in Fortran, on a punch card system, which is sort of a 1960s thing. I'm doing it in the 1970s. I get to Stanford, they have mini computers, and I'm studying COBOL. Nobody writes in COBOL or Fortran today. I'm like some kind of dinosaur ancient, guy. If you have, and today there are new languages that kids are learning, and they will change. The languages will get better, faster, and easier. But I think there's a conceptual understanding, at the basic levels how code works, that gives people an opportunity to be part of the conversation. And I'd say, Code Academy is free. Code Academy is free. There are 24 million learners that have gone on to Code Academy and learned how to do some basic programming. And it's not anything that, and again, but you can get a college degree and not know how to write a thing that says hello world.
So just to clarify then, I may have understood you. You're not saying we should push thousands of our students to become computer science majors, but have kind of what my last institution, at least a core course in programming, so they understand how the machine thinks and works. Is that right, closer?
Exactly, because if you're going into healthcare, you're going to run into software, and then you're going to run into software that doesn't do what you want to do, and you're going to be forced as some healthcare administrator or a nurse or a doctor to be interacting with someone who's got a piece of software, and if you don't speak their language, you're always going to have this thing. So we have to. It's so pervasive that I feel like everybody has to have a basic understanding, just like sentence structure or like basic mathematics. If you don't know that 2 + 2 = 4, and you don't know how to write a sentence, it's hard to communicate with other people, and this is becoming a pervasive thing.
Thanks. So we're going to hear from Mike, following you, Doug, and I think one of the key things we're talking about. I'll show you how much of a dinosaur I am. I learned to program on a Trash 80. A Radio Shack, right? There you go. And I think in high school, okay? And I think in today's world, when we talk about higher education, I'm not thinking kids should be taking their first programming class in college. Maybe we ought to be thinking 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. High schools, and by the time they come in, they're as proficient in, and what you're talking about isn't, I'm going to become a programmer. It's why do we teach Spanish or French or music, right? It's an enrichment of the brain and learning how to think about things differently, right? And so I think you're bringing up an important point, but I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I also think that what we really need to think about as we're talking about integration with K-12 is how do we get that started earlier? Just like, why do we introduce music in 4th grade and 5th grade? Band and orchestra. Why do we teach language in elementary school? All the same reasons to programming, right? And it's not to become a programmer. We're not going to make a nation of 100 million programmers. But what we're going to do is create a nation of 100 million people who are literate in programming that, they can have a conversation about it, right? And I think that's one of the key issues. And so as a board, we think about K-12 and integration and what do we need that part of our educational system in the state to do, and how well does that integrate in with us? I think that's where we need to also start the conversation. The other thing I think you said that was very important is we have to have, I think, greater vision and be willing to step out of the box. And I think the idea that's been postulated since I've been in the state since 2000 has been we're less expensive than everybody else, therefore you should come here. We're not saying we're less expensive and we're going to give you an awesome top-of-flight education. We say we're less expensive. And I think we need to, I think you're making an important point. And so I think stepping out of the box and thinking about the vision and becoming more visionary is really critical.
Other questions?
Doug, from your experience, all of us are trying to deal with cultural change in our organizations. I know there are many, many books written about fundamentals of changing culture. From your experience, are there 2, 3 things that you could leave with us on strategies, successful strategies for affecting deep cultural change in a university organization?
Well, understanding that universities are different than businesses, and in part because of the structures that have existed for hundreds of years, including tenure. So there aren't some of the same forces that are at play in businesses. But when I see cultural change, happening, or like take Microsoft, which I'm close to, with Satya Nadella, who's the new CEO of Microsoft, and Steve Ballmer, who I was friends with Steve, and Satya worked with me for 6.5 years, and watching those, the leadership change, it has to start with the leader. The leader themselves is the first pivot point. And so as you've all learned, and of course in a world of transparency, people watch what you do, how you do it, what you say, what you write in emails. I mean, that's just the existence of a leader in today's world, is you're in a spot where you've got all this visibility. So it turns out that sort of every day and that's why the leadership job is so hard, is because the level of scrutiny around the things that you do set the culture and tone, set the culture and tone for the organization. But then the second thing is, if a leader says, I've got a certain culture that we need, you've got to, as we say, we've been one way and now we have to be more flexible, we've got to be more innovative. And in the case of Satya, where there were some things that Steve just absolutely wouldn't do, say collaboration with Apple. The day that Satya's made the new CEO, he's like, okay, Office is running on the new Apple computers. I mean, examples like that were just a sea change of, and then the whole organization wakes up and go, now I guess we can collaborate with someone that we thought we were competing with. And so so again, it goes back to leadership decisions, but then you need to surround yourself with a set of leaders that buy into the same vision around, again, in this case, if it's collaboration or speed or transparency. And that's the part that gets harder in university organizations. I think in private organizations, it's easier to swap people out than it is. But from a cultural change, it's you can write the memos and give the speeches and do all that, but if you don't have a leadership team that's aligned around the same concept, then it's hard to steer large organizations in different ways. So and again, I do a lot of board work, but get the right leader in place, make sure they're surrounded by a team that is supportive of them and on the same page, and then you can over time start driving the organization forward.
You use the phrase swap people out.
Yep.
Your culture and my culture are very different on that.
Absolutely, they are.
Could you go down that road just a little bit on strategies to deal with inability to swap people out?
Well, I think again, it's one of the hallmarks of higher education is sort of protecting free thought and the whole concept around tenure, which has its advantages. But then the thing that I feel is interesting when I look at, because one of the things that I always say when I try to work to create healthy organizations, I say talk to people, not about them. Talk to people, not about them. And then you get an environment where you've got tenure as a hallmark, and I find that there's a lot of people that talk about people as opposed to talk to them. When in fact it should give them the freedom to be the most direct and the most vocal, because they don't have to worry about getting swapped out in some way. And so again, how do you create a culture that really supports open dialogue, self-criticism, challenging thinking, and doing it in a way that's collaborative and with a goal in mind, which is it's not about us, the people that work here, it's about the people that we're serving. And I think it's, again, that external viewpoint. I think sometimes it gets sort of, I say, inside baseball, but you want to make sure that the leader has to make sure that everybody keeps focusing on, what's our mission, who are we supporting, what are we trying to achieve here, and keep the conversation focused in the right direction. Because any organization that gets too internally focused at a time of massive disruptive change is basically, I'll leave the naval analogies to Mark, but it'd be driving your sub without a periscope or radar. You're all talking to each other inside the sub, but you don't know where you're going. You don't know what's happening outside you. So again, I think keeping people focused externally is another way to help get more collaboration and get more because if people are truly focused externally, they'll see how much change is going on. They'll understand that there's work to be done, and again, I also think it's been very helpful with leaders that get people focused on how great it can be, as opposed to how bad it's been. So it's both an external focus and it's a forward future focus. And shifting that conversation in that direction, I think, is one of the tools that leaders can use to help change culture and drive culture forward. But again, there are opportunities even in this environment. We're hiring all the time. I mean, there's open positions across all this stuff, and the organizations that I'm involved with, we hire for values first and skills second, because skills are something that can progress over time. And if the value fit isn't fit with where the leader's trying to go, then you can burn up all this energy. And used to say to people, do you want to spend your evenings with your family, or do you want to spend your evenings coaching B players, or C players? I mean, let's get a bunch of A players in the leadership roles, and then everybody has more fun, everyone's got more passion, everyone drives forward, and you don't burn up all this energy on, because leaders often spend a disproportionate amount of time working with low performers. And if you can get that off your plate and spend time working with high performers, making high performers, in incredible performers versus trying to get a low performer to an average performer, that frees up. I mean, that's part of the difference between organizations that really go is where they're allocating their time. That's maybe not answered your question, but I had fun answering it, so that was good. So, yeah.
Not a question, but just a comment that those who make the AGB have the opportunity.
Use the mic. Could you use your mic, Carrie, please?
Yeah, so, sorry, it's not really a question, but just a comment. Those of us that went to AGB had the opportunity to hear Jim Collins talk about the applicability of good to great in the social sector, and it was really interesting because we came to that right seat on the bus question, and he was talking about the challenge that tenure presents for that, and he said it's up to leadership to create a culture that makes them want to move off the bus. And anyway, there were some interesting comments, and I have I think other people probably have it too, the little snippet that he shared, or he wrote an extra chapter for Good to Great on social sector challenges. So I think I have that.
Doug, thank you for your comments this morning. Very insightful. I'd be interested from an outside perspective. One of the things that I've heard board members talk about, and we've talked about as presidents, that we need to improve upon is our relationship with our legislative group. From an outsider, how would you coach us in the method to create a stronger relationship, or what information can we give them that might change that culture? What I think a lot of people would consider to be a poor relationship exists today. How can we improve that our relationship from a board's perspective, from a campus perspective, with our legislative group today in the state of North Dakota, the state legislature? I'd just be interested in your insight.
This is it probably starts, I don't want to use the overused strategy, but I think I've felt that there has been shifts in strategy of how the system is going to interact with the legislature. Do we do it do we consolidate it all, and the the chancellor and the system is the one that interacts. Do the presidents interact? At what level? What level they do it? I mean, I suppose I have a little bit of a bias because people maybe know the story. When my dad died when I was a freshman in high school, my mom had to go back in the workforce. She ended up, was on a search committee at NDSU to find a new dean. She ended up becoming the interim dean, and then ended up becoming the full-time dean. So I grew up in high school watching a single mom go back to work. It was always intimidating to have someone who thinks their idea of an entry-level job is a deanship, but she was an incredible person anyway. But then she was in there, and then I think people know how the story goes. I mean, but she had 25 years in business and in politics and in healthcare. She'd had other careers outside of education, knew a lot of the legislators, and then got directly involved in in herself, in making the case for what became the family healthcare building at NDSU, which wasn't even on the list of 20 buildings that was going to be built. And then after she got done, working her contacts, it was like number 3 or something. And I'm again, I'm sort of saying, people would think that's anarchy today because, hey, we can't have that. Individual deans, going out and doing this stuff. We got to consolidate. We got to have one channel. We have to do that. But I think we have to rethink the strategy, because if you reduce the surface area to a couple of people to try to touch the entire legislature versus, you've got a network of relationships that's happening. Is it a network thing, or is it a, sort of an I formation? And I think it could be, when I say strategic, it could be planned. I mean, when take an example of a board with management. If I'm on a board, I expect the chairman of the board is going to have a great relationship with the CEO. I expect the chairman of the audit committee to have a great relationship with the CFO. I expect the person who's head of comp and comp and leadership development to have a great relationship with the chief people officer, and I expect the person who's the head of the nom and governance committee on a board to have a great relationship with the general counsel. So you sort of say it's not all going chairman to CEO. You've got a networked approach, but people are assigned in those relationships, to build the relationships. So maybe there's some middle ground between anarchy and only the chancellor gets to talk to the legislature that says, how are we going to network? Because we've got 11 very diverse universities, schools. We've got success stories that are happening at all of them that probably aren't being heard. And you can't fix it all with, you can fix some of that with better communication and better storytelling and better messaging, but some of it is going to have to be, I think, personal relationships and identifying people that maybe are not that haven't have had some resistance to higher ed. How do you build personal relationships? And some of that is again talking to people, not about them. I mean, it's not like I haven't been criticized in my life. I mean, a guy a couple of years ago wrote a letter to the editor that was quite negative, and I called him on the phone the same day, and he thought someone was leaving a prank call on his cell phone, and but I was like, what? But I'm like, hey, come have coffee, let's talk. I mean, I like to talk to people that have different opinions than I do, because I think I learned something about myself, and I learned something whatever, as opposed to hey, someone said something bad, let's build a wall around ourselves. I mean, we're a small state, we can have the dialogue. I think one thing that I think is completely undertold here, and maybe I have to take some ownership for telling it better, but the idea that NDSU moved to downtown campus, had put buildings downtown, has had a massive economic impact on the development of Fargo and the city of Fargo. And I don't know that the city even appreciates it. But a city's got there's 3. If you take each city in America, they've got sort of 3 pieces. They've got the old, dying downtown, which actually turns out to be a profit center in terms of it generates more taxes than the services it consumes. Then you got the near neighborhoods nearby, which are kind of break-even things that are also probably underserved. And then you have the edge, and the edge is a giant money-losing sinkhole for cities, because city infrastructure is based on linear feet, and we get to the edge, you got bigger lots, you've got big box retailers, and somebody comes in, and a Walmart comes in, and you got to put in miles of roads and street and sidewalk to serve them, and it turns out that Walmart's paying less taxes per square foot than Reuter's Bar in an old decrepit building in downtown Fargo. And this is happening all over America because people don't understand the underlying economics. When a university moves back to the core and it revitalizes the value of everything that's going on down there, it's a huge economic boost to the city. And I think it again, when we have, you can't separate the universities from how we develop our cities. And if we don't develop great cities, people aren't going to live here. And so again, as part of the strategic planning, instead of like, there was some random act of combination of philanthropy and something else that caused NDSU to have a few buildings down here, and isn't that cute? It ought to be like, that's a pattern that we should match against, and we ought to try to repeat that in every community we are, because if the legislators see that the university are driving the economics of their city in a way other than, here's a report of our economic impact, which a lot of people maybe, they've heard it so many times they don't believe it, as opposed to, wow, there's 4,500 students downtown, look at all the new shops, restaurants, retail, buildings that got saved. I mean, I don't think we've really cataloged the impact that we've had there, but I think that we can repeat that over and over, because if we're taking state dollars and putting it on the edge, in the money-losing sinkhole of infrastructure that never pays itself, we're making our cities less economic, and we're using state dollars to make them less economic. The state dollars ought to be driven towards the core to make the cities more viable long-term, more walkable, more healthy, all these things. I mean, America, only because we were so rich, we could have a pattern of development, where everybody felt an entitlement to have a car where you go from your heated garage to parking right in front of the door, and if you don't, then there's something wrong with the city. I mean, and if you take a look at healthcare in America, we have $17 trillion economy, the largest in the world. $4 trillion of that goes to healthcare. $1 trillion a year in healthcare is spent on people my age and older, baby boomers and older, who spent their lives in cars. Okay, I mean, we were the first generation that had an entitlement that we don't have to walk, and if we have to walk, we're upset. And so therefore, you end up with, heart disease, diabetes, all these chronic diseases that are killing the healthcare system. A full quarter of the $4 trillion could be solved, not by gym memberships, it could be solved by people walking more. And then we take our healthcare outcomes and we compare them to other countries and go, there's something wrong with our doctors and nurses. No, there's nothing wrong with our doctors and nurses. There's a ton wrong with how we've designed our cities and the lifestyles that accompany them. And now you've got a bunch of millennials that grew up in car seats, and they don't want to spend their life in a car seat, and they don't want to put their kids in a car seat because they spent their life driving around from, we shop in this area, dad goes to work in this area over here, we got a school over there, and then we live here in a single use, in a zoning area called residential housing, where you're not even allowed to have a coffee shop. I mean, there's a thing called walk score. We should get out walk score. Get the walk score of every building on every campus. You type in an address, it's free, and it gives you the walk score, and you will see that most of the new elementary schools built in North Dakota right now on the edge have a 0 walk score. Davies High School, where my daughter graduated from, was built 4 years ago. It still has a 0 walk score. 0 would be the lowest, the worst, okay? That means you get 100 would be the best. To get a 0, you have to have 0 things within a mile of that building. If there was one coffee shop, they'd have a point. But they built 4 years, and 4 years later, the city still hasn't got a single thing other than housing doesn't count. Because you can't walk to somebody else's house, and I guess you could walk there and, hey, I want to borrow a cup of sugar, but it doesn't count in walk score. It has to be, a shop, a retail, or something. And so, why would we keep designing stuff with 0 walk scores, and then we worry that there's a Pepsi or Coke machine in the elementary school and childhood obesity, and 100% of the kids have to be driven to the school. 100%. Okay? So anyway, the universities have an opportunity to really drive the pattern of change in North Dakota, and if we build great cities, we're going to have the population that comes, we're going to fill the jobs, the taxes are going to go up, and then the budgets go up for higher education. I mean, it's a positive spiral, versus, Fargo right now, you saw my metro area thing there. The Fargo metro area is 83 square miles. Fargo is 49 square miles by itself. Fargo now has more square miles that we're trying to manage snowplow streets and sidewalks than San Francisco or Boston. Those two cities are about a half a mile less square miles than Fargo proper. And when we plow a road, when we build a road on the edge, we got to snowplow it forever. We got to patrol it. We got to build fire stations. The costs just go on. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And so we can't keep doing this horizontal development. And the universities need to have a voice in that discussion, as opposed to, let's also, just like the high schools, buy cheap land on the edge and keep developing to the edge. The school systems will bankrupt the state with bad development. So we have to. But now, we've got the city of Fargo. The city of Fargo's last 2 elementary schools are actually infill schools. They're not the first time in 30 years they're not building an elementary school on the edge. The new one that's opening this fall, about 50% of the kids will be able to walk or bike there.
Doug, you began the conversation today with the word gratitude, and so I want to express our gratitude for you being here and challenging us, and we're going to have a great rest of the day to talk about the future of North Dakota and higher education. So thank you so much.
Great.
We
Larry,
appreciate
Mark,
it.
thank you guys.
And now moving along, and then we'll take a break before we get into the facilitated conversation, but moving along, when I was down in the governor's office at the time that Mike Ness was appointed, one of a number of those that were in that meeting commented that they were appointing Mike because they felt like it would give us a strong connection in higher education to K-12, because Mike is retiring in 4 days from K-12, and so we thought that it would be appropriate this morning for Mike, following Doug, to talk a little bit about K-12. He promised he would keep it under about 45 minutes, and
that won't be a problem.
so I'll turn it over to Mike. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I had asked Larry if I could spend a few moments talking to you about K-12 higher ed connection, give you a little bit of my perspective and background. I've been in education, K-12 education, for 42 years, 38 actually as an administrator. I was a teacher, coach, and a principal. So that's a perspective that I bring to the table, I guess. As I was applying for the higher ed board, went through the interview process with the governor and went through the Senate confirmation, it really became a point that I really hadn't thought much about before, that we do very little between K-12 and higher ed. The connection just has not seemed to be there over all the years that I have been involved. We are separate entities, and sometimes we point fingers at each other, and I think that's something that we really need to change. So since that time that I started the application process and became a board member, I've talked to a lot of people. I've talked to Superintendent of Public Instruction, Kirsten Basler. I've talked to Dr. Amy Kopis from NDCL. I've talked to various legislators, our counselor. I presented to the Southwest Superintendent's organization. And I think it was pretty much straight across the board that we need to do better things together. We need to talk. We need to find ways to collaborate and work on projects that can help our students. We're all in this for the same purpose, to help our students become better, graduate, become good citizens in our state or in our country. Superintendent Basler was the one who really talked about things that she is very passionate about, and she would really like to work with Dr. Hagerett on some ideas that she has. She has many more ideas than I have about what we can do. The one thing that she will talk to Dr. Hagerett about is the idea of having some type of a committee made up of K-12 leaders meet with the board or whoever it may be to flesh out some ideas on what we could do to work together. And really that's going to be my focus on the brief talk that I have today, on things that I think we could work on. And the ideas that I have are quite simple compared to some of the things she talks about. Yesterday I talked briefly about her proposal or her pilot program for remedial education, that she would really like to move that back to 12th grade rather than have it as a freshman class, and make it a dual credit type class or things like that. And she really has a lot of great ideas related to that. When I started thinking about this, I started thinking about what has happened in my career, I guess, in education. And the one thing that became very aware to me is I've been attending administrative conferences for probably 38 years, and many of them. And I don't remember any time where we had a presentation or had members from higher ed there to talk to us about the issues that they see that students are having when they come to college. Are they not prepared? Are they not able to write? Are math skills poor? Is it social skills? What kind of things do we really need for our high school graduates to become successful in college? So I talked to Amy and Kirsten about that, and both of them agreed that that would be a great place to start. Have presenters from higher ed come to various conferences that are held in the state with the counselors and administrators, NDA, various places that they could present about what the needs are for the students as they come into college in this day and age. The other thing that I see is the dropout rate and the issue that we have with kids not graduating in 4 years or whatever the number may be. And a lot of our kids come back, and especially during their freshman year, and I get a chance to talk to them and ask them how things are going with college, and many of them do very well, but the ones that are struggling are the ones that I think we really need to focus on. And the one thing that they tell me is, I really wasn't prepared for college. I probably picked the wrong college because my mom went there or my dad went there, or I like their sports program or whatever it may be, and I'm in the wrong program. So I need to change at semester time. And I think that falls back a lot on our principals and counselors. They are the people in our K-12 schools who really know the students and can lead them to a program that I think would be much more successful if they got them in the right program right away. The problem with that is our principals and counselors have kind of a narrow focus. If they're in Hazen, North Dakota, they probably direct most of our kids to BSC, Minot State, or Dickinson State. And they don't know much about what's taking place in Williston or Wahpeton or Grand Forks or Fargo. So I would like to see a program where we would get those people out into those institutions. And maybe it's a rotating basis. We'd pick 3 or 4 colleges a year and have a day where you could invite the counselors in and spend a day touring and then talk about the programs that you have in your colleges. So they can actually go back and talk to the kids and say, okay, this might be where you want to go. We don't have many of our kids go to Wahpeton, but there are such great programs there that are designed exactly for what some of our kids need to go into, that we need to have our counselors and our principals know more about those types of programs. I don't think we could do 11 in a year. I don't know if that would work in most schools, but if we would do a rotating basis, 3 or 4 a year, and just keep rotating, and new counselors could pick up on that rotation as they come in, I think that would be a program that could really help our students. The one other thing that I want to talk about, and Doug talked about this, Dr. Richmond talked about this yesterday, is our workforce. We have a real issue with workforce. You've heard it time and time again, and an example that I will give you is elementary and K-12 education. We have such a shortage in teachers right now that it's almost to dire straits. There will be many schools this fall who will not go without a teacher in various areas. And it used to be the science, the math, maybe vocational, some of those. Now it's in the elementary. 10 years ago, the administrators in the schools across the state were telling the college people, don't train any more elementary teachers. We get 200 applications in 2 weeks. I had an opening that came about on Monday. A gal resigned. I probably will not get an application for that. There are no longer elementary teachers in our state. And I'm not sure if there's a real solution to that, but my idea, and I've talked to some legislators about this, is a good opportunity for us to think about what can be done in a couple of years. In 2017, the Legacy Fund becomes available for our legislators. And they will have money to work with, which I think should be used for education. And what a better way to build a legacy than to take care of our kids. We see the high debt. We see kids coming out of college, especially in those public fields such as education, where they're not paid very much, and that is one of the drawbacks on why people don't go into the education. When they come out and they're earning $35,000, $40,000, they have to buy a home, they have to pay off college debts, and it virtually becomes impossible unless their spouse has a good job. And we're very fortunate for many of our people in our area with the coal industry where their spouse has a good job and they can teach. But that's not the case every place. So I would like to see some type of a legacy program where there would be a very low interest rate for maybe any student, 1%, whatever the number may be. And in the public sector areas, I would like to see a buy down or a payout on loans. If any of you graduated in the 70s or 60s or 70s, you remember the National Direct Loan from the federal government, where 15% of your loan from college was forgiven each year. I would like to see something like that coming out of the Legacy Fund, where we would buy down loans for people who finish school in North Dakota and stay in North Dakota and work. How that will work out, there's a committee that is formed right now. I've talked to legislators about it. They're interested, but I think it would really help if we could get a push from higher ed to do something like that. That's really all I have to talk about with my connection with K-12 and higher ed, and I could try to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mike?
Yeah, just real quick. The teacher shortage, is that distributed fairly evenly across the state, or is that kind of the outlying areas that are having the greatest challenge?
I think it's distributed mainly in the western half of the state. I don't know a lot in the eastern part of the state that it's that short, but I know it's short everywhere. Mm-hmm. If we get an applicant right now for any position, we're very fortunate. I have an English opening right now, and we have one applicant. We will hire her, whether she's...
You're talking about in Hazen, you mean?
In Hazen,
yeah.
correct.
So we just live streamed, she's been hired. Okay, she heard that, we were good, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we're not live streaming today, but okay.
We are. But it is. We have a listserv, and almost daily across the state, mainly in the western half, but across the state, someone is looking for a first grade teacher, elementary teacher, math, science, music, vocational. Almost every field is short right now.
There's a newspaper article today that Billy Joe sent some of us that roughly 200 teacher openings in North Dakota as of the 1st of August. There will be roughly 200 openings. And the principal up at Walla Walla talks about having a science opening since the 1st of May and not one application. Not a single application. So it's certainly a crisis.
Well,
Eric.
Mike, I've got a sort of a question about your comment that if an elementary or a school teacher graduates from a North Dakota institution, we should have loan forgiveness. I mean, so I think one of the things that I agree we ought to think about that type of program. In fact, I don't agree we should think about it. I think we need to have it. But I think we need to step back and say, let's not be myopic. You know, if that school teacher, so a friend of mine's in higher education, he scours the country, looking for teachers as a principal. And, because it's tough. He's in a tough environment to recruit teachers to. I mean, and the problem I have is almost that blinder view. I mean, why can't we say, if you come from anywhere with a make it competitive. Let's recruit the best teachers and say, hey, we've got a loan forgiveness program for science teachers. Yeah, you got to be in Walhalla, North Dakota. But you know what? Here's our value that we're giving to you. Here's what we do to make that attractive. You come here and you stay 5-6 years, your loans are forgiven. I mean, and that's, I think, the way we got to start thinking, not this, well, it's okay if you went to Stanford or Ohio State or Penn State and got your education degree there. We'll take you, but we're not going to make it an advantage, an attractive package to come here. And I think that's that sort of thinking that gets problematic. So comment on that, because I think that's a
well. I think it's a concept we can really explore. My thoughts behind it was to grow North Dakota, keep our people here, and allow them to stay in the state and make a decent living. And bringing in outside people, we're all looking at outside people right now. Many of the people that we hire now are from out of state. I know Watford City is looking for 7 elementary teachers right now. I would doubt if many of them will be from North Dakota.
Can I just add to that conversation? One of the things that we did at Dickinson State in preparation for a proposal that we have coming forward to start master's education is look at then the number of teachers that are on alternate licensure because of the teacher shortage. And when we did our research during the 14-15 year, there were a mid-60s in terms of the number of individuals that were on alternate licensure at this time, meaning they're teaching without having a teaching degree, and about half of those were in the western part of the state or within 100 miles of Dickinson State University. So schools are filling these gaps in ways with people that are temporarily allowed to be in classrooms, and many of them are very competent and wonderful, but they need to get that next level too, and we need to work on how we support that piece as well, so that we grow our own once we have some people hired that are competent, are capable, and that our schools are benefiting from.
I think in some respects, Mike, we have done it to ourselves also, because a lot of the benefits of teaching have disappeared. Good solid retirement, good solid benefit packages, incentives for additional education. So the sooner we start to add some of those qualities back to the system, I think we're always going to have a difficult time with that, because the starting salary and compensation packages for beginning teachers in particular is not as strong as it probably should be. However, through the benefit packages and through the advantages that they had, we were able to add a lot of value to that. I agree with you about about our own colleges and universities. You know, as a board member, I have probably been to 6 or 7 colleges, but I haven't been to and universities, but I haven't been to all 11 of them. And when you look at the system around the state, we have a lot to gain by maybe a bus tour with guidance counselors, or to try to improve the amount of people going to our colleges and universities from, I think Doug was talking about 73% or 72%, to try to increase that, and also increase the ACT scores. You know, a 20 point, I think, is the average from what I saw in our state, which is just a little bit above the national average. And certainly we want to increase that, because we want to attract the brightest. We want to attract the best students in our state. As I was reading some of the information that I got before the meeting today, I took a look at the counties that had a percentage of North Dakota residents with at least an associate degree by county. What was interesting to me is that the counties that were high in all of that were close to one of our colleges and universities. So we have a heck of a ability to attract people to our state and to our colleges and universities. And so I think that's the other thing that we need to work on.
Okay, if I can cut us off here, we're about a half an hour behind time right now, and Dr. Clark flew in here to facilitate for us, so we're going to let him do that. So let's take about a 10-minute break, and then if we can all come back, and then we'll work our way to lunch. Thank you. About who to bring in to help facilitate this conversation, and Laura Glott recommended that I get a hold of David Longenecker, who is the president of WICHE. In fact, the retiring president of WICHE. So if any of you are interested in applying for a job with WICHE, there will be an opening here at the end of this year. But I called David, and he said, I know exactly the guy to facilitate this conversation for you. Works for the Lumina Foundation, Dr. Jimmy Clark. And so I gave him a call. We had a wonderful conversation. He checked his schedule. He said he could make it. He flew in late last night and is here to help facilitate the conversation here for the rest of the day, sort of doing a Huntley Brinkley with Linda Donlin. And you can tell how old you are if you don't know who Huntley and Brinkley are. So Jimmy, thank you very much. Welcome to North Dakota, and we're looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you very much. At work, am I set? I will probably walk around. I get antsy, and I want to be able to look at persons' faces and feel as though I'm a part of a conversation. And hopefully that's what we will end up having for the better part of today. Certainly, listening to Doug has stimulated my mindset. Lots that was said. Mike's comments certainly added to it. I found myself having to listen fast to Doug. I don't know if you've ever had that phenomena where you're trying to process and think ahead and move forward. Lots was said, and lots I think is applicable to the conversation today. Let me do a couple of things first, and that is to introduce myself to you in terms of why would David Longenecker suggest that I come to North Dakota to talk to you or to facilitate a conversation about where you are thinking and going to in terms of the future. And I think that Larry put it well in terms of we need to think today about tomorrow, or today we're thinking about tomorrow. I think that that's appropriate. My personal journey began on the West Coast. I was born in Portland, Oregon, but raised in Mountain View, California. At the time, it was not the home of Coursera or Google or Silicon Valley. It was filled with apricot orchards and plum orchards. And I grew up in $1 million home and didn't know it because my dad paid $18,000 for it. But 30 years later, it did sell for whatever it was. It's an amazing phenomenon. I was educated in public schools. Went to the University of California, Santa Barbara, where I was a history major, and then migrated to Louisiana, where I had been offered a graduate assistantship. This is back in the mid-'70s. And I arrived in a strange place, a strange community. Really, we talked about the mention of cultural change and how do you invoke it. Sometimes it's just forced upon you. And I ended up meeting my wife, who we will be married now 38 years, I guess, in August, Cajun from Louisiana. And the only reason I think that she agreed to marry me was because she thought we were going to move back to California, but that didn't in fact occur. I fell in love with the community, and we've been fortunate to be able to raise a family there. Looking back in terms of what I have been able to do or the opportunities that have presented itself to me, I spent over 20 years at the University of Louisiana Lafayette. We moved from Baton Rouge, where I was at school at LSU, and went to Lafayette, Louisiana, a community of about 125,000. I was explaining to some folks earlier, it's a hub of Acadiana. It's a Cajun culture, French-speaking background of a lot of the folks there. University town. The university itself now has about 17,000 folks. It's a Carnegie Classification 2. It's got doctoral programs. I served there as the Dean of Students and as Dean of Enrollment Management, amongst other positions. So I have a student affairs background, was there for almost 2 decades. Went from there, was asked to move to the Louisiana Board of Regents, where I spent about almost a decade. And again, in a variety of capacities. I served primarily as the Deputy Commissioner of Higher Education. Louisiana's structure, so you have some reference in terms of where I'll be thinking in terms of the board and how it interacts and works with institutions, is a system where the Board of Regents is a governing coordinating board, and then Louisiana has 4 management boards underneath that takes care of the day-to-day operations. There's the LSU board with a set of campuses and institutions that make up that, the LSU Shreveport, LSU Alexandria. It has 2-year and 4-year institutions underneath it. The Southern system, which is the historically black college university system, and again has a compilation of 2-year and 4-year. The University of Louisiana system, which has 8 institutions, primarily your state regional colleges and universities. And then the Louisiana Community Technical College system, which is now made up, I guess there's 11 campuses that have ultimately resulted as a consolidation of what was a previous technical college system that has merged in there since the system itself didn't even exist until 1998. I served as the acting chancellor of the Louisiana Technical College system back in the early 2000s for a year. I was an interim. There's a lot of interims I noticed here in North Dakota, so I can relate to that experience. Served for about a year, became very cognizant of and realized the importance of the 2-year sector, the differences between a 2-year and a 4-year mission, and what it means to both workforce and to students and to communities. And then in 2005, Louisiana endured Katrina and Rita. People kind of forget about Rita, which was the second hurricane that hit that time. About 2 weeks, well, like 10 days after Katrina hit, Governor Blanco contacted me and asked if I would come and serve as her chief of staff. She was making some changes, obviously crisis mode, a lot of things were happening, and for the next 2.5 years, I functioned and served in that capacity, helping her lead state government through a very difficult time, and obviously has opened up and broadened my understanding and appreciation of both the legislative process, political process, the importance of it, and the role that post-secondary education played, not only in terms of recovery, but in terms of a whole lot of aspects of bringing normalcy back to Louisiana. I was fortunate enough, I was able to retire in 2008 from state service. Governor Blanco's term ended, and I thought after 30-something years in post-secondary education, it was a good time to settle back, and I really thought that I was going to go back to the bayou and a little fishing and a little hunting, and that would be it. But it didn't turn out that way. I started to work for, I was asked to work for ACT, the company that's been referred to here in terms of college readiness and assessments. I told them I wouldn't go to Iowa City. Louisiana, was going to live there and stay there. And it was agreed that I could work from Louisiana and work around the country, trying to think through some policy issues, taking advantage of the very rich data resources that ACT has in terms of informing policy, informing state policy, and thinking through it. That situation did not reach the fruition I had hoped it would. After about 1.5 years, decided that K-12 sector and that intersection was important, but it's not what my passion was. My passion was definitely in higher education. And I was broached and asked to join a firm in Washington, D.C., HCM Strategists, which is where I currently am employed. Larry said that I was from Lumina, and I am in a way. Lumina hires HCM Strategists, which is a small boutique public policy firm that has a higher education side and a healthcare side. And Lumina Foundation, which is out of Indianapolis, the largest single focused entirely on post-secondary education foundation in the country, they hire us to manage and to run their public policy, state policy work. And I serve and function as the director of Lumina's Strategy Labs. Strategy Labs is why I'm able to come here to work with you to talk about the importance of really increasing educational attainment, both here in North Dakota and certainly in the country. For those of you who may not be familiar, Lumina operates and suggests to folks that there is one big goal. They are putting all their resources, their multi-million dollars worth of resources and grants and efforts to it. That is to achieve the goal by 2025 that 60% of adults in America have successfully achieved a certificate or degree of value, post-secondary certificate or degree of value. The imperative being that the economic realities of our country are going to be faced with an absence and lack of a trained, skilled workforce if we don't achieve that goal. And so they've only been in existence for 15 years. They set this goal, and they have decided that they're going to just dump all their resources into this effort. My role and what I do is to work with states directly to try to think through how state policy can impact and affect the increasing of educational attainment for their citizens. It began 5 years ago as a network of states, an invitation-only network of states. People who are working on productivity issues, who are working in what we called the 4 steps to finishing first, which at the time was Lumina's public policy suggestion list. And it had to do with incenting institutions, incenting students, new models of delivery, and what we call business efficiencies. And so from that conversation, there were about 18 states that we would work with and would kind of think through and try to create peer learning opportunities, bringing states together to exchange ideas. This is where a lot of the work that I did with David and Witchy took place, working to see what might work in one state and were there any seeds of policy that could impact or could inform decision making in another state. From that time, Lumina was very pleased with the direction that we were able to get to, getting a lot of states to embrace and to adopt different types of policies. And they have now opened up this notion of strategy. We call it a strategy lab network. A laboratory meaning bring people together to exchange these ideas. There's no longer an invitation only. It's open to all 50 states. All 50 states are a part of it, can access it. And so North Dakota, which was not initially one of the states, is now a part of this. And so as we move forward, and as you move forward, I'm saying this all to get you to think that there are resources that can be brought to bear at no expense to you. You can bring in experts. You can get people to come in to talk to you and to inform. You can go visit other states. There's the whole notion of a traveling tour with counselors and so on. Imagine that in a 50-state network where you want to go see what Oregon's doing or Tennessee's doing or so-and-so, or bringing them in to talk and to inform you. So down the road, remember that's a resource that is available to you. Okay, that's what I am, what I do, and what I normally do. Today, it's a little different. Today, I'm going to be facilitating a conversation. I'm going to try to get you collectively to kind of think through what you have heard, what you're thinking, what you're bringing to the table. And my task in this first section was to, I believe, identify or to talk about national trends and how they impact and affect you here in North Dakota, and particularly the board and then the institutions. I need to get a little bit better sense and feel at the table, because I know the titles of the people and I can see the names, and I'm not going to do around the table or anything like that, but I need someone to maybe explain, and I don't know if it's Larry or Mark or a president or someone, how is the relationship between the board members and the presidents? And I'm putting this in the context of what I heard, or I thought I heard Doug talking about earlier in terms of leadership and who is to be leading, and what expectation is there about this leadership? Who is setting directions? Who is listening to whom? How does that work with relation to the strategic plan? And we're going to hold on specific discussion of strategic plan until the second part of this discussion, because Linda is going to open it up and so on. And I'm saying this, and I maybe not be phrasing my question quite right, but I want to be sure that as I go through this process and I elicit conversation, that I'm not overstepping or understepping in terms of bringing you to the table to inform. My understanding is that the North Dakota University system has a strategic plan, and it is set forth in the plan, by the way, as I understood it and as I read through, the process seemed quite extensive, and I was impressed with it in terms of comparison to other states. The access and the intentional gathering of the different voices, the external voices were included, the student voices were included. I think that the process was extremely thorough. I'm curious, though, there's the development of a plan, and then what? Who holds the reins of the plan and drives the decision-making that impacts and affects the implementation of the plan? Is it at the board level, or is it more, we give you this plan, now you go out and do it? Am I asking the right question?
Yeah, let's start with the easy question, right, Jimmy?
Okay.
Well, the development of the plan, and you've read how that was developed, and we went through quite a process. And just to give you a little background, and so everybody's on the same sheet of music here, is that we were criticized by the Higher Learning Commission. In fact, had a visit by the Higher Learning Commission because we did not have a strategic plan in place. And so we brought someone in to facilitate that, and got all kinds of input and did all that. So it really was adopted 8 months ago.
Right.
So it's fairly new. We set up the dashboards to measure it and so forth. And the presidents, I just did the evaluations of the presidents based on really basically about 6 months of working within the plan. So now the next iteration, and this is where I'm handing off to Mark, is to establish the goals of the presidents that will be consistent with the strategic plan moving forward. So it's really a work in progress. Normally at this point, I would have asked the presidents for their goals consistent with the strategic plan, but because we're shifting here in about 4 days, I did not ask for that, but that will be one of the first things Mark will have to do then, is to sit down with the presidents and say, okay, how do you support this thing? And then I would suggest, to your specific point, is that, ultimately the board has said this is our strategic plan. Of course, part of today is to evaluate where we are with that, and then later on, do we have to do any tweaks to it and so forth. But it's the chancellor's responsibility then to hold the presidents accountable that the goals of the strategic plan are being met.
Perfect.
I think that sort of summarizes it.
That's very helpful to me, and I appreciate you taking the time to kind of walk me through that. I want to be sure that today is in the conversation is targeted at what makes sense. Well, let me then go to the original intention in the discussion, that is national trends impacting and affecting North Dakota. Did people read the document that Sonia put together? I'm not going to call you out. There's no writing an exam. I'm going to make the assumption that you are at least somewhat aware of what was in that document. I thought it was a well-done piece. It's certainly a thought-provoking piece. Made you kind of aware of what is being discussed, and then trying to take it back and put it a little bit into a North Dakota frame, I guess, in terms of a paradigm to look at and to see through. Some of the things that were discussed, I wish we had a copy of that slide that showed the red arrows and the impacts and all the challenges, because a lot of what was on that Doug shared with you is really what's going on in terms of national sense. As I say that, I want to also provide a different caveat, and that is that from my perspective, North Dakota is not like most of the rest of the country right now in terms of the circumstances that you are operating under, the realities of your economy, the way that you are situated. And so I'm hesitant to try to get this conversation to say, well, because of all these trends, therefore you need to be doing. I think that a different way to think of it is I think somewhat what Doug said, and that is, as you move forward, you've got to always keep your eyes on what's going on. But I would suggest that you also be able to then filter and put it and adapt it to your own personal circumstance and situation. For example, one of the top issues right now that I am hit with or brought to the discussion is affordability. And what does that mean? And I'm going to venture that perhaps it's different in your state, at least from a state level, certainly, in terms of your capacity to impact or to make decisions or to somehow influence what you can come to and decide is an affordable education for your citizens. You have some potential latitude. In most states, there has been a decreasing state support for higher education. In some states, it's been extraordinarily severe. There have been cuts as great as close to 50% of state appropriations over the last 7-8 years since the recession hit. It just has not come back to that extent. Certainly, there's been a flip-flop in terms of the public's persona or expectation, and that is that the consumer of the education should be the bigger payer. The tuition side, the fees are increasing and the state support is going down. Same time, you have that debt cycle going up, and certainly in this presidential campaign coming up, you're going to see and hear that at a national level. In many ways, that is a national issue, and it's the Pell issue, and it's the Higher Education Reauthorization Act issue that is going to ultimately affect, but probably, in my estimation, not in the next few months. It's probably going to be discussed heavily. Probably will not happen in this particular legislature. Once there's a new president and new Congress, then I think you will see some fairly quick action, and I think that there will be some student aid impacts that will impact and affect you. In terms of other issues, I want to throw it open to you and get a sense from what you read. What are some of the things that you have either heard today, saw up on that slide, or that from Sonia's document that you say these are issues that, one, I agree with, or I know that they're coming, and I think we need to spend some time today maybe thinking about in terms of specific impact on North Dakota? And when people don't raise their hands, I call on people.
All right.
So, and Eric, I'm going to limit you. No. I've watched you and listened to you, and we're going to start with you. But I'm not. I'm going to make sure that we draw in voices from all segments. But faculty is important, and I understand you are the faculty rep on this board.
That's correct.
Good. Okay.
So I think one of the big issues that I actually had with the document, I mean, there's a number, right? And I'll just kick this off because you started with affordability and access, and I think, you know, lots of conversation nationally around affordability and access, and not all the and I think Doug brought it up, and so I'm tying it back to Doug's comments, and I think in a way I didn't hear everything Mike had to say, but I think an important issue is the question has to be asked: who should be going to college? Okay, we talk access, and I thought the most brilliant thing that Doug did was he linked the housing bubble to perhaps this affordability, higher ed debt bubble. And so what I have to ask myself is, you know, if we take a student and they come in and they struggle for 4 years, they rack up a bunch of debt, and of course we have to ask, why are they borrowing all that money? How much is actually going to tuition? How much is going to a car payment? How much is going to a great spring break vacation in Cabo San Lucas or somewhere down in Mexico or wherever students go? I don't know. I never went on spring break. I couldn't afford it, right? And so what we have to ask ourselves is access is important. We in North Dakota, we have this, I like to refer to it as this vertically integrated system, right? And so, you know, I think we need to start thinking about who should be going, what should we be offering to whom, and at what level and at what price point. And I think
stop you there, because you said something, and I want to be sure I'm understanding. You said you posed the question, who should be going?
Right.
Is that a board decision to make? Is that an institution decision?
No.
Is that the individual's decision?
Well, here's what I'll say. I think it's an individual's decision, right? I mean, the great thing about America. So one of my mentors is Prussian. Okay, I mean, he was born in Prussia. His dad was a farmer, and they made it to Berlin before Berlin was closed off. And they got to the U.S. And he took the test in Germany. It told him he could be nothing more than a garbage collector. That's the best you're going to do. Because, you know what, in a lot of the systems around the world, we give a test in 6th grade, 5th grade, and we determine your life plan based upon your mental maturity at that age. So the great thing about America is for him, and he's a big supporter of public education, and this is very important, is I could be anything I wanted to be. You know, nobody told me I had to be a garbage collector, and he's turned out to be had a fantastic career in science and in higher education and in research, and he attributes his entire career to a simple fact: I could be anything I wanted to be. Nobody told me what I had to be.
Again, Eric, I'm going to limit you in terms. You bring up a very good point, though, and I'm curious. Do people agree that America and or North Dakota is a place where you can, by putting on your bootstraps and pulling them up, you can move up the social mobility scale? Is that a reality? Is that what happens? Is that what today's circumstance and opportunity allows for? I see a hesitant shake. I'm not sure whether it was a yes or a no.
No, I would say no, absolutely not. That presumes one has bootstraps. And that's a big assumption. And I think too often we completely preclude in our thinking and in our frameworks the realities of people that live in poverty or have generational poverty as their world outlook. So no, this is not a state or a country where everybody can be anything they want to be. It depends on if you're lucky enough to be born white and at least middle class and above and male. Those things, yeah, then you probably can. If you're not those things, you probably have a little work to do. You probably have a little bit of a challenge.
You brought in some elements that were a part of the paper, and that's the diversity issue, or this concept of a changing demographics. And certainly that is a national trend. That's a national reality. I'm not sure that it's as impactful in North Dakota. but maybe it is going to be. Let me, who is not currently choosing or able to go to post-secondary education in North Dakota? What is when the data was put up, 74% of your high school graduates were going on to a North Dakota post-secondary education institution. I think that was the figure.
Well, I think the figure was 27% are going somewhere else, 74% are staying here.
Okay.
Of the kids going to college.
Okay. So who though of the high school graduates or the non-high school graduates are not accessing post-secondary education or some additional education? Do we know who those are? And I commended in my mind, Mark, your question about the teacher shortage. And your question was, I thought, extremely astute, and I think it needs to be considered in a lot of what we talk about today. You asked, is it evenly spread out in terms of the teacher shortage, or is it in certain segments of the state? Is it different? And I think that that's going to impact or affect, ultimately, your thinking throughout all these decisions, because what goes, for what is best for Fargo may not be the best for Williston. And I don't know the state like y'all do, but certainly that will impact and affect. But to go back to my question, who is not accessing post-secondary education, either by choice or by circumstance?
Well, I was just going to jump in. I think that's a big question that Mike Ness said we're actually going to work with the K through 12 staff and Kirsten Baszler, so it's already an action item for me.
Right.
So I don't think we have a lot of studies on that done yet. So
okay, so
it's an action item
we don't
already.
know necessarily then.
Well, I think we need to know more. I don't know if anybody else has a study that's been done recently, but well, Mike, do you?
Well, just a general comment on the students who don't go to higher ed out of the classes that I have seen graduate are basically kids who choose not to. They have the option. They decide to go straight to the workforce, to the military, or into something else. Very few of them who want to go don't have that opportunity in some way, shape, or form.
We had 1% unemployment for 5 years. I mean, it's ridiculous.
All right.
This year we have 2% unemployment, and the state has about 3%.
Which I thank you, Greg, because that hit me square in the face. This is my first time to North Dakota. And I came in last night and I got a cab at the airport and got in and mentioned to the driver that this was my first time. He said, oh, you're going to love Fargo. It's beautiful. And he said, the only problem is we don't have any workers. This is first statement out of his mouth. I said, you don't have any workers? He says, no workers. He says that you can't, job openings everywhere. And I said, really? I said, I've heard that. I said, but you recognize that as a problem for you as a cab driver? He says, oh yeah. He says, I see it, I hear it. He goes, the people, we're paying $200 signing fee at McDonald's, but you can get a $300 signing fee at Burger King. And a $1,000 signing fee at Lowe's. He said, I'm trying to decide, if it makes sense or whatever. I've got my son coming back in from Atlanta, and I'm thinking to myself, this is really a part of the culture. This is part of the mindset that this is. And so certainly I would agree that those who want to have an access point. But again, my question would be is, why are they not choosing, or why are they going, and is that in the long term the best for North Dakota? It may be. I'm not putting value judgments on any of this. I'm just trying to think through. Yes, Kevin.
I was just going to say, I think sometimes people don't know what they don't know. And let's say they haven't had a college background in their family, or they haven't had that sort of mentor that it takes sometimes to move on to post-secondary education. And so I think there's some of that. And certainly, I think all of the surveys have borne out that post-secondary education means a lot to the society, means a lot to them as a person, means a lot to their salary structure, typically over a period of time, means a lot to their lot in life. And I don't think sometimes people know that if they don't know that.
And I'm going to come back to this very notion a couple of times today, because I think it's extremely important, and that is, certainly people don't know what they don't know, but then how do they get to know, and whose responsibility is it to create and to shape that message? And is there a communication plan, or is there an imperative to have such a plan so that the citizens of the state realize not just that they have options, but why it's important, if it is in fact important? And I'm questioning, maybe it's not important in North Dakota for everyone to go. A national trend has been for states to establish and to set attainment targets or completion targets. Some of this was fostered by Complete College America coming in and working with governor's offices and saying you've got to set a completion target for your state. Completion meaning those students or the success of the persons currently in the system. An attainment goal is different to the extent that it's taking into account all your citizens or a certain age segment of citizens, and then determining what your education attainment level is. And that's the Lumina concept. The bottom line is that there's a goal that is set. Oregon has set its goal at 40-40-20. This is what their state legislature has bought into. Everybody, they've established it, that 40% of their citizens should have a baccalaureate or above degree, 40% should have an associate's or 2-year or above degree, and the other 20% should have a minimum of a high school degree. So they have established that their citizenry, 100% should have at a minimum a high school degree. And their state policy and their discussions and their appropriations and taxing and lots of things now are tied to this discussion. But not that there's not flexibility, and I think that they're all realistic that there's going to be some that don't end up getting, any high school degree, and that there will be gaps and that they'll never quite make it. But it at least has given some thought. Tennessee has this drive to 55. The notion that 55% of their adults they want by 2020 to have achieved a post-secondary education degree or certificate of value. Lots of examples like that. Do you have a goal?
The state hasn't established a goal. The State Board of Higher Ed has through the strategic plan, and we've accepted the Lumina 60% by 2025 for that goal. But the state itself has not established that goal. And just to back up to your other question, we have a very, very high rate. About 88% of high school graduates in this state actually go to college. It's very high. Where we get beat up the most is the graduation rates. So we have a very large number of high school students that come out of the gate and they hit our institutions and they're going to go to college. We've got exceptional retention rates that first year, but the completion rates drop off precipitously. So we go from almost number one in the nation in going to college, and then we just plummet for the college completion. So our issue isn't so much how do we get more kids into the high schools or from high school into college, it's how do we get them out to complete the college years. And to your question about who's not going, the demographics I've seen with DPI when I've been on committees up there, the reservations, the Native Americans have a very low going to college rate, and that affects, because we do have a large Native American population in the state, that really affects that 88% that were already extraordinarily high. I don't know if that's helpful.
I appreciate that explanation.
And degree attainment.
Can I remind everybody, please, we're taping, and so if you can be sure to turn on a microphone, we can get it taped.
So the 2020 and beyond with recommendation, which is the North Dakota Chamber's legislative recommendation, was that by 2025, and it's the Lumina Foundation report, that we have become number one in the nation in degree. The percentage of the population that holds at least a 2-year degree.
I'm not going to argue with a Lumina cited goal, obviously, but I'm going to pose a question. Again, I'm hearing that the board has set a goal in the plan. I did not see direct reference I saw it in the subtext that there was a reference to an outcome related to a goal. That's why I wanted to see that. It was 54-point-something%. And you're saying the chamber has adopted or has at least identified that. Do you feel a need as a board or as presidents of institutions to have some sort of a North Star or an understanding as to what it is that you collectively are trying to achieve or get to? Or is it not an attainment goal or completion goal? Is it something else that is your, where are you wanting to take people in this state to? And why do you need to get them there? You have all the jobs in the world that you need, but are you not getting the right skills to fill those jobs?
I think it's important to be careful. When it comes to certain goals, I find it interesting that we set a 60% degree rate and we have 88% attending. Looks like we're trending towards that goal, sadly. You know what I mean? You set it too low at times. But I think the other thing is to be careful when we look at trends, because it's like looking at what is it when you get investments? What do you call that? The past performance doesn't guarantee future results. And it's oftentimes, this is what's happened. I'd like us to be as much forward thinking. That's why I liked a lot of what Doug talked about this morning as well. But I guess that's the thing I hesitate when we talk about putting specific numbers on goals. Are we setting them too low? And by being best in the country, I guess that's something you can certainly aspire to. But if we can be specific along those lines and then not necessarily rely as much on what has happened, and maybe be bold enough to say, hey, this is what we think might happen.
I really appreciate, Greg, your comments. First of all, I too would caution about getting too tied up in trying to decide exactly where the percentage is that you should go to any particular goal. My experience has shown that for the most part, your business community or others would like to set a very high goal, and your institutions would like to set a more realistic goal because they're operating in a situation where they do not want to appear as though they are not meeting it. And I'm not saying North Dakota presidents are doing that, but these are in other states where we've had these conversations and discussions. That said, in the absence of no goal, I'm wondering what that signal sends to whom. And you say you have a goal. Were you all aware that you had a goal? I mean, if I had asked at the outset, nobody look at each other's paper, write down the goal that you have for educational attainment or completion, would you have been able to identify it? I'm thinking maybe not, but that's okay too. This is why the discussion, I think, is important. And why are goals important, and what does it mean? And from my standpoint, or from my experience, policy discussions, decisions, certainly I would anticipate that data-driven decision-making is going to be a key component, because you've got, quite frankly, a rather extensive list of metrics that you're going to be measuring or asking people to be evaluated on or looked to. So that is something, but to what end? In other words, what is it? And you don't have to have a singular goal for a state. There can be multiple goals. Don't misinterpret what I'm trying to say here. But one of the national trends is to set some sort of an educational attainment or completion goal, an awareness that your citizenry should be able to achieve something. If they're getting out of high school and they're getting into that first year and they're not going forward, what does that mean to you and your economy, or to your future? And to Greg's point, down the road, 10 years, 15, 20 years from now, that the petroleum industry tanks and it goes away and you lose that, you've put aside a legacy fund, I commend you for it, but I'm living in a state where they had that opportunity and that largesse back in the early 80s and late 70s and 80s, and they've never got it right since. So I'm curious. Let me. I know you're. I don't know if I've stymied you in terms of goal, or people aren't wanting to go, or we have a goal so we can move forth. One of the things I wanted to say, and it goes back to this who's not attending and so on, in this bootstrap discussion, which I think is very germane. And I think it's extremely important in terms of where you're going to be thinking, or what your roles are supposed to be or could be. And this notion that if people will just work hard enough and do it, then they can get to where they need to get. There is a trend in the United States, there is a reality in the United States that it is different than it was 20 years ago in terms of the types of jobs that are available. And I'm not sure that North Dakota, again, here's where I'm venturing out a little bit, there is a trend upwards of what we call high skilled jobs, those that are going to take that baccalaureate and above and a set of expertise. There's an upward trend of jobs on the lower skill side. If you watch the track, there are, and that's, the folks at your service industries or your McDonald's or your, custodial services or whatever you want it, the lower end. What is going the opposite direction is the middle skill jobs. We don't have where in the past a person could start in a company with a certain set of skills and could start here and then get that middle skill job and gain more experience and then go up. You're missing that middle skill now. So to get from that low end of the social economic spectrum to that high, it takes post-secondary education. I mean, that's just a reality that economics are showing and indicating that without having that some post-secondary education, you cannot make that transfer. You cannot make that gap. I am always pretty amazed when I see that chart. I'm not sure people understand it. I don't think there's a realization of it. I think that there's still this idea that as long as even if we go to high school and leave, we go work hard enough, eventually we'll be able to do whatever we want to do on that upper end. And I'm not so sure that's true because you have to have some set of skills. Mike?
You talked about a goal that I would like to see us work toward is showing students the opportunities that are there. Setting a percentage is very difficult in our state. It's almost an east-west type thing, and Kathleen can talk more about this. That in the western part of the state, there are so many opportunities that students don't know what's taking place out there. And we have students who are going right out of high school and are making twice the money that a teacher does after 4 years without any type of training. But they need to know that down the road, driving a truck may not be their lifetime goal. And we need to show them the opportunities. If they do go to 2 year or 4 years, that they may have a job in the oil field that will be long-lasting and very gratifying for them. So that's the type of thing that I would like to see, that we do set goals that are for showing opportunities that students have.
Okay, and let me go back to Lisa's goal that you read. If I recall, at the end of that, you clarified and categorized. You said that this goal was to be set for those who achieved an associate degree and above. Is that?
They have a number of them, but it said. The first one is increase higher education attainment, and that was the one by at least a 2-year degree by 2025. And then the next one is number 1 in college and career-ready students. I don't know how they were going to measure that one. Increase the quality and rigor of professional development for administrators and teachers to make North Dakota educators number 1 in the nation. And there's a bunch more, but
the point I was going to try to make here is that in the past, because of an absence and lack of data, Lumina has said that a 2-year degree or above is what we're going to measure against in the 60%. But in reality, probably would not make it, no matter what they do in terms of trend line. You've got to bring adults back in, you've got to do some other things, and you have to count some other forms of skill qualifications. And that is a challenge because people don't collect it or report it similarly state to state. There's no way to look at it. That said, this whole notion of certificates and skills that people should look at as something that is of value or potentially of value, both in the workplace and or for potential education opportunity, is an important part of the phenomenon. So as you're thinking through goals or you're thinking through identification of state needs or educational needs, I certainly don't want to limit you to 2-year and above. I think that you need to be thinking outside the box in that sense. Part of what Doug's first set of slides showed certainly was this whole notion of technology and the impact of technology and access capacity and being able to go online and to access skills in so many different ways. I would probably not entirely agree with the inference that MOOCs is a way to go. I think that that's shown that probably is not. But the reason it's not is because we still operate in a world where the coin of the realm is the credit hour. And as long as that is in fact the case, or a way to portably take your learning and go to the next step of your life, be it to another institution, be it to the workforce. You have this current documentation as our way of living. Now, if and when that changes, if accreditors go a different route, if badges and certifications become a legitimate coin of the realm where you can go to an employer and be able to show that you took a MOOC and you have that capacity and there is a way to engage, then yes. But for the time being, that's not as realistic. But we are in certainly a changing environment in terms of the modality in which education is delivered, the way that people are learning or their access to it, and then how does that impact or how does that work for or against you in terms of not only reaching attainment goals, but the way that you operate your system and or your campus. Was there anything in Doug's discussion that just really, from a national trend standpoint or the vision standpoint, that you said, man, that's something that just really resonated or hit me? You may not know how it fits, but just something that caught your attention from the national external perspective that you want to put on the table for discussion today. Yeah, Steve.
I'm a big believer in the power of international experiences. I have some background in study abroad and that sort of thing, and he hit on that piece of it. The reality, though, of our institutions being able to make those opportunities affordable and available on a type of scale he was talking about versus Stanford graduate business school, their availability to do it. What are you seeing out there as far as movement in that direction or being stalled in that direction? He clearly, as a Fortune 500 type of guy, is saying, look, our young people have to have these experiences.
Interesting. Because as he was talking in a couple of points on the Rakes, phenomena and the Stanford business phenomena. First of all, I was thinking to myself as he was speaking that I was wondering if everybody in the room or the institution said, oh, we need to develop a center like that or an honors program like that and provide that opportunity and that experience. And then I thought to myself, well, the expense and how are you going to do that? And then he actually came back and said that 25 individuals who had attended in Lincoln actually came back to work here in Fargo. So I'm thinking, well, why would you want to do that? If you can just import and get these people, if you can figure out a way to get them back into it, then that may be the way to go. To your question, though, about this global experience or exposure, to me, the bigger piece of this puzzle, at least in a more immediate sense, is not necessarily going to another place to learn, but it's learning the workforce skills and expectations of business through what I think I would term more as internships and that collaboration that takes place on that business venture. I think that is a trend that I am seeing certainly in many places, in many states, where there is a direct outreach and an expectation that you will, as a part of your experience, not necessarily travel to Europe or to Asia, but you will definitely spend a semester working in an environment that you will not only gain that work experience, but you will get academic credit for. And it takes some real thinking to make that done. I think your engineering schools are probably, if they're not already, that they would be the place where it kind of starts. But I think that there's a whole lot more. Teacher education. I've heard, we've tried different things in terms of exposing students to a classroom experience for a little while, but not maybe the way that makes most sense in the long term. And at what juncture does that take place? Should it be in that freshman year instead of waiting until your fourth year to do it? Eric?
Well, Steve, to answer to your question, I mean, Council College faculty spent a lot of time talking about how several issues. How can we get students out within 4 years? How can we give them additional access to a class? And we talked about something that you see in the liberal arts school, the 414 calendar, a J term. And we talked about that from a perspective of it essentially gives a student 12 more obtainable hours of credit during a 4-year cycle. So essentially an additional semester almost. But more importantly, what we view, and I went to school with a 414 calendar, a J term, and that is exactly when you can do these affordable trips. You know, you're talking about now a history professor saying, hey, we're going to talk about medieval monasticism. We're going to France and Italy, and we're looking at medieval monasteries, right? We're going to be there. You're going to be seeing it. Or we're talking about this period, or we're talking about whatever. And that is one way you can start getting globalization. Because I think globalization is not just about internships. It's about exposing students to another part of the world that they've never seen, okay? And, you know, I think that's a critical thing that the CCF talked about, and I know it's been talked about at ACC, and, you know, it's gaining some momentum, but give especially our four-year regional institutions the ability to move into that mode, because it puts them in another competitive marketplace by offering that ability. And I think that's one way we could approach it if we think about it that way, that will help globalization and maybe get two birds with one stone.
I'm not opposed to globalization or exposure and opportunities. Don't misunderstand at all. What I want you to start to think, though, today, how does that experience fit in a priority of other experiences? Is it an internship with an industry-based opportunity here in North Dakota? I read in Sonia's and also in the plan discussions about socialization opportunities. Is that help build socialization skills was identified as a desire. Certainly you can do that traveling abroad, but you can also, how does that fit? How do you make this all work and meet your objective?
Let me ask you this. Why does the British medical system require students to go serve an extensive amount of time in an impoverished area of the world offering medical care? What's the point? I mean, seriously. Does it help the English citizen? No. Does it help the Brit? No. But what it does is it creates an amount of learning in that individual about how other folks in the world work and how other things work. And so what you're talking about, we were talking about globalization, addressing Steve's question, and you're talking about internships and this in a J-term idea are radically different.
I agree, and I appreciate it, Eric. I think you did it. I think you're very fair here in terms of not wanting to equate these two. What I'm trying to do is to create a list of different types of things on the table that you need to be thinking about or considering as you are developing and tweaking your plan or looking at your plan as to what is going to have the most impact in terms of, and if in fact, and I'm going on a limb here and saying that I think that there is some intent to increase or to not to set a goal, but to increase educational attainment or completion of post-secondary education completion in this state. That's part of what we're all thinking about. And if that's the case, what are some of these things that can help you and assist you in that process? And to provide that quality experience that we heard about, and that could be a whole day's discussion on what is quality and how do you measure quality and how do you know if it's quality. I'm really not wanting to necessarily go down that road today, but if that's important, we can. But in terms of things that you're doing or thinking about or that are embedded already in your plan, in your strategic plan, what are some of those things? And again, I'm trying to stay on a national trend discussion because that's where we're supposed to be heading here before we get into the specifics. Matt? Or Mark, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could back up a step because we're getting to some very specific things. Yeah. When Doug started out his talk, he went very quickly through some really profound points. He mentioned the battle for jobs or the war for jobs. It was actually nice to use a couple military metaphors, but that's what the civilian who wrote the book called it, a war for jobs. And he mentioned cities and whatnot. And it'd been nice if we'd take a little more time to develop that, but he talked about his key things I wrote down. The key themes I saw was differentiate ourselves, and then collaboration and partnering. And that ties to that city issue. I'd be interested in people's feedback on this, is that from what I've read, and I didn't read that specific book, but there's this argument that cities are going to become like states. Cities are going to compete for jobs, and they're going to build education systems and networks, and they're going to begin to think less about the whole nation. Now, of course, our state doesn't have cities that big enough, but it seems to me, taking that national statement, he's saying, cities, Jakarta is going to compete on a global scale, New York is going to compete on a global scale, that we have to think as a state system competing, that then involves how do we differentiate ourselves as a state system that collaborates and partners between our different universities offering different things. For example, coming to Steve's point, maybe Minot can't afford to have a China immersion program, but UND has the Chinese professor there, and a really talented Minot student then takes an online course from there. But this Chinese inclined student has, maybe a father who needs him to work on the farm part-time in Minot. You see, that it seems to me that at a high level, the key thing he said is it's going to be a war for jobs, and he said the cities are competing this way, but he didn't develop that enough, that we as a state can't compete by a single city, I think. As a system, NDU system needs to compete, and that then ties to specific cases, so we can bring it down to specifics. The grand idea is this, competing for jobs. We have to have a city. In our case, it's a state system. Now how do we answer very specific things? A language of broad immersion that we can't offer at Minot, but we can offer it somewhere else in the state. Affordability and accessibility. So I wondered if anybody wanted to comment or engage that big idea he first had about the war for jobs and us as a system.
I really appreciate the way you just framed that. And if I heard you correctly, this notion of differentiation and collaboration. Mm-hmm. And how do those two either work or assist you in your thinking process? What does that mean to you? Are they mutually exclusive? Does it mean one and the same?
Because reading the plan, and again, I think it's a wonderful plan developed. One of the key aspects of our plan is the NDUS system, and to me, that's where his themes go in there of collaboration and partnership. And so it would seem that given his theme that we had, what do you call it, 130 years of scarcity mindset? Is that, he used that now we should have an abundance mindset, that the scarcity mindset emphasizes each school, each college, each university trying to do their own thing and protect what they have. Instead, he's saying think abundantly as an entity, partnering and collaborating. So I think this ties to Bob Kelly's point about culture, even among faculty. But I think it's worth taking that big idea and then start to look at where collaboration, partnership among universities and then at faculty and whatnot, and this idea of abundance rather than scarcity. So
excellent. Respond.
Well, I think we already, in a way, have that if you look into sciences, when we got the first Brin grant, okay, at UND, and then that morphed into the INBRE, which is an NIH program. And part of the idea behind that from the federal side was, how do you enhance science education at the smaller institutions? And if you look at what that's done in a way, in our REU programs up at UND that are focused on, one, part of it's tribal colleges, community colleges, getting students into laboratories in the summer. They get a job. They're getting, $4,500, whatever they get. So it's a good job. They get experience, right? A summer in the lab. And so we're doing this in a way that, in part of the REU is to bring.
Can we do more though? Do you think can we do more?
I think we need to do more, but I think we're starting to move down that path. And so now the question is, should the English faculty in the state get together and have a creative writing camp, or this or that? Economics professors from the different schools getting together and saying, let's get all these econ students in one room and let's go at it, right? And so that's what I think, Mark, you're talking about. I think so we've sort of started it in the sciences, but I think we need to grow that, okay? And I think that's the key.
I'm not sure I'm taking exactly what you said and applying it to what I heard Mark say. In terms of not individual programmatic circumstances, although that is where collaboration can occur. But when you start talking about an opportunity that presents itself in an era of abundance, do you then take your resources and allow everybody to grow all these programs? And I think there's a phrase in the strategic plan that says that we want to be sure that all students can access at any time these programs. And so that in one inference infers that no matter where you are physically and location-wise, you should be able to access those things. At the other side of this is this collaboration concept, which is, no, we will work together to parse our resources, and maybe in doing so, we can expand the types of offerings and things that we don't have, but it's not everybody doing it for everything. It's kind of what I'm hearing. I'm not sure if that's...
Well, no. What I'm talking about is collaborative, because you're taking students who are at institutions without the depth and breadth of faculty, and you're bringing them in to other institutions where that depth and breadth is there. It enhances their educational experience, and it opens opportunities for them, and that is collaborative. It is reaching out in a system manner and working as a system to enhance the education across the system. So it is collaborative. It is talking about how we need to shift our mindset into a time of abundance, because the only reason we were able to do that was because of that federal grant. And that we continue to do it because of that federal grant.
Other thoughts on this notion of collaboration or differentiation? Yeah, Kevin.
I think a couple of things. Number one, the college experience and university experience, again, is more than just supplying them with the opportunity to find a job. It supplies them with social skills, supplies them with internships, relationship skills, the ability to function and to think, as Doug talked about this morning. So I really think that the college experience is very important, whether it's a 2-year associate program or a 4-year program. So some sort of education following high school is important as our population moves forward. The other thing that, and now I lost my train of thought for a second, but the other thing that, I know what I was thinking about is, and I guess I talked about it a little bit earlier, is that the colleges and universities that we have around our state have meant a lot to the cities that they're in, number one, and the towns that they're in, and to the counties that they're in. Because, as you look around the state, the counties that do not have a college or university close to where that county is, the amount of people that they have that have obtained a 2 or 4-year program is considerably less. So our system is offering a lot of possibilities. Now, again, people may not know what they do not know, and they may not want to go to college, but I think the opportunities are there. And just think what this world would be like if we had a non-educated workforce.
Oh, absolutely. So some folks we haven't talked. Don, I'm curious. Just this whole notion of national trends impacting, or this most current discussion on differentiation versus collaboration. In your mindset, is the system currently thinking, or does it need to be thinking in those terms?
Yes, and the national trends that impact, and the one that really scared me, that I think really is the experience. I don't know what it was called, but the experience thing that I hadn't heard of that before, and I think that is a real competitor to higher ed. When it comes to jobs and workforce, the private sector has so much to gain and has to invest. And that's why we have invested, as Doug mentioned, we have invested significant dollars at numerous schools to have access to their computer science students. So that's kind of a given. I think the whole co-op idea is an idea that has worked in the past and probably
is something that will really be something we need to do in the future. And I think John at State School of Sciences has done a good job of getting private sector people engaged to grow their own in their towns, and I think that's something we have to do. Getting back to the having kids ready for secondary education, as a State Board of Higher Education, we're not going to solve every problem. We have a huge dependency on K-12. And I would, we have to work with K-12, collaborate with K-12, offer insights, help when we can, but they have, hopefully a young person's going to go through the K-12 system and want to pursue a secondary education, and we're not going to have much impact on that. So we have a huge dependency there. When it comes to collaboration, when it comes to the State Board of Higher Ed, the system, the NDSU has a poem that goes back many decades, but it ends with the strength of the herd is the bison, and the strength of the bison is the herd. And if you translate that to the strength of the system is the campus, and the strength of the campus is the system. I don't think the campuses would believe that. I don't know if the system is offering the value that they can say the strength. And I think that's a thing that we have to really explore and get better at. We'll be truly collaborating. We had a situation prior to our presidents where we had a president of NDSU that he was bound and determined that NDSU is going to be bigger from an enrollment standpoint. That was a critical thing for him. Butts and seats. And that wasn't the best thing for the state. That wasn't the best thing because we were admitting a lot of students that shouldn't have been admitted. They should have been somewhere else. And so I think we really have a lot of collaboration when our research presidents get excited because there's tremendous growth at State School of Science or Botno or Williston or at the four-year schools because kids are ending up where they should start. And sometimes that, and one of the things we're talking about is higher academic standards, particularly at the research schools. And there has been some pushback, and we do keep delaying it, but it's something that's got to come. I probably went way beyond what you wanted.
No. You actually touched on a couple of different subjects that I think certainly are worthy to continue conversation with. I'm fascinated by this notion of the strength of the system as a campus and the strength of the campus as the system and how that correlates or how people think of that. I'm also real curious to pursue this whole notion of the institution seeing an importance in growth and size, even perhaps at the expense of the student success, if they are bringing in persons who are not prepared to be successful in that particular venue. One of the things I was taken by in the plan itself was this notion of student-centered, student, but a lot of what I've heard or I'm associating with so far is institution discussion, and I want to put that on the table as well. How do you, as a board, maintain, if in fact student-centeredness is the most important piece, or should be, or should it not be, then how does that conflate with this institution piece, and does it affect or impact this notion of the strength of the campus and the strength of the system?
Well, hopefully the student is the ultimate winner. And let me qualify, I did spend time on one of the campuses, and at the time I didn't feel the system was adding value, so I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I also felt that at the time. But I think there's got to be more collaboration, and there's got to be more trust between the.
Define for me collaboration. When you're saying there needs to be more collaboration, this goes back to Eric's, point. What are you thinking when you hear that term? What do you mean by that?
I think when we start talking more about we, us, and our than I, mine, me, my campus, I did this, I did that, my research, my whatever, my fundraising, it's this is a team sport, and
what's the final score? What is the score you're trying to achieve?
Well, I think we're graduating a lot of outstanding people that are adding to the workforce, that are bringing value to the state of North Dakota. We're attracting people. That's ultimately, I think, what it looks like.
Appreciate that very, very much. Others who I haven't heard from. Emma, you're new, but you had the bad occasion to sit next to me for 30 seconds, so I feel comfortable enough to impose on you. What are you thinking on this whole collaboration, some of the things that Don just put on the table, differentiation, collaboration?
I think one of the challenges operating as a university system is that the expectation is there to collaborate amongst campuses to provide opportunities for our students that maybe they wouldn't have at their home institution. Yet we have roadblocks administratively for that to happen that Sonia touched on. But I think the other hard part is, how do you feel comfortable enough to collaborate with the sister institution, finding that line with institutional autonomy, developing the niche that might be unique to your home campus, and yet being a player in this idea of collaboration?
Who currently sets and defines the niche that should be the niche of excellence, or the center of excellence or point of excellence at a particular campus? Is it the internal leadership? Is it the system direction?
I can give you a specific example of something we're struggling with right now. There are several institutions that currently do not offer graduate degrees that are very interested in offering some limited graduate programs, and that's sort of stuck in the system right now because we're trying to figure out what and get guidance on what direction should we go on this. Do we have a status quo where certain institutions have been doing graduate level degrees and others have not. We have several institutions that want to change that status quo and respond to demand in their area for the graduate degrees. And I guess I am the roadblock because I don't know what to do with that, because that is a very difficult question and gets into very detailed issues of collaboration versus competition. Because at the end of the day, the money comes because you have students enrolled, and we can't ignore that fiscal reality as we consider these issues.
And I definitely want to get to that in a deeper sense. You just, though, said something that made me stop for a moment, and that is that you're paying for persons' enrollments. Is that the driver? That, and maybe this goes back to Don's question, as part of the reason the institution wanted to increase was because the state is paying for butts and seats, as you said?
I think it's important we get the right students enrolled in the right school. And that takes collaboration on everybody's part, everybody recognizing their particular role and recognizing this student's not a fit for my university, for our university here, but could be a fit somewhere else.
Who's responsible is it to define right?
Well, I think it starts with admission standards, I guess.
Okay. Yes, Gary.
I could provide some history on changing missions and and not changing missions and so forth. We depend on the state board to satisfy our constituencies. And it took 25 years we're one of the teacher education campuses to get limited graduate credit for our constituencies. We were one of the last two schools in the nation, because that's what's happened in teacher education. And I don't know if you can see this chart, but it starts with little bars and it ends up with a big long one in the bottom. That is historic That's out-migration of professionals in North Dakota. Not so many leaving in architects, surveyors, law enforcement, and so forth. But the bottom one, out-migration, our best talent, the big bar, the big problem, elementary and secondary teachers, and the big part of that was an eastern part of North Dakota, because we have basically four historic teacher education institutions, and Minot Barlow Over has graduate credits, and then Valley City got permission to offer that, but we didn't. And teachers don't travel all over to get their in-service credits over. They're landlocked. So what was happening, they were frustrated, they couldn't move up the pay scale, so they'd leave. Well, guess who left? The ones who can get jobs elsewhere, the ones we wanted to keep. So getting limited graduate credit has really eased this. That was a big move for the state board to let us have some limited graduate credit. But they still are exasperated because a master's degree gets them farther, and it gets them trained better. And it doesn't infringe on anyone else. I think if we looked at everybody's enrollments, you would never be able to tell in the blip when we got permission to offer graduate credit, because we service our teachers just like they service theirs. It doesn't matter. And it's not taking away graduate credit from any other institution, because it's limited. This is just a little slice in teacher education. But going back to Mike, we got a problem with teacher ed. We got a lack of connection between higher ed and secondary. We got retention and graduation rates we have to work on that depend on good teachers. We've got shortages in elementary and secondary positions. We got a low achievement in high school. We got remedial education problems, common core things. We need to do something in the state and rev up our teacher education institutions and talk about this. I think it's a root of so many of the things we talked about, and it's not sexy, I guess, to talk about teacher ed, but it's time we talk about teacher ed, because the biggest migration problems we ever had are related to the fact that we're a little slow sometimes to change our mission, because I don't know why, but we don't change so often sometimes. But we made one little change and made a huge difference in our area of the state.
I think also I would like to piggyback on that and actually suggest modifying a word choice. And that is, we are charged to be mission responsive. Mm-hmm. And our demographic has changed. North Dakota's needs have changed. The data, just like Gary showed, it drives the background and the understanding for those change. Mm-hmm. So if we stay exactly how we have been for 25 years, we're not being mission responsive, and we're not responding to our changed and continually changing demographic. So I think it's really an important conversation for the state board, and Dickinson State is one of those institutions that is waiting for the approval to begin to meet the needs of the students in our region, and teacher education is the prime example. Thank you.
Kind of ironic, the two of us are talking, because we were probably one of the last two four-year teacher institutions in the nation to get even limited graduate credit. So I guess the conversation has to move away sometime from the institution. Does that school get to do that?
Yes.
That was never the point. The point is our teachers that we were trying to serve and who couldn't serve were leaving, our best and brightest. That was the point.
Being naive to the way this is set up, are the graduate programs, and we'll say, first of all, Gary, I appreciate data-driven decision-making and bringing data to the table to at least expose people and make them think about, so that, I appreciate that. In terms of this collaboration discussion, though, are there currently graduate programs that are offered by multiple institutions that collectively the credits are then enough to earn the master's degree? In other words, does it have to be, that in an entire, the degree is earned entirely at an institution? There are states that have combined graduate programs offer, where a third of the credits are in leadership or at one institution in terms of, other aspects of the degree or another. Is that?
I could be a heretic and talk out of the box.
Good, let's do it.
Because I've thought about this for a long time, and I've been around a long time, and I'm not going to be around that much longer, so I guess I feel more free to talk. But it wasn't that long ago we decided for accreditation, and I think it was Higher Learning Commission or North Central at the time, that we would work together as campuses with general ed and kind of work as a system on that. That was fine, but what if we did that in teacher education? Because now we have a situation, Mike's right, there's teacher shortages, but the problem with that is we're short in our classrooms. We can't produce them. And if you're short in classroom, then that's not very economically smart to keep programs with just a few students. Well, if you give that up, then you got nobody coming out. So that's worse. But if we had an English major and teaching a class, and we have, let's just take the 4 regional. If I had 5 students in a class in English, and Valley City had 4, and Dickinson 8, whatever, together with online, we got one instructor that could do that. And that's how we understand the advantages of collaboration and eliminate the fear, because face it, it's a threat. But guess what we gained? Now 3 institutions now have a 4th load for instructors to work on the online version, to do some more research, to improve themselves. We just gained professional development money without any more funds. It's smart. So I think that's probably, I don't want to put words into the new chancellor's mouth, but that's how I see this working. Now we protect access, because we work with the schools in the eastern part of the state. So we have to give them what they need if we can. We can't do it if we don't have a program. We got to save that. And Mike needs it from another institution somewhere down the road. So
you're advocating then that the program can be offered in concert at the same time.
Yeah. What if there's a system degree? Then we wouldn't fight over it because we all have it.
And the benefactor there is the...
And it would be, we could put Mayville's name on it, the degree at Mayville or at Dickinson. You know, there's ways to do that, I'm sure, but we got to get over the threat, because that improves everybody, I think.
And taking advantage of the technologies and smart classrooms and the way to do...
We already have the technology in place, it's just to use it.
Richard?
There's I learned, there's 2 interesting things. One, I got a chance to tour around and visit some of the campuses, and there's a lot of collaboration going on and a lot of problems being fixed through online exchanges and calling people up and saying, can you teach this cohort? We got a faculty on leave. And this is all completely invisible at the system level. I can't see this happening, which is fine. The other thing is our funding is set up so that the institution gets paid when someone completes a course, which is a really interesting sort of control that's built in. So if Gary was to build some outlandish program that recruited 200 students, but then they all dropped out because it was some outlandish idea, it's a self-correcting thing, because they have to complete the course for the institution to get the funding. So that in and of itself is a safeguard built in the system to keep things at sort of a fiscal reality. So genius. I don't know who came up with that idea, but it's a good one.
Differentiation of funding, are certain credits worth more? So there's high-cost programs that are
Yes.
identified? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just...
I might add, though, that if you look at the track record, I'll speak with the 4-year schools, we usually don't start things we can't finish. That's my job, to figure out if we can afford it or not. If we can't, we don't. And we make it go. And I don't have any programs out there that are failing and costing people money. Whatever. If not, that's my job, and I should be responsible for that. So I don't think we should be timid. I'll just say, quite frankly, the word duplication in North Dakota puts the fear of God into everyone, and that sounds like there's duplication then. Although we've had experts come in over and over and say, it's not duplication if the students aren't the same. Then it's access. So a system degree might make it sound like then we only have 1 degree. And it works to the public, because face it, we got a public relations issue going on here, so we need to think about things like that. We do. At least I read the papers and hear things I don't like to hear. And we're supposed to be smart, so we need to solve these things. And I think one way is to think out of the box. I'm really glad we have a session like this today, and we can talk out of the box and talk about the future and change and things like mission change, whatever, because get over talking about the institution. It's the constituents' needs. And if they happen to be at a certain area, then fine. If they don't, that's, I think, what should drive this, because it's a workplace. It goes back to that.
Yes.
I'm a new person in the system. I haven't grown up in the system, and I'm here temporarily and gone soon. So I can say whatever I want or ask whatever I want. But we, as a part of the system, the question has been, what's the value added to the system? And that's a very legitimate question. Do you provide central purchasing? Do you provide central payroll or things like that? But at a higher level, is the purpose or a mission of a system, could it be to be the glue that collaborates individual components together so that we can compete in the global environment? For example, at UND, they have a world-renowned aerospace program. At NDSU, have a world-renowned ag and nanotechnology programs. We're sitting in the campus of Microsoft. We have a cybersecurity person who's going to be the next chancellor. Is it the role of the higher education system and the Board of Higher Education to try to get all of those together to collaborate on a common project like unmanned aerospace programs that involve ag research and cybersecurity to protect that intellectual property, working with Microsoft and working with the Commerce Department at the state of North Dakota to be the cohesive factor to bring all of that together so that we're internationally recognized in a particular issue, which would involve conceptually virtually every college and university to accomplish that goal. Is that the function of a system?
It certainly can be, and it is in some places, there's no question. But it wouldn't be the sole
No, I mean
role.
a function.
Sure, to identify those opportunities or to bring people together to do that.
Because collectively, with all of the talent that we have in the state of North Dakota, in various locations, if we would work together on a common project, we could be internationally competing in the international world.
What would be the incentive for the institutions to come together to do that? Oftentimes in these conversations, I think you have to think, why would an institution want to come together to work on this? What is the benefit to them to do that? Now, I say that when we're supposed to be student-centered and only thinking, but I know that institutions think that way. So is it in stature that they're a part of this world-renowned thing? Is it funding? Is it grants that push this? Is there a competitive set of dollars that becomes available? Is it a research?
I would think that if we could achieve that kind of recognition, that we would have no problem attracting people who would come to North Dakota, want to live here, want to live in Fargo, Grand Forks, and the other communities, and that we would be, when we would say we're from North Dakota, they'd say, how can we come to North Dakota to work there? And so use the resources, oil and other resources that we have right now to build that infrastructure, build that so that when we can diversify and have that built around the higher education system. That's just.
I think you posited really an interesting concept, and that is taking the expertise that is differentiated at campuses and then figuring out how to collectively put that to the betterment of the common good or to the state and so on. Absolutely, that would be something that I would hope would occur or could occur here, and how the incentive or what the impetus is or what the push is from the system level, I think needs to be discussed.
So if we're talking about a strategic plan, I think that's something that we should think as, are we going to go there or are we not going to go there?
All right. Don, I saw you.
Murray said something that made me think a little bit. It doesn't happen very often.
That you think, or that Murray says something worthwhile? I'm trying to understand what is this here that.
More me than.
Okay,
than him.
all right.
As a state board, I mean, one of our functions is the governing board, and we have 11 campuses. We're too small a state for each campus to have their own governing board. So we've lumped that into one governing board that sets policy and direction for the campuses, and it seems like we probably have we've always had such a focus on that part of our mission, and we really have to, and I think Murray said it better than I, we just got to get to the next level, and how do we work together to really make this a great system, to make each of the campuses a great campus, and we just sometimes get so bogged down in the governance part, and but I think there are some good things happening with new people coming on board and different changes going on, but I think as a state board we do have that government responsibility, but we just also have to focus on how do we keep getting better. If we're good, why not be better? If we're better, why not be the best?
Nick? Thank you, Don.
Being new here, and I've done a lot of these types of discussions at high levels, whether it's in business or also within trade associations, et cetera. And the first thing that I always try to think about is, we're having a discussion about a system. Within this group is a board of governance, and we're trying to define what the future looks like. And the first thing that we always generally start with is mission. And there's different missions within the campuses. But we have to get down to really values, goals, accountability, and I feel the job of the governance board is to create an environment of collaboration, okay? And then through that collaboration, we can then see success between the institutions. As a governance role, that's what we're looking for. But we also want competition. As far as duplicate programs, I don't have a problem with it. NDSU and UND are 70 miles apart. They both have a nursing program, and they're both full. Okay? But we have to start to think differently about what are our goals and values. Okay? Is it simply to fulfill the needs of the workforce? Some institutions, that's a primary goal. Is it to serve students? And when we think about students, we need to start to think about our children or kids or students think differently. They learn differently. There's different delivery options that they learn from today than ever before. We need to understand that although we might educate a child or a kid and they may be successful in a degree program, it's unlikely that is going to be the only industry they're going to work in. It's very likely they're going to change jobs. It's very likely they may not even take their first job in that career field, but when we ask them the follow-up question and we taunt that, well, 98% went into the career field, may not be exactly what they went to school for. They think they want to be creative. It's so easy to see. The School of Mandan today has over half of its kids in summer school programs. Why? Is it because it's remedial work? No. It's because the kids wanted to learn something different that they couldn't get in their normal education courses throughout the year. They want to go see something differently. I have a biomedical engineering senior at ASU right now sitting in Bismarck, and guess what her internship is?
What's that?
In our marketing department. Okay? And it's one of the most pleasant experiences she's ever had. So when we think about, who's our target audience and how do we deliver, to help them gain intellectual knowledge so that she's not just a biomedical engineer. It's what her passion is, but she wants to learn about other things. She's having a wonderful summer. So we have to think about what the delivery is. And then also, I truly believe that we need to foster an environment of not just collaboration, but also competition. And so earlier today, or yesterday, there was a picture of the NDSU commodity trading lab. And something that we forget to think about or should be acknowledged is UND has the Kirk Lanterman Investment Lab. When can we say let's do a summer program where we'll trade students and then we'll have a competition? How do you guys do in commodity trading versus stock trading? That's the type of competition that I actually think fosters an environment where we can help kids be successful, because not only is it important, and I'm going to completely agree with Don, which is we need to set a better environment and goals to help get kids into a program that they can achieve something, that they go to the right place. Because I think another goal for our state is also to just advance the knowledge of our population. And how do we achieve that? And how do we ensure that there's some sort of attainment that occurs, but understanding that, they may not be a truck driver forever.
I appreciate your comments on the competition. You clarified my mind for a minute, but competition is inherent in post-secondary education in states, and it creates a lot of problems from a resource allocation standpoint in many circumstances. Trying to attract the best students, the outreach that goes on, the dollars that go on. We want to get the best student in, and so we're going to pay him or her, give them an additional scholarship. We want to have a program that will attract those persons. Well, we can't. We've got to maintain that stature. And some of the state is expending, resources that enhances competition between institutions. And may not ultimately get to a goal. And you also said, Nick, at the start, that setting goals was important. At least I heard that, and I hope we still at some point come back to what is all this collaboration or competition trying to get us to, that we agree. Yeah, Rob.
I've been thinking along the lines of what Nick just summarized, and I'd like to add one thing to what Nick said.
Please.
I think we have to be very cautious as an integrated system about incentivizing expectations that are imposed upon the system that may be artificial. You started off the discussion this morning with affordability. We have become obsessed with numbers of graduates in a 4-year period of time. That seems to be some kind of national standard that we're getting to. But that flies in the direct opposition to what Nick just summarized in terms of the flexibility that an individual student needs who may come in, wind their way through a year or two of the university, need that experiential year where they're starting to develop a firmer interest, get coupled up with an internship, go off and have an international experience. They have not yet completed any of the certification that the institutions are being incentivized to drive towards. And yet that individual is developing tremendous potential to serve whatever industry they end up in. So I think we've got to be very careful as we define, and Nick summarized this very carefully, how we incentivize the campuses within an integrated system, because we can't incentivize artificial standards. 4-year graduation may be totally artificial. Affordability imposed by state legislative fiat, forcing prices down, but the cost cannot be controlled. It's an artificial legislation. So I think we have to be a little cautious when we start incentivizing standards that are artificially contrived.
I think you bring up some excellent points. I think it's always smart to evaluate what, in fact, are the incentives that are in place and how are they really operating and what are they doing. I would say that most states would not agree that they should be paying for a 6 or 8 year winding experience for a student if, in fact, there's an expense that is coming from the state to allow that to occur. That said, there are certainly ways to pay the state or have the state pay the institution for that to occur in that fashion to where it's to their advantage. In other words, it doesn't have to be that they are paid, they can be paid for the completion and not the rate. And I think that there are some things that can certainly be looked at there. So I'm not at all in opposition to what you said, at least in terms of looking at how other states operate or what has to be included. Yes, Larry.
Okay, I think that the mental juices got going here towards the end. This is great. And so the conversation can continue, but the lunch is ready. So what I'd like to do, because none of us have to get in a car and drive any place, thanks to Don and Microsoft, we're going to have lunch right next door, the same place we did yesterday. So if we can keep it to a half-an-hour lunch, be back in here at 12:30, and then we will start our review of the strategic plan, keeping in mind everything we've been talking about this morning as we look at our own strategic plan and move forward. And one other thing I've been remiss to point out, because I just think of him as one of our colleagues from one of the universities, but we do have a senator in the room. Senator Larry Robinson's been sitting back here quietly. I always think of him as part of Valley City State College, but to acknowledge that that he is a senator and he's spending his time here with us today. So thank you, Senator Robinson.
All right, a half hour from now, we'll be back here.
Do now the rest of the afternoon here, and if we can get started right away, and if we can sprint our way through here. Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
I was going to stay here because I think Linda's going to start out, and then I was going to.
Don't remind me. You might get it more often. The second section.
Well, that's why I sat here in the first place. That was my intention.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Just to let everybody know, my goal right now is that I know there's a number of folks that have mentioned they'd like to get out of here early. Early to me would be we can wrap up about 4 o'clock. And I think that gives us not quite 3.5 hours right now to finish up what we're going to do. And so let's do that. I thought we had a marvelous presentation this morning from Doug Burgum, certainly an individual that has impacted the state of North Dakota in incredible ways and very innovative and are very articulate, and we certainly appreciate. For those of you that don't know, maybe most of you know this, but I look at Doug's picture every day when I walk into the Capitol and I walk past the Rough Rider Awards because he was a recent recipient of the state's highest award, the Rough Rider Award, and his portrait hangs down right next to Chief Vandewall's portrait now, who is the latest Rough Rider Award winner. So at any rate, he got us, I think, really started off well, and Mike connected us to K-12. And then Jimmy had this great conversation, and I thought we started a little bit slow, but boy, by the time we got to the end, we were really burning rubber on a number of topics. And what we're going to do now is keeping all that in mind, so that was sort of our workout sprinting here for the football people here to start off running sprints and so forth, and then now we're going to settle down and get into practice. And so hopefully we got our mental set ready, and now what we're going to do is turn it over to Linda, who is our Vice Chancellor for Strategic Engagement. And Linda's been very involved. As you know, we hired Connie Sprincenatic last year, came in and helped us write the strategic plan. Linda's been very involved in that, and is now going to carry us forward in our strategic planning process, which is an ongoing process. So I'm going to turn it over to Linda. She's going to sort of give us an update on the strategic plan. As you see this and we have this review, I want you to think about the things that we've heard this morning and the things about collaboration in a system and what does that system mean, and all the challenges that Doug Burgum gave us this morning and all the challenges Mike Ness talked about in K-12 and higher education. So I'm hopeful that all of us will be thinking about those things as we then review the strategic plan, because then when Linda's done, Jimmy's going to get back up and we're going to have a conversation about, are there tweaks now to the plan? For legal purposes, there will be no board decisions made today. Obviously, we're in a retreat mode. We're in a conversational mode. But Linda and her staff will be taking great notes so that as the conversation flows with Jimmy talking to us about what possible tweaks to the strategic plan, then those will come forward at a later board meeting then with Mark and Linda presenting to a later board meeting on any possible tweaks to the strategic plan. So that's our road ahead, and now I'll turn it over to Linda. Thank you.
Well, I thought it might be good if we just start out with the video. For those of you who are new board members or were not at the retreat from last year, we did a short video after the plan the day was complete, and I thought it might be good to just watch that for some highlights.
think down the road, what we're doing today really sets the foundation, sets the framework, the roadmap, if you will, for the university system moving forward, which means for our students, additional opportunities, new possibilities that are going to be there for our students today, tomorrow, and into the future.
What are the partners with higher education saying and asking? What are the students thinking? What do the faculty and staff think? And all of that came into the theme development. But students are front and center, and I think that is just awesome.
I know many of you are doing this very well, and I think it needs to continue, is continue to build partnerships with business and industry. Whether it's your department chairs or the presidents yourself, more partnerships, more advisory groups need to be created because they will be able to come to you and say, okay, we want to do this. We want to expand our facility. These are the kinds of people we need. Can you build an education or a training program around this?
They bring their families, and they can be attracted to the universities for culture.
Well, what inspires me is that we're having so much conversation. It's just wonderful to be able to think about the future of the state of North Dakota and how higher education plays into that, and to have all the major players around the table, the State Board of Higher Ed and presidents and senior staff in the university system and some senior staff from some of the institutions, and just having a conversation has been really inspiring.
I'm really focused on a system and what makes the system better for everybody in the state. Because that's what this is all about, is education and providing the future generations with something that's not here now.
This is North Dakota's moment. We can do it now. If we couldn't do it at any other time in our history, this is our moment.
The biggest advantage for students will be greater access to education, greater opportunities in regard to all the wealth that has come into this community, and probably just renewed excitement about what we're doing in the university system.
Making sure that throughout all of our decisions, we're asking, what about the students? What are their needs? And how can we best meet those needs?
We need the unconditional backing of the higher ed board. Don't pull back. Allow us to continue on a path of improvement. We will prove ourselves worthy. Then stand back and watch us impress the world.
When we selected the mission statement, Unleashing Potential, the group was excited. Some even said, kind of gave them goosebumps, the thought of kind of what that empowers us to do as a system.
Everyone knows we're about education, so we don't really need to say knowledge and skills, inspiring our future.
By unleashing potential, we're unleashing the potential of our presidents. We're not actually the educators. We're unleashing the potential of our institutions.
We're seeing unprecedented growth in population, the economy, and the opportunities right now are endless. And we're going to work together to take advantage of those and do the best we can for our residents in our state.
So you saw in the video then, that's what we did last year. It was a culmination of a planning process. And we've already touched on a little bit today about how many people were involved. There actually were 100 individual and group interviews. Connie went around and had conversations with stakeholders all around the state. We had student, staff, and faculty leaders. There were meetings across the state. We did the first ever student Twitter chat. We had a faculty and staff survey. We had about 2,000 people that participated in that. And all that information went together to that day. And there was, Nick, you brought up earlier about the mission vision. I mean, there was a lot of discussion that day about and we reworded the mission and vision to inspiring our future and unlimited potential. So that's what we're working with today. And I put the copy of the publication on your places, so you have that to look at. So unleashing potential is our mission, and inspiring our future is the vision. And then if you go to pages 8 and 9 in the book, there's where the main goals are laid out. And we took that theme, Daring to be Great, and used that language throughout the robust communication plan that was implemented after the October board meeting and was approved. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday in the orientation about we had that book ready to go and the communication ready to go right after you approved it. And we had it distributed around the state before the November 4th election, which I think helped a little bit. And the impression that the board really was looking toward the future and had a plan for where the university system is going. So the language that we've talked about a lot in the last few years for the goals: deliver degrees that are the best value in the nation, equip students for success. And I remember we had quite a conversation about that language last year for the final approval, because originally we had ensure student success. And there was a conversation about we have to equip them for success. They are responsible for being successful too. So we can't ensure their success. They have to be active participants in it. So the language was changed to equip students for success. And to provide the programs people want where and when they need them, and to maximize the strengths of the unified system. So when I think about what was talked about most this morning as things got going, it was probably the last two. Providing the programs people want where and when they need them, when you're talking about the mission effectiveness, or changing missions, and then in maximizing the strengths of the unified system. If we talk about collaboration, there's different ways of doing it, whether it's being efficient in our processes or whether it's collaborating across campuses to deliver degrees. So when you go further in the book, and if you go to page 10, where we first talk about delivering degrees that are the best value in the nation, there are where the bullets are, where it talks about the strategies for the goals. Ensure the price to attend the NDUS institution is clearly stated and regionally competitive. Standardized categories of mandatory fees and strengthen fee policies. Increase the use of open educational resources, and rank among the most productive states in total funding per degree and certificate awarded. And then on page 12, underneath, provide programs people want where and when they need them. Ensure programs are relevant, valuable, and timely. Meet North Dakota's workforce needs through recruitment of students from traditional and non-traditional audiences, both in and out of state. And expand access to instructional opportunities through non-traditional delivery methods. Then on page 14, and underneath, equip students for success. Improve admission standards at institutions. Increase students' overall attainment rates through increased participation, retention, and completion rates, and remove the barriers to registering and advising transfer students. And then finally on page 16, maximizing the strengths of the unified system to increase academic collaboration among the institutions, create efficiencies through shared programs and services where cost savings and/or performance enhancements are achievable, and strengthen the system's ability to respond quickly to changing needs and to enhance the research reputation of the research institutions. Now, all of these things that fall under the goals were a result of the conversations that you had at the same retreat last year, and the staff and cabinet taking your conversations back and working on them to develop the strategies, and then to figure out what the measurable outcomes would be. And that's what came back to the board in October, and that's what you approved. And from there, then the presidents develop their goals that they have been working on since they kicked in really in January. And as Larry said, the presidents were each evaluated on progress made on their goals basically between January and June. And Dr. Hagerout now will work with the presidents on setting goals for the next year. So what we wanted to do today was to talk about what you feel have been the successes in being able to work through the plan in the first 6 months, and where are the challenges, and where do we need to fine-tune the plan, or maybe take a second look at some things, or what is the board satisfied with and we just keep working on it, or add more measurements. And I think that's really what we wanted to have an open conversation about today. Also thinking about everything you talked about this morning with what's happening nationally, everyone's ideas for how we can stretch maybe more than we thought about last year when we were here. And also, were there some things that presented themselves during the session that we need to also talk about as what might impact us going forward with making the plan achievable for the next 4 years. So I think with that, I think Dr. Clark is going to help us hopefully keep the momentum going from what we talked about this morning, looking at the plan as it stands today, and then fine-tuning as we discuss about it.
All right, y'all. This is afternoon session. It's post-lunch. I know people are digesting and some are dozing and thinking about other things. Be illegal. I'm sorry. The point being that Larry has agreed to give you an hour of your life back, provided, I think, that we are productive in the conversation. And so I'm going to encourage, rather than starting slow, as we perhaps did this morning, that we jump right in and engage in discourse conversation. I guess it's on page 10. So the delivered degrees that are best value in the nation. And again, I remind you that I think Doug's conversation actually addressed some areas of opportunity, maybe, that exist in this discussion. But there are the 4 strategies that are articulated here that Linda just read for you. Successes. And this is from, I think, perhaps, well, from both board and institutions. Are there successes that you can note that this strategy is worthwhile? Yes, Larry.
Yeah, I'd like to open this conversation up because Doug said something this morning. It certainly it struck me what he was saying. And Carrie Reichert has mentioned this often in the past. It seems to me when we talk about the cost of education in North Dakota, we're only putting a dollar value. That's all we seem to do. Whereas I clearly heard Doug, and I would like Carrie to address this as well, that having a valuable education doesn't mean having a cheap education. That what you're paying for education, like we know at our 2-year colleges, we're above regional averages. It's just a fact. And yet I think that our 2-year colleges demonstrate that the value that the students are getting is far exceeds what people normally expect at a community college or something like that. So I don't know if this is discussion worthy or if it's politically acceptable to have that discussion to make changes to the strategic plan, but I would be interested to hear the board's opinion on when we talk about a value of education, is that just a dollar amount? Or is there something there, value added to that individual's life because of their educational experience at our institutions? So,
Carrie, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, to me, the value, as Doug said this morning, I look around, I can see the Macs, right? But I bet most of them also have Office downloaded on them because that is more effective, right? So, at least for a workplace tool. And so to me, the value of different products, people will pay for the value that something brings. And I look at, we sell education and what is the value of the product we sell. And we can talk about degrees, and I'm really struggling with how to measure some of our outcomes. We talked this morning about graduation rates or whatever, and I guess a couple people mentioned it too. I hate to get too hung up on that because I do think if we offer a valuable product to consumers that they want, if our product is something special, if it's something, I know that it's a little risky to talk about education in economic terms or basic business financial type of terms, but if we've got a product that people are willing to buy, they see the value in it, they'll enroll and they'll complete. And I think, students are looking for different things. Some of them are there just for the degree. Some who can get jobs without it aren't going to come no matter what we do. They just don't see the value in it. So, others are there for the experience. We were just talking at lunch that I think, students, you may have a student who can learn the skills and come to the workplace without a degree, but there is something of value that you gain from an education that you need in the workplace. There's other skills beyond just the technical skills you need to do the job. So I think there's a lot of value there. And so how do we create the most valuable product for the consumers that we're trying to serve or the students that we're trying to serve? And, I think that's a challenging question. We've got a lot of smart people that we've hired to help figure that out. But I think that is what I heard this morning is how do we differentiate ourselves from the market and get those people here? I think if we focus on that, I think many of our other problems go away. I mean, the idea of having an educated workforce, I think that just, comes about naturally if you have something good to offer. And I think, bringing people into the state to fill those jobs, will come about naturally. So I think, to me, it's, how do we deliver that experience? And then this is my bent. You all know my HR background, that I think it's having the right people. And if you provide great faculty and you engage them and you recruit and attract great students and engage them, you'll deliver that experience. And there's a lot of little things that go with it. Yes, the community and the location matter and all of that, but I think students come to school for the relationships and the interactions they have with their with their instructors and one another. And so that to me is, I think this issue of competition and is something that really is really a big deal. This idea that these MOOCs, well, they're not really relevant. I mean, I was just saying at lunch, and Dawn, maybe you have comments on this too, but we've got kids that are participating in this thing called, well, they're not even kids, they're people who don't have a degree, but they're participating in a program called Launch Code, and they're sitting side by side with someone in business or industry and learning how to do the job on the job, and we can hire them. They don't need a degree. I know there's several of those online libraries. I was just talking to our board yesterday about, we offer the Lynda Library, but Udacity was at the Google I/O this year, and they've got some big sponsors that are pushing education through that module, and they've got interactive pieces. They've got, there's office hours. You can go talk to your instructor. So they're doing a pretty good job of delivering this education, and it is competition. And so I think we have to think about those things and being able to price correctly and sell what we have, because what we have is different. It is different. What makes it special, and how do we leverage that? So that to me is what value. It's not necessarily what does it cost. Dr. Shirley, you mentioned the study abroad thing, and I would love to. The idea of having, I think there's a couple schools that have done this now that have said you have to take a year off, or you have to do some, travel abroad, study abroad, or you have to do some community social project, whatever, as part of your degree. I think that sends a strong message about the type of experience the student's going to have on campus, and it's very attractive. And people are willing to pay for that. So like you said, even if you can't offer it at your school, do we partner with other schools, other states, other countries, whatever, and at least offer it? And I think that people will pay for it. And I think sometimes we get a little paternalistic and talking about students. Yeah, they're young, but most of them are young. But I do think they're making decisions. They've figured out how to buy iPhones, and they're thinking about things. And so I think, again, if we just provide the valuable product, they'll figure out the rest.
Thank you, Carrie. You brought up a number of different items, I think, that were spoken to and about. In terms of the way that the current plan is written, does there need to be some consideration to this notion, I think you said, of attracting outside people? And again, I think that was something that Doug put on the table that, is the tuition discussion such that it needs to be reevaluated or looked at? Is it just simply keeping costs low for in-state students, or is there some other things that should be included or thought about relative to the plan?
That's the point that I wanted to talk about, is that I really think that if we can eliminate out-of-state tuition, we would do lots of things. We would, number one, increase our enrollments throughout our system. We would offer a opportunity for people to see what North Dakota is like and what it's like to work here. We also have a huge opportunity to increase our workforce, because if we are just relying on and I can't remember what we talked about earlier, 74% of our population that's going to college, and it isn't going to supply the workforce that we need in the future. So we need to somehow or another attract people to our state, and that is one way to do that. It's costly, certainly, and it's going to affect the budgets of all of our colleges and universities. But to simplify that whole tuition thing, and Doug talked about it this morning, I think is a goal that we should talk about. The other thing, and I think we need to make, and there was an article by Senator Alexander from Tennessee about making it simpler to apply for scholarships and tuition waivers and those types of things. And I think we should look at that as well. Those are two issues that I thought.
Put on the table.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Other ideas related to this discussion of delivering degrees that are best value in the nation. And I think that you obviously, that last year, had an in-depth discussion on value in terms of the way that you are suggesting that this be both listed in terms of a strategy and then subsequently the metrics. Is everybody aware of the metrics that are included? Oh, they're behind. Oh.
I put them up now.
Okay. Are there things that are included here that make sense or don't make sense, or the other things that need to be included in the conversation?
Yeah, I think the one thing that's missing, and it was certainly, I think, missing in here, and if you look at whether it's the 2-year schools or a 4-year or the research institutions, the one thing we do, and I think Tom DiLorenzo, the provost at UND, on the video noted, we're in the business of education. We educate. And we can't totally walk away from that. And I think in a lot of ways we do. We talk about degrees, we talk about workforce development, but why is it that at a community college you want students to take an English class? We have these general education requirements that students have to take. It's so they become a more well-rounded person. Yeah, they might go on to become a heating and cooling person. But you know what? They're a better educated heating and cooling person. And I think we have stepped away from that core element that we bring, and that's to educate. And it's just not about degrees, it's not about workforce development, it's not about anything else, it's about developing people who critically view the world, who are willing to ask questions, who have a background to start increasing the depth and breadth of those questions. And I think that's one of the key things that we need to ensure. We're not just doing degrees, we're educating. So, whatever it's worth.
Comments, thoughts related to Eric's observation, or other things related to this notion of the 4 strategies, the clearly stated regionally competitive pricing, the standardized categories, mandatory fees, and it says, and strengthened fee policies. I'm not sure. Yes, John.
Question maybe to Laura and Lisa, as I look at the strategies, are even 1.1 and 1.2 even conceivable after the legislative session and the funding model and the tuition caps? I mean, those need to come off the board. We can't even attempt to do those now with what transpired after the legislative session, can we?
I think the discussion on pricing is important here today for that primary reason. As you know, we were headed down the path of implementing a new tuition model.
that grew out of the pathways conversation to simplify, add transparency, and more commonality amongst our institutions. Now, that was not going to fully eliminate non-resident tuition, but it was going to eliminate non-resident tuition at its highest level. But as President Richmond's pointed out, with the 2.5% moratorium on tuition rate increases that the legislature's imposed this next 2 years, we really can't move ahead with implementation of that model. So it kind of begs the question, is the model just indefinitely on hold? Or are we to move in a new direction that looks a bit different, but keeping in mind, we do have the legislative restriction of the 2.5% limit. So whatever we come up with will have to fit within that provision, which makes it extremely difficult to do much, if anything, with tuition rates or tuition models.
I know on our campus, we were ready to implement a new tuition model for fall 16. And with the changes due to legislative, we just put it all in a box because we can't do it.
Carrie?
So, I mean, this is, my ignorance as to higher education finance, and you guys can help. I know we have experts in the room. So what are the, realities? We talk about not having an in-state versus out-of-state tuition differential. Looking at where the funding is coming from, tuition's only maybe a quarter of it, right? So what are some of the other, so I guess my question is one, is this idea of having, a flat tuition rate? I mean, do we need out-of-state tuition payers to pay more or out-of-staters to pay more because of just the financial realities? And the other question, I guess, is whether the economies of scale are such that if we grow enrollment, I mean, given the amount that tuition is of the overall budget, can we even leverage economies of scale to make the, to make the financial situation a bit better?
If I understand your question, is it affordable to reduce out-of-state tuition? I can't speak for the other campuses, and I'd really look to Bob and Dean because they have the largest percentage. On our campus, yes, it would. And when we look at our competition, when we look at South Dakota, and we look at the business model that Denny Sanford and the governor of South Dakota just put together, combining $25 million from Sanford and $25 million from the state of South Dakota, and they are now offering free, not reduced, free tuition to any student, anywhere. Not just South Dakota students, any student from the universe. That's the way I say it. Come to South Dakota, enter a technical school, your tuition's covered. Now, stipulation, you work in South Dakota for 3 years. That's what we're facing. Minnesota's looking at freezing two-year college or reducing two-year college tuition. 20%. I need that leverage to compete, to recruit the student, because 70% of our students come from North Dakota, 20% from Minnesota, 4 or 5% from South Dakota. So roughly 25% come from competing states that are now implementing policy and making decisions to lower the cost. That's what I'm up against. That's what we're up against. So we are more than willing to give up out-of-state tuition just to be able to compete with our border states. We're 4 blocks from Minnesota. We're 15 miles from South Dakota. We need that.
Steve, I have a question for Steve, because you had no out-of-state tuition, correct, at Minot? And how did that affect your enrollment?
Yeah, Minot currently has one rate of tuition, and that was on a slide or two earlier today, and that was called the Grow North Dakota Tuition Plan. It was put in place at Minot State, I think in 2009. I think it's been in about 5 or 6 years. That's an interesting question, and I've asked that and thought about that, and I don't have a good answer. And here's part of the issue about this question. Well, what if Minot State wouldn't have had that over the last 6 years? How would enrollment be different? There was arguably the greatest natural disaster in the state's history during that 6-year window, the flood in Minot in 2011. So you've got this huge external factor that's in the middle of that, and then also this 0% unemployment economy we've hit up. I mean, just tremendously strong growth and so forth. So those are two external factors that are in the mix of this, and I can't pull one or two of those out because they've both had an impact on our enrollment as well during the last 5 years. So it's a very good question, Kevin. I wish I had an answer. I don't know because some could say, look, our enrollment has dropped at Minot State. It was 4,000 about 5 years ago. Now it's about 3,500, and we think we've leveled that off and are going back the right direction. But if we wouldn't have had this one rate of tuition, maybe it would have dropped down to 3,000. Who knows? Or 2,800. So I don't know. It's an interesting question.
If I could add to that, Kevin, we have a program on our campus. If you're from out of state and you live in one of our residential halls and you have a meal plan, we will give you in-state tuition. Now our challenge is, because of the new waiver policy, we can't discount that anymore with the new policy. That is now has to be counted as a waiver. And we have a cap on our waiver. So if we ever hit that cap, we can't have that. We use that as a recruiting tool. We saw an increase in enrollment, 28-year high increase in enrollment when we went to that. We saw an increase closer to getting to capacity in our residential halls. We saw an increase in the number of meal plans. So financially, it was the right decision. It was the right business decision to make. Mm-hmm. And 42% of our out-of-state students do what? Take their first job or continue their education where? Here. In North Dakota. Right.
Karen?
So just to sort of follow up with that, so I know, again, it's probably different for every campus, but my guess is that you still have a lot of, I know from what I know of your programs, you're still going to have people who really want to go to your school, right? I think you've established strong relationships, partnerships with business and industry. Your placement rates are incredibly high. Because of that, this kind of goes back to the issue of what are we really competing? Is there something different about, what NDSCS has to offer versus the free program in South Dakota? Or is your or is your target market, it's really just competition on price?
Great observation. No, our target is not just on price. Our data surveying our South Dakota students, because they had the same technical programs that they could have taken in South Dakota. So why did they travel? Why did they pay more to get the same program? It was a campus experience. We offered them a residential campus experience along with a career and technical education degree, where they could not get that in South Dakota. That's really how we have to market ourselves when we're in those states that have programs such as South Dakota.
Can I suggest, Bob, I think Carrie or somebody mentioned maybe pulling in a research institution point of view here.
I won't speak for SU, but from the UND perspective, Carrie, you raised some very, very interesting perspectives. It's a little bit of the conversation between quality and quantity. I think of the UND expenditures and revenues quite differently. Let me talk about just revenues for a moment. And you're quite right, you can divide it pretty much equally in fourths. But they're all related, and they all relate, one way or another, to the number of students that we can maintain. Entering students from in-state or out-of-state bring different revenues. If you make them equal, to cover the expenditures, something has to go up. So if you look at tuition and fees, that is regulated now by legislative fiat. Sponsored programs are directly related to faculty and graduate student, for the most part, success in federal, state grant contract programs. That fluctuates in ways that we can't necessarily control at the national level. Ancillary services, the remaining quarter of our revenue structure, has to do with room and board issues, bookstore revenues. All of those are related to the number of students. If we can drive up the number of students, we could probably start driving down what those students have to pay to access the University of North Dakota. And that's where I think Kevin's suggestion of reducing out-of-state tuition could work if we could offset the reduced revenues by increased numbers of students. At the moment, our demographics don't suggest that we can do that going forward. But it's a suggestion that has to take into account all of the other moving parts. The other piece of this is that the formula funding that we receive in that first quarter from the legislature is going to drive universities like UND to try to put more and more students into the heavily weighted student credit hour completion, like engineering, pre-professions, and so on. The demographics don't support that we can do that either, even though some of these programs are high demand, because now we're going to start having to add faculty, add equipment, add facilities, which drives up expenditures, which we may or may not have. So you can't take just one thing and say, boy, that sounds like a great principle, let's do it. And this comes back to John's point. These functional paradigms for expenditures and revenues are so closely contained that when we get a little bit of a shock to our system like we did this year in our appropriations, we can't compensate for a multi-million-dollar reduction in any of those four components. That's the best answer I can give to a very, very reasonable question.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob. Dean, anything on your end?
Well, I think going full circle through the conversation, and Dr. Kelly was hitting it right on the point, the thing to keep in mind, it doesn't cost any more to educate an out-of-state student than an in-state student. What we're talking about is the subsidy that the institutions enjoy and have become reliant on the out-of-state students. So you really have two paths that question about eliminating out-of-state could go. One would be a temporary subsidy from the state that's equivalent to what would be the lost revenue from not having out-of-state tuition. The other would be numbers increasing enough, as Bob's pointing out, to make up for that lost tuition by a net new number of students. I think a value proposition to be made to the state, that in a state that desperately needs more people, this is a reasonable notion. And the other aspect, and I can only speak to NDSU, but I suspect our statistics aren't that much different. The average NDSU graduate pays into the tax base at twice that of the average North Dakota resident. So if we bring young people, the argument for charging them more is that they haven't paid in taxes to help subsidize their public higher education. But if we think of this as an investment, and those young people come here and graduate and take their first jobs here, they'll pay us back for the subsidy that they were having to provide. And so I think that there is a very strong, it's a complicated economic argument, but it's a very strong one if you sit and think this through, if the numbers increase substantially. And the other aspect of this that I think is fairly provocative, you know, we talk about marketing out of state, and that's a very challenging proposition, even for us being on the eastern side of the state and the visibility NDSU is enjoying. How do you market even in Minnesota, much less Wisconsin or Illinois? It becomes more and more challenging to do that effectively. If this state eliminated out-of-state tuition, we wouldn't have to print a brochure, we wouldn't have to take out an ad, we would make coast-to-coast national news. And it'd be hard not to imagine a flood of young people coming to North Dakota, because they'd look at the quality of education. At first they'd say, oh, how good could the schools be? And then they'd find some evaluation book and go, oh my God, they're really good schools and I don't have to pay out-of-state tuition. And most of them I can graduate in 4 years, whether they choose to or not. That's not even possible on the West and East Coast anymore. So the value proposition just grows and grows and grows for these out-of-state students to come to North Dakota.
I agree with what Dean says, but we have to be a little careful then about the quality of putting so many students into a carrying capacity that is already set. So we could add 30% of our students to the existing carrying capacity, and I would suggest we would challenge the quality of what it is that we do. But I do agree with Dean. The other piece that I think we have to consider here is that we are already discounting student costs to out-of-state students through nearest neighbor agreements and other kinds of tuition discounting. So we would have to make sure that we knew exactly what we were doing financially. Even though I agree with Dean, we would have an influx of students if we could indeed accommodate them.
Nick.
Dr. Kelly, you just made a really good point, which was if there's an influx of what would then become a concern of either capacity or quality, probably both. They're probably two different items to think about. But isn't that where we increase admission standards? Isn't it when we have an influx where we have too many people here, and that's when we can start to really raise the bar? And it's not necessarily, see, success to me isn't about how many butts are necessarily in the seat, but we do want some level of capacity to ensure affordability. But can't we get more selective when we've got too many trying to come?
Exactly, and that's some of your highest demand institutions in the nation, whether it's Virginia, I'm going to pick on the Arizonas, both Arizona State and Arizona, because students want to go to those institutions. For out-of-state students, they build their class profile and academic qualifications on the backs of the out-of-state students. North Carolina would, except for they limit how many out-of-state students can come to their campuses. But Virginia is a great example. If you took away their out-of-state students, the academic profile of their students would plummet because it would only be Virginia kids.
Yep.
And that's no slight to all Virginia kids, but on average, they're very selective for the out-of-state students, and they're able to escalate their prestige and national rank on the backs of those out-of-state students by the selectivity factor.
So I've got 2 points. But one is a question I've asked repeatedly, several times, and it really goes to, we have a relatively liberal residency policy. How many of our students who are from out of state come for a year, become a North Dakota resident, and then for the next 3 or 4 years pay in-state tuition anyhow? And I don't know what that number is. But that's an important factor in all this, because you're talking about maybe only giving up that out-of-state tuition differential in the freshman year. Okay, so that's one question. I don't know. I don't have the answer, but I know it's achievable. It's an achievable answer to get. So the other thing is the political reality. We've seen the uproar over the alleged waivers for out-of-state students. Politicians crying out that the citizens of the state of North Dakota are not paying taxes to support these institutions of higher education, to give students in Washington or California or New York or wherever a discounted education, okay? And so my vision of what I see that the politicians see is that differential is what's made up by the state. So the state is buying down the cost for an in-state student, and hence why that cost is lower. And so there's a political reality to all this, but there's another political reality that's been enunciated about bringing new people in. We know that a lot of those students will stay. Once they graduate, they'll take jobs here, they'll become taxpayers, they'll have families, they'll buy homes, they'll do all these other things that are propelling the economy forward. And so it's this delicate balance politically as well, other than just financially. Because, as we've seen this year, the legislature is who funds higher education for the state proportion. And so, I think we all need to think about that. And I'd like to hear other comments, because, I don't disagree with anything that's been said. But those are the one question, because that goes back to the economy of it, the economics of it, but the second one being the political reality.
And both excellent points, I think. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, I was going to say,
Right.
Dr. Murphy, to your point, at least once again, I don't have any specific numbers, but I can say there are a lot of students that end up switching residency just to simply get away from that differential tuition and start paying in-state. But I was going to say, to your point on waivers and dealing with this difference in taxes and kind of incentivizing that, I think that there's a lot of great programs that are great ways that we could incentivize that and encourage the legislature to invest. I mean, one of the programs at UND in particular that I've been involved at is a tuition waiver that requires me to do 12 hours of service in the community. And I realize there's some issues there with reporting, but it's ways that it forces me to get out to give back to that community, but it also links me up directly with organizations in that community that then I'm going to have a reason to stay. If I'm already getting this experience and working with these individuals, I can already say there are students that are staying because of those programs and choosing North Dakota because of it.
But you know, and I have the anecdotal answer. Lots of students transfer over to in-state, but the reality is if we're going to model it financially, you know, we need to know what are those numbers, because then we know what the true financial hit is.
Well, I'm hearing certainly that regardless of the outcome of the conversation or the follow-through, that there does seem to need to be some data analysis, economic reality analysis in terms of, you know, if you add some to some, take some away, and will that occur? Is that something that happens at the system level? Or is each individual campus expected to do? I'm not sure what the protocol is on that.
Well, I think where we're at with this topic, the first two bullets about the price and the standardized categories, as John accurately pointed out, we're in a different environment today with the caps that were put on tuition. So I think where we're at now on these two topics is that the incoming chancellor will have to come up with a proposal, and I think it needs to address two things. What we did in effect, and I shared this with the presidents and the board, and that is to say that we're kind of on hold on all of this now until we can develop a new model. And so I think a proposal coming forward now is what we're going to do about mandatory fees, because originally the board had directed that all the mandatory fees, all the non-mandatory fees get rolled into the tuition, which we can't do now with the caps that we've got. But then the other piece was to adjust the out-of-state tuition, which I think you can come forward with a proposal on that. Eric mentioned the recent audit. We got beat up pretty badly because our stated out-of-state is 262% for out-of-state students. Nobody pays 262%. And so even with WICHE and MEC, where they're paying about, what, 125 and 150, and so what the auditors did is they said, well, the out-of-state is 262, but you're only paying 150 for all these WICHE students, therefore you're waiving all of this. But these compacts tell us that the students are going to pay 150. So we got beat up really badly because we've got a stated 262, which nobody pays. And so I think that on these issues, that the chancellor needs to come back with a proposal to the board that would address these issues.
Larry, I have a question. The state did a campaign because they want to see more residents. We have about 700,000. They're looking at 1 million. And part of it was because of the jobs here in North Dakota, and they wanted to fill those jobs and bring people in. And I've always thought, how do you want to bring them in? Do you want to bring them in through, blue-collar workers through the oil field? Do you want to bring them in through your colleges? I guess the question that I would have is, what is the role of the university system in bringing in this goal of citizens to meet the workforce demands and to increase the overall value of the state of North Dakota?
The conversations that I've been involved in, I think everybody is in agreement, except a few legislators. Everybody's in agreement that the university system can be a magnet to draw people into the state. But there are some that were successful this legislative session. In fact, the whole scholarship for North Dakota residents got changed from North Dakota resident to a graduate of a North Dakota high school, which will have some impact, I think, on all of our institutes. I don't know that it's a burn the bridge impact, but it will have some impact on them. But I think the university system can be a magnet to draw students in. And maybe this new proposal on tuition that could come forward at a later date would encompass that.
And I just want to add one more thing here to follow up back to Kevin's question, and because Minot State is sort of an experiment right now with this one rate of tuition. Just looked this up. 3,400 students at Minot State. The top place state or province where they come from, obviously, is North Dakota, about 2,500 students. Second is Saskatchewan. Third is California. We have more students from California than Minnesota or Montana, and I'm sure we're the only state in this school in this state that would be able to say that. So third is California, fourth is Minnesota, fifth is Montana, sixth is Manitoba, seventh is Florida, eighth is Washington State, 9th is Texas, and 10th is Alberta. So we've got Texas, Florida, Washington State, and California in our top 9. Now, for what I think is probably the northernmost four-year university in the United States, to have kids from California, Texas, and Florida in its top 8 or 9 is probably because of that tuition rate.
And hopefully they're bringing good ACT scores.
Yes.
Being from California.
All right, yes, Dean.
One last, going back to Larry's first comment at the beginning of the conversation, because I sense we're kind of wrapping this part up, of something besides price being the measure of attractiveness. And I wonder, this is a small mechanical aspect, but if we created some index statistically normalizing both price and national rank, whether it's objective or subjective national rank, created a comparative index with peer institutions around the nation, I suspect we would have a quantifiable number indicating you get the best quality for the lowest price against virtually anywhere else in the country. I mean, I'm just hypothesizing, but if not the best, it'd be pretty darn close to it.
Certainly worth calculating or looking at, and doable.
With a near automatic guarantee of a job when you finish, too, in that state.
Right.
So that, I think, though, is the other side of the value thing that we were talking about before. So yes, price is a big differentiator for most students, but I still go back to, what Dr. Richmond said. They're coming for a different experience, and they're willing to pay for it. And I know, so even though we have a difference, out-of-state tuition's higher, people are still coming. And I mean, certainly at UND, they'll come from anywhere for the aviation program. I mean, we have some of those programs that everyone knows, it's a great program, I'm gonna go there. I mean, how do we create that interest or, build on what we already have to differentiate ourselves from our competitors? Whether it's Minnesota or whatever, I mean, is there something about the experience that we can make better? Is it the integration of technologies? I mean, and I understand we have business or financial constraints, but are the things we can do? Is it the coordination with internships in the community, or taking a year off to get the practical experience, or are there different programs that we can pitch that help? And I think it all goes to retention and any number of other things as well. But how can we distinguish ourselves? Because clearly we're doing something right for some of these students. They're coming for some reason. Can we get more? And what is the experience that we're selling?
Carrie, I really appreciate what you just brought up, because it ties both to what Doug said and something that you said earlier, and that was with regard to the open library and the open educational resource question, which is the only thing that's listed in this set of strategies that you're marking or that you're noting. Is there any indication, or is there even a sentence or a wording that could expand that or add technologies or other things that you talked about, or is that not necessary?
Well, I think this kind of actually probably our third strategy or third theme of the access question of delivering programs to students.
So put it there. Good.
To me, that's where it probably fits most. I mean, allowing students to have a variety of delivery
rather
methods.
than in this value concept. Okay.
So on this. All right. So the 1.3 open educational resource, great big buzzword. It's wonderful, right? Go try to find a good organic chemistry text, which runs about $265, $300. Brett, correct me, I'm dating myself, but they were expensive when I was in college, and I bought 2 of them for my son because one was misplaced. Try to find a good open educational resource, organic chemistry text, all right? We're overplaying this OER thing, okay? And from a faculty perspective here, I've seen this in the past from the board as well as from the legislature. They read something in Chronicle of Higher Education and, oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And the reality is, for a lot of the face-to-face classes, there are books, okay? And a lot of those resources aren't online. They're not available as, Doug made it sound like every single, you take organic chemistry, hey, it's right there, it's just on your phone. No, it's not. And so, there's a reality check that we have to look at here. And OER is a nice buzzword, but the reality is there is a study hanging up at the Union. I can't, at the Memorial Union at UND, I cannot vouch for its authenticity or its credibility, but it said The average UND student spends as much on books as they do on barley beverages. All right? And so if we look at, if we're saying we like to toss around this $1,100, $1,200, whatever it is that students should spend on books, what we find, and we found this in the medical school, students don't buy a lot of the books anyhow. Okay, so I think we're making a whole lot of something here. And so to put this in, and I had a problem with this when we put it in there, but to put it in as such a foundational thing, like it's going to make a huge impact, I think we're overselling it.
Yes.
Dr. Murphy, while I respect your perspective in the medical fields, and I do not claim to be able to speak to the sciences, in my graduate coursework, I had the opportunity to use more of a facilitator-based learning experience where we could solve problems and kind of do our own investigation in lieu of having to read a textbook. And that experience to become that self-directed learner, I think does add value, although it's not necessarily the same as a textbook experience. I personally found it to be valuable, and that type of experience might be something that would be worth
At the graduate level, I rarely use text at the graduate level, right? But what I'm getting at is in a lot of the undergraduate education, the sciences, it's very field specific, okay? And so there's some very good OER resources on certain topics. And I think we need to embrace it, but I think we have to be careful about overselling it as, it's just gonna save lots and lots of money. And so that's all my point, not that we should abandon it.
Eric, is it because it stands alone as the only thing listed here, or should it be, are you suggesting that there are other things to be added, or?
Yeah, well, I think by making it a standalone, we're carving it out and saying this is a big deal, okay? If it was moved up, and part of it was legislative intent, okay, right? And let's be honest, the legislature had zeroed in on this topic. But isn't it really just trying to reduce the cost? Isn't that what we're really trying to do? And shouldn't that really be included there as one of several mechanisms to do that?
Valid point. All right, let's do this in terms of time and so on. Is there anything else in this first segment or session in terms of successes that you want to identify, challenges, or outright tweaks that you want to put on the table, other than what has already been discussed? All right. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, Lynn.
Is there a time frame? Larry, you said, for the next year that's on hold as far as the tuition model while we take that under advisement and reshape it. So does the board want a time frame on that? Or?
Oh, I think that can be part of Mark's proposal.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we know what we're supposed to do when we get back to the office. All right, action item. All right.
Action item. Got it. All right, moving along. We're going to move to page 12 on this in terms of providing programs people want, where, and when they need them. There's been some discussion, obviously, earlier today that may or may not fit into this particular section. And I appreciate your comment, Carrie, because I think that I need to be thinking in terms of where do these things necessarily, some of the topics fit maybe more readily elsewhere. But here we're talking about strategies that have been identified as ensuring that programs are relevant, valuable, and timely. Talking about meeting workforce needs. And this talks about both in and out of state students. So some of what we just discussed, certainly relevant to this overall concept. And then expanding access to instructional opportunities. This says very specifically through non-traditional delivery methods. I'm not sure whether that leads to the conversation of expanding course offerings or graduate programs in other places. Initial thoughts, and again, we use the same framework of talking about existing successes that you found during this first 6 to 8 months that the plan has been in effect. Challenges that you have either encountered in terms of trying to operate with or achieve this, and or specific tweaks that you would like to see noted, added, or further discussion, action item at subsequent meetings. Kevin?
I think the second comment about meet North Dakota's workforce needs could also pertain to what we just got finished talking about. So certainly the non-resident tuition issue would be relevant under this one as well.
Well noted. Other thoughts or tie into previous conversation?
Jimmy, I think I really had a good time doing presidential evaluations on this particular thing, because I think our institutions have done a wonderful job of doing that, of coming up with timely, relevant programs. And just sort of off the top of my head to talk about some of them, but UND, what has happened up at the Petroleum Engineering Program has been outstanding. They went from, I don't know, Bob, what, 15 students to 265 students, just bam. Been a lot of industry support for that, and they're going to break ground here very soon on a brand new facility. And you know, that's been an incredible success. At Dickinson State, their CPA program, and I know Dr. Murphy mentioned that yesterday, but the CPA program there that has really been fine-tuned for the community, for professionals in the community to be able to come into that lab and to do that work. And you can go all the way around the state. And so I think that the institutions, if you're talking about successes, I think the institutions have done a great job of establishing really relevant programming and working really hard. And this is a work in progress. Right now, we have a situation where Williston State, and Ray mentioned this yesterday, lost 2 of his instructors. And is going to have to shut down a program. And so Minot State is working very diligently to pick that up in the interim. And so this is, you know, these are moving targets, and it's, but I think that the institutions have done a great job of responding to the community needs.
You know, I might add to what Larry is saying, and Larry, your point is spot on. And I just want to connect that point to the previous discussion about price. It's almost impossible to develop timely new programs, seizing upon an opportunity, when you don't have the financial flexibility to do so. You've either got to close something to transfer resources to the new something that is timely in demand. So I would just argue that we not disconnect our considerations of price and revenue structure against the flexibility of providing new courses when and where they're needed. The other piece of this, though, is we did a marketing analysis, and clearly the most single important element of bringing a student to a university is the academic program that they want. It supersedes every other priority that we can figure out for students. So I would consider this to be probably the single most important thing we could concentrate on: quality and reputation of the academic program, and the newness and the applicability of that academic program. But it's got to keep financial flexibility within the institutions.
Yeah, John?
The challenge I see in this area that North Dakota needs to address is, if you look at the 11 institutions where they're located, you can see where our forefathers made the decision to spread them across the state for economic reasons and for access reasons. When you look at the metropolitan map that Doug put up this morning, the state hasn't caught up to our existence today because we don't have Grand Forks and Fargo don't have adequate 2-year degree offerings in the metropolitan areas. Bismarck does, and the model that we created there was to reverse that piece, because we had the 2-year college in Bismarck, but we didn't have the 4-year. Steve offered up a suggestion this year to do it in Minot, to bring 2-year programming to Minot. That was not moved forward. So I think the state needs to understand where the people are today is different, and the need to have institutions is different, and we need a better presence of particularly the 2-year degrees in the larger metropolitan areas that have been established now in North Dakota over its history. Fargo, Grand Forks, Minot.
And let me add to that, John, because we have the reverse in Northwest North Dakota. So you've got
Williams County that just surpassed Grand Forks as the third largest county with employees. And yet we have limited to almost no baccalaureate or graduate access. And that's a real issue given that the strategic plan itself talked about two huge growing populations, one in Fargo and the other in Northwest North Dakota.
And I'm assuming that there are ongoing or have been ongoing discussions on how delivery can be, options and how.
Larry's waiting for the new chancellor.
Okay. All right.
So just to clarify, I know we have tons of things to cover here, but so you're saying there's no provision for any of your students to do any online four-year degrees from your campus. Is that correct?
There is extremely limited opportunity for four-year degrees, and the difficulty is that when you've got a growing population in Northwest North Dakota and you refine it to a virtual school, North Dakota is known for its one-on-one, small town. I think we want that brand, but we also want that communication from the virtual. So we are a rural community that still requires that face-to-face. We're a very expensive community that makes that face-to-face very difficult. So the question for the university system is how do they provide both? There are limited distance opportunities, but they're limited. In terms of face-to-face, I would say there is no experience, except University of Mary now is starting a program in Watford City, a private school.
Well, to John's point about not catching up, in Grand Forks, they go across the river to Northland, right? That's the two-year school over in Minnesota. And in essence, one of the responses why Lake Regions has their RN program across from Altru was a lot of students were going over to Northland to get an RN, and they saw the value of bringing that program right across the street from the hospital in Grand Forks. And hopefully a lot of those students go on and get their BSN at UND. And, so it shows how we are responsive. Maybe we're not responsive enough, but I think it's certainly we're moving in the right direction, that people are seeing where there's a niche potential and they're exploring it and they're taking action. And so, in a lot of ways, I think we're very responsive as a system. Perhaps we need to think about some other things like how can we get, at Ray's point, Williston, people be able to get a four-year degree out there. Maybe that's something that's a conversation you and Steve or UND or NDSU or Dickinson, maybe that's where that conversation has to be. But I think we are doing it. And we're doing it better than before I was on the board. I never knew how much this was being done. And so, and I think there's a lot of folks in the state, both folks down in the State House and elsewhere, that don't know how well it's done.
I would just echo that. I mean, Dickinson is one of the providers of the limited degree opportunity, and we have one or two students for a Bachelor of University Studies that we deliver to the Williston area, one or two students a year. So it's very, very low volume at this time. And I think it's because that type of programming, while a good option, isn't meeting the needs of the student population there. In fact, I think there was a study that was done, a demographic study that was done that some of your staff shared with us some time ago, talking about exactly what kind of four-year degree programming they wanted in that area and had students for. So we actually have some data about that. The other thing I wanted to share in terms of data-informed decisions, we've been doing student welcome surveying and graduate exit surveying since I came to Dickinson. So we don't have a lot of longitudinal data, because that was only since fall 2012. But the information that we do have is telling us when students say, why are you coming here? We ask them specifically, why are you coming here? Well, one, price point. That's a piece of the puzzle. Two, the academic programs, absolutely. And three, location. It matters to them, location, which then reinforces your point exactly, that we need in North Dakota, our student clientele, if you will, they want to go to school in a place where they can have the option to be face-to-face and interactive with their instructors. And right now, we aren't meeting those needs as well as I think we can and should.
Dave?
Well, and
And we've, John mentioned Minot, and Dickinson also likely has a need for a skills training type of space to deliver non-credit workforce training programs. The business community in Bismarck-Mandan would tell you that our community is underserved relative to, we don't have a four-year public. We located in Bismarck, we facilitate that through partnerships with Minot and Dickinson. But there's a need for more four-year program opportunities in the Bismarck-Mandan region as well.
Are you suggesting that that be an expansion of the current delivery mode with Minot and others, or are you suggesting that it could come from you and
it could come with other partners, possibly joining that effort, but over the years we've had a higher education center type concept on the drawing board on our campus, and just never came to fruition. But over time, I think that's likely to come back to the table from a master planning perspective.
Yeah, I always found it odd that the capital city outsources public higher education.
Because our forefathers wanted a prison. That would dedicate, that's some very community.
He'll assign it to me, John.
Show something to literacy.
Yeah. All right, I want to be selfish for a second and ask a question on 2.2C. I don't think it was, this was the only reference I saw in terms of a goal, and it was just listed as an outcome having to do with percentage of students with at least an associate's degree. First of all, I would urge and ask you as you move forward, Lumina actually is going to start counting certificates in its next iteration of Stronger Nation. So as you are able to identify, and they are, to add that into your circumstance, you're already much above the national average. I think you're going to get very close if you add that in there. But is that a target or is that the goal? I just didn't understand what that meant, just that 54.5%. That's the outcome expected? Are you measuring that again? I mean, is that what happens here? That is your goal. So that was different. Is it?
Me? It was different. It was in response to the chamber doing the state chamber 2020 and beyond, and so it was kind of our version of it.
Okay, so the 60% then is not, I guess my confusion is there's not a 60%? Is it a?
Well, because it was just the timing. So.
Oh, it'd be 60% by 2025.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you, Lisa.
This was a 5-year plan.
Yes,
that would be a 10-year plan.
Got it. Okay. All right. Other comments in this section? Providing programs people want where and when they need them. Chancellor, are you comfortable with what you're hearing? Do you need more?
Well, yeah, and one thing that I think we can tie together with the brief we heard this morning with Doug was that if we have places where students can't get what they need, right now they can drive across from Minnesota, but they're going to start going to these online, virtual, other organizations. So we have a compelling driver to go back to legislators saying, listen, it's not something that we can sit on necessarily. We have to really think through this because there are other options that are going to start to pop up here. And that's how technologies change. Borders will begin to fade in some ways.
Absolutely. All right. Well, then let's go ahead and turn to the third section, equipping students for success. I thought your explanation of ensuring versus equipping was interesting, and I applaud you. I think it makes good sense in terms of word choice and so on. Yeah, no, it works. Here there were 3 strategies: improving admission standards at institutions, increasing students' overall attainment rates through increased participation, retention, and completion, and then removing barriers to registering and advising transfer students. Again, a very specific, from my standpoint, it was a very specific, targeted barrier that needed to be addressed.
If I could just give some introductory comments to these 3 bullets, and then I'd be interested in what other people want to say. First, on the first bullet, the board has done this. It was a very long and painful process to get to where we got, but I appreciate the support of the presidents and the board as we finally got to a point where the board found something that they could approve and that the institutions believed would help them get to that improved admission standards. And so that has just been implemented and will now, I guess, this fall, right? The new standards. So number one, we've done, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the demographics of that then play out as to ACT scores for incoming students, GPAs for incoming students, and so on. And so now at both UND and NDSU, which is really the target of these, they've already been showing trends up in both those areas. And so we'll see what the new admission standards do for them. And then for like Mayville, for example, now, Gary, I think this is the first time you've had those admission standards. And so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out at the 4-year regionals as well. So I certainly appreciate everybody's support as we've gone through that one.
Larry, quick question for me.
Yes, sir.
It says full implementation by fall 2018. Is this a transitional move, or certain campuses are implementing and others are doing it later?
Right. Okay. But it is now being implemented this fall. I mean, it's being phased in starting this fall with the new.
This fall.
Right. Okay. And then on the other one, this is an area that it continues to resonate certainly with the legislature and other stakeholders in the state as far as completion rates, graduation rates. Of course, we like to rail against IPEDS numbers in higher education.
Rightfully so.
We all do.
No problem.
But not to take Mr. Morton's words here, he can speak for himself, but as he has said often, that your IPEDS rate, whether you're in Maine or California or North Dakota, it's measuring the same thing. And so we do have, but the other side of it is I think we do such a wonderful job of transfer, both reverse transfers where students start off at a research university and then they say, well, this isn't for me, and they come back to a 2-year school or one of the other 4-year schools. But that really works against us on IPEDS rates,
Larry,
and we understand.
Are we the only state where that happens?
I think we do a very good job of
Are
it.
we the only state where a kid starts out of research school and changes?
No.
That doesn't happen anywhere else?
No.
The thing that frustrates me about the whole IPEDS argument is it is apples to apples. The kids that started in 2009, how many graduated in 2013? It's one data point. It's not the only one. We also have the clearinghouse. Right. But we act like we're the only state where that happens. We're the only state where students get married and dropped out. We're the only state where students work and have to take longer. I just don't understand that. Why are you against IPEDS?
I'm against it because it does not capture in large part, the mission of the community colleges, the 2-year colleges, in terms of completion rates or graduation rates. When you go to the legislature and you have to look and say, we've got a 20% rate, and it's because it doesn't capture first-time full-time students. They started at a 4-year institution, they drop out 3 years later, now come back in for the first time at that community college, and they get an associate degree. It never shows. It doesn't show anywhere. It doesn't count.
Okay,
and so it inhibits. Now, I agree with you, Don, in terms of the apples to apples. There's no way. It's the only game in town that does. And if people understood, and if the legislators and others could say, okay, well, 60% is really pretty darn good if you're only kind of first-time, full-time, individuals, but it's too complex and complicated to get it into that political arena. That's my frustration with it. It's not against the way it's calculated, and it is the only game in the block. I mean,
but every state has the same community school, the 2-year program. I mean, every state has the same issue. So the IPEDS is at least it's apples to apples. But
I was working at Cuyahoga Community College.
It doesn't have to be the only data point, but it can be a data point because
I was working at Tri-C, Cuyahoga Community College 3 weeks ago, and they're involved in an implementation of outcomes-based funding statewide. And so they're trying to look at how they're going to maximize and so on. Well, the president is obsessed with, and rightfully, this IPEDS rate because he gets hammered over the head every time. But when you actually take a look at trying to increase completion or improve the lot of the students and focusing on the students, the people who count IPEDS are 11% of their total student body that actually gets ultimately counted because they have so many persons that are part-time starters, doesn't count if you start part-time, and so on. That's my objection. But this is neither here nor there. I didn't mean to get us off, but it's fine to report and it's fine to compare to other states, and it's legitimate. I get it. I just think it's a disservice to the two-year sector in particular in terms of the way that it actually is articulated.
And on the two-year sector, we do great on iPads here, so that's all right. We're way up there.
You're way up there.
But at any rate, back to the strategic plan. So increasing those rates, the iPads rates, and we've included the SAM rates as well because the SAM rates do include transfer students. Yep. And so, what this gives us, and this was the conversation yesterday that where Don mentioned that, we have to have better metrics in measuring things, and these are part of the metrics. They're there. They are what they are, and we can work with those. And then the third one is probably I guess one of my biggest frustrations, and I think we have to work through this, and I know Lisa has been involved in this, and we've had task force involved in this, and that is the ability for a student to be able to register and to be a collaborative student. Right now, we're in a situation where collaborative students have to be fat-fingered into the system. It ought to be more fluid and more transparent for students. They ought to be able to register, and we ought to be able to share that data and stuff like that. We've had task force working on that. Some of it is cultural, some of it is software, some of it is FERPA concerns. So there's all sorts of countervailing forces on that. But I think going down the road, we have to do a far, far better job of that. And we do have task force that are looking at some of those issues right now. But so that's sort of an overview of those three things. I think that this is sort of where the rubber meets the road kind of stuff, and is really important to us.
I would just, I think there's a couple goals that what I'd like to see happen, this would be a recommendation. I'd like to see the chancellor and the cabinet in a smaller setting. This is too big a setting to get too much into the weeds, but I think the chancellor and his cabinet, if they could sit down and look at these different goals and come up with some measurable accountabilities so we can, how do we tell if we're on the right path? How do we tell if we need to quit doing something? How do we tell if we need to adjust this? I mean, so we have some metrics, and you guys have the expertise to come up with those. I think it might be difficult. Deliver degrees that are the best value in the nation. That, to me, that seems like, I don't know where, but maybe you can. If you can, that's be great. I think all these are okay if we can get some measurable accountabilities.
Well, Don, as you said that, I'm meeting with the presidents at the end of our day for about 15 minutes. And one of the things I was going to say is give me suggestions on how the cabinet can do more, because you're exactly right. You are very busy people. You have real challenges with your own private lives and jobs and this volunteer activity, and we're full-time, 11 experts and the staff, and so I could show you, it's on my list to talk exactly that thing, of how we can better work at the cabinet level to solve some of these problems and bring you then more packaged solutions, and feel free to engage. We're like, okay, we're starting to trust you on this one and this one, less so on this one, so go ahead and move on these.
That is music to our ears.
All right.
Very good. You haven't started yet. That was excellent.
And just one note on that, since I had the talking stick. Something I learned in the Navy is that I just want to be sure on that first task where Larry said, we'll come back with something on affordability, best value. That doesn't mean the 11 universities stop looking for cost savings and other things, right? We should still be looking at that. If you see a program like, gee, this is underserved, only 2 students, we need to shut it down. Don't wait for the vice chancellor and I to get a team together and to come back on, okay, what's our tuition plan because of what the legislature did, right? We need to keep parallel pathing. So I just want to make that one little caveat there. So.
I want to add on to that,
Yeah,
too. There's two things. First of all, that's one approach we have to take, and there are numerous reasons people won't like me at times. One of them may be because I won't always say things that are popular, but when we are going to get together, Don talks about data, and John made a comment, well, some of it's bad data. What I'm saying is, let's not use bad data for our favor and then criticize it when it's against us. If it's not good data, then do not use it. If it's something that compares us and we can legitimize performance with it, then please use it. And the second thing is, we have talked a lot about, for gosh sakes, the legislature's been out of session for a long time, relatively speaking. And the only thing I've heard is about that, and I've heard very little about cost containment. And I'm sorry, but there's a reason some of the decisions were made. And I know we've talked about collaboration and things along those lines, but improving efficiency and cost containment, if we would talk about that more and make efforts, we legitimize what we're trying to do and we gain credibility. And I think those things are extremely important as we move forward.
From my vantage point,
I just want to add one more quick thing, because Greg's making a really good point, and I just whispered in Senator Larry's ear, Robinson from Valley City, and we're both in the legislature on different sides of the aisle. And I just said, tuition freezes, would you agree, are probably here to stay for a while. Guys, once something gives, an absolutely large change has to occur before that environment with the legislature is going to change. We should really be thinking about how do we fit in our shoes that we have today, because my sense is this isn't the only tuition freeze we're ever going to see.
Point well taken, Nick. And go, Eric.
Well, I was just going to say, at the AGB meeting, there was a round table, and geez, you guys think I only think Buckeyes, but the former chair of the Board of Trustees at Ohio State said that President Drake's edict is we will save 10% of our budget through efficiency. And for Ohio State, that's $450 million a year. Okay, because they have a $4.7 billion budget. So my point is, I think what I took out of that was, what are we doing here, to Nick's point, Greg's point, what are we doing here with purchasing power, every other thing to create efficiencies? What are we doing? What can we leverage as a system? What do we have to leverage as an institution? I mean, why is it that our department buys pens from 4 different vendors? Okay, so this is an important issue that I think
extremely important. And let me just say that I think it's really goal number 4 that we're jumping to here, that is maximizing the strengths of a unified system. And I think that it fits. Now, we can certainly jump to 4 or finish 3 and then move to it. Did anybody have anything further on the equipping students for success piece? Any thoughts, any tweaking that needs to be done? Any other barriers that you are hoping will have some light shed on it, Kevin?
The paper barrier is a huge one as far as students registering and transferring and scholarships and financial aid and all of those types of things. So there's got to be an opportunity somewhere along the line to clean up all of that, to make it simpler.
Okay, you're suggesting some sort of a policy audit or okay.
Yeah, I'd say, sorry. Go ahead. I don't have a challenge. I just want to make sure the board is aware, because a lot of the improve admission standards discussion happened at the research institutions and the universities. At NDSCS in the fall of 2016, all of our current technical programs will have entry-level standards. That was at the request of most of our business and industry partners, because the level of a technician they need is at a higher level than what it used to be. That required us to make sure that those students were academically equipped to come into the program, to make sure that their student success was greater coming out at the back end. To the enrollment piece, our research would tell us when you implement increased academic standards, your enrollment will have a temporary dip, and over time, it will climb to even a higher number. And that's what our intent is to do with it. I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. Thank you.
John, along those same lines, let me just, from a Microsoft perspective, we've always had a 4-year degree requirement. That's changing when it comes to technical. Because so many of these young people are self-taught, and they have and I think you're going to see more and more of that from companies like Microsoft, just looking for that technical person, whether they have a 4 degree or not, which I think is good for the 2-year schools.
Thank you.
Strengthen those programs.
Chancellor?
Yeah, I was just, I may be having us turn back a page, but I just wanted to be sure that when we talk about provide programs that people want, where, and when they need them, that we acknowledge that in these universities we have experts on technology, experts on what we just heard Doug say this morning, that a lot of parents and kids have no idea what is coming. And so building on the brief this morning and some things I've talked with online, the unmanned systems, cybersecurity, nanotechnology, et cetera, that there may be a little more dynamism to that category, meaning communicate to our students what's out there and direct them to the future. I have here an article that the president of Delaware wrote recently before he's heading off to the Federal Reserve. Interesting, he'll be the first educator to go on the Federal Reserve. Janet Yellen, when he's a friend, we were White House Fellows together. The economists were upset that he was going there because they wanted another economist. And she goes, education is absolutely going to be the ground of our economic success, so she wants an educator on there. But he makes a point in here that he doesn't claim to know what the future is going to be, but our experts who are already in here should feel confident that even when there's not a demand signal yet, that the researchers, the professors and whatnot, where a lot of these companies all come from, should be really active in that part there. That just because there's not a demand signal yet, they may have to create the demand signal. And someone was saying at lunch today where there was a professor who went, who was that? Was that Doug? Someone was talking about a professor who went and started recruiting kids from a high school saying, I want you to come study in this program. Kid never heard of the program before. But the professor saw the vision coming and created the demand signal. So I just want to get that out there for people to think about, that I think we have responsibility to educate our parents and the kids, even in the K through 12 phase, of what they should be coming to, and not just wait for
Lots of work done in a lot of states. There's actually a student group called Young Invincibles who has recently done a nice, I guess, an awareness effort to identify and to list all the different apps and technology accessible pieces of information students use in terms of college selection, in terms of a return on investment. University of Texas has an amazing app that if you want to look to see what their graduates are earning in a particular program 4 years or 5 years out, you can get an app and you can make that decision. So there's an awful lot going on there. And I think you're right. I think that it's just the tip of the iceberg, and it's going to continue. So this communication with prospective students, with parents, and with others in terms about choices that they will be expected to make is certainly appropriate.
And if the faculty is already doing that, my apologies, because I'd like to get out and about and talk to them, but they're going to relate more to a 32-year-old associate professor than the old chancellor. I mean, it's going to be that faculty person seeing that they have a role there. So again, for the faculty already doing that, it's wonderful.
Could I just take a minute? We have 2 guests I'd like to introduce. Our Academic Development Corporation here in Fargo started a program several years ago called Teacher in the Industry, where they asked the large companies in town to take a teacher, and they spend a month with us, kind of like an intern. And then a year ago, we also started a professor in industry, where we're just trying to get educators to understand what's going on in the private sector. And Allie is a math teacher at West Fargo, and Juan is a physics professor at Minnesota State University Moorhead. But thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
You can leave now if you have to go.
I too was going to commend Microsoft, an exceptional program, well worthwhile. Others should emulate.
No, it's all it's like 8 or 9 companies
doing it
that take people.
But that is something that more and more needs to be done with, and figuring out ways, again, to expose individuals, students, and or professors, others, to the realities of business. A lot of what the Chancellor said, this whole notion of aligning workforce and education and figuring out where the intersections are. National Governors Association has embarked on a fairly major project. A lot of states, Ohio being one that is immersed in that right now. Lots coming from that. And again, as you go through these processes, and Chancellor, we can try to make sure that you are kept up to speed in terms of what's happening elsewhere and informed going on. I had a couple of questions just real quick on this number 3 in terms of equipping students. One thing that I found that was not in here directly was a discussion of developmental or remedial education and its impact. It was discussed earlier. Mike brought it up in terms of someone was planning to maybe propose to do it in the 12th grade. Is this an issue that is, pardon?
I think that's in there, the last paragraph.
In the,
It was discussed last year, apparently.
I'm not fine. What page?
14.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Video.
All right. Okay. Is it something that needs to have a metric with it? Is this a barrier to completion or success? Are you experimenting with some of this is the only reason I raise it is that nationally, certainly, this is one of the biggest discussion points.
Well, we're monitoring, we're tracking the data very closely in the SLDS. And DPI has a pilot project going, and Superintendent Baszler it's on her radar. So I don't know if we want to put it in here. I mean, it's
I'm not advocating. I was just curious, and I appreciate Mike you at least pointing that out.
I was actually going to add that in number 4 with some collaboration and other entities. So.
Okay. All right. Other issues related to equipping students for success.
One comment I think I made after we walked out last year was that I don't think the word quality was in any of the things that we said, and as we talk about equipping students for success, it may seem like semantics, but equipping graduates for success, I think, is something else that it probably has different strategies and indicators. And I just know, through WICHE and just various reading and whatever, discussions around competency-based education and adaptive learning, and offering a different. This goes back to this whole. It's the classroom experience. What's the value to the student of the experience they have on campus? And I also think it relates directly back to engaged faculty and the comment about faculty reaching out to recruit students. I think if you have the right people and you give them the resources, they will remain up to date on professional development and making sure that they're providing a great experience for students. But I know those are some of the things I don't think we've talked about. A lot of things that we do I think are pretty traditional. A lot of our measurements are traditional, but I think it does come back to meeting the demands students have and the needs that they have, and knowing that they're all different. Are there different ways of educating our students as well? And maybe some of this is going on, but I don't think we've ever talked about it as a board.
Sonia's article mentioned a number of these types of things. I just wanted to respond, and you bring up competency-based education. Certainly, that is a policy issue that impacts and affects in terms of portability. How is it measured? Who's going to do it as a portfolio? How are you going to do it? It's certainly on the cusp of discussions nationally. Likewise, the use of predictive analytics. In terms of the advising discussion, there was mention again of PAR, I think, and there's some, the Education Advisory Board has done quite a bit. A number of institutions, Georgia State University is really setting the bar in terms of its impact on low-income and underprepared students in terms of getting the resources and the advisement, intrusive advising that goes in. Arizona State is again, a tremendous user of technology in terms of its initial advisement, down to course placement predicated and based upon successes or expected successes depending upon what the student has done. So there's a lot in this section that you can do, and I think you've touched on it certainly. Emma, I'm sorry.
I think to add to Carrie's point about the graduate success, one thing that was noted in the white paper was about potential federal policy changing that would require institutions to be responsible for loans that are defaulted and penalties that might go along with that, or fines. I also know that from my experience working in a teacher education department, we're getting more questions about the placement rates of our students and the ability to accurately document that and that expectation of how well prepared our graduates are in conjunction with how effective they are. So I just wanted to add that to Carrie's point.
Very good.
I think too, I think the board members are all aware and our staff is all aware that while the legislature did take it away in some areas, they did give us on the PAR, and we got funding for system-wide implementation of PAR. So
good.
That will be something we'll be working on.
Excellent. Good news. Okay. Section 4. All right. This is the one, and the conversation this morning on collaboration was certainly honed and focused, I think, strictly on academic collaboration, and that's where I kind of took it unintentionally, maybe. And I apologize, because I think that a lot of the interest, certainly in the room, and it's been echoed. I think Greg just brought it up. I think that Nick has mentioned it. I think Murray may have alluded to it earlier in terms of, you know, collaboration with this notion of business efficiencies or cost savings. And Eric's reference to Ohio State and what it's doing and how it's doing, certainly at their board level, they have had a committee on business efficiencies that has prompted a lot of that. The state that has probably elevated and done the most is Maryland over the years. Britt Kerwin and his folks 10 years ago were the ones who kind of just set this tone, said they're going to go to the legislature each year and show them how they're going to save 10%, where that savings is, take that 10% and put it directly into student success. It has worked well. The pushback or the kind of the slowdown point is when you get through all the business efficiencies that are pretty self-evident in terms of backroom stuff, the procurement issues, going paperless, some of those types of things, the energy efficiencies, the lights and so on. You get that done, then you realize that the real cost driver, or a major cost driver at the institutional level, is in your personnel. And that creates a whole different set of conversations. And then you can get into a whole variety of things, ranging certainly from who's teaching at what levels, and you know, to pension discussions, to all sorts of things. So anyway, I think that this collaboration section, maximizing the strengths of the unified system, speaks certainly to the academic collaboration. And then the second one is the creating efficiencies through the shared programs and services. So at this time, we can do one or the other, and then certainly wanted to make sure that there's a conversation, or the opportunity to have conversation about the speed at which the system is able to respond to things it's identified, and then this notion of research institutions and its role and how it fits and how it is to be measured or to be seen as a positive outcome. Thoughts? We did the academic one already. Why don't we start with 4.2 if we can, with the system collaboration in terms of cost efficiencies or cost savings. Are there thoughts? First of all, are there successes that have either been pre-existing or that are now starting? Are there challenges that you have encountered already and or anticipate encountering? Are there things that need to be added more specifically, or metrics that need to be included that will do what is intended in terms of encouraging the efficiencies through shared programs? John?
One success, the shared services with NDSU in our payroll. There was not one glitch when we transitioned NDSCS doing the payroll to NDSU doing our payroll, where we thought we were, we knew we'd save about 20% of an FTE in doing that on our campus. Due to 2 turnovers, whatever, we've made some internal decisions. We've taken an FTE that was dedicated to HR, and we have shifted those funds to a faculty position. So the efficiency for us was we were able to take a non-revenue generating position, a non-student direct impact position, and move it to a directly student impact, a faculty position that actually becomes a revenue generator for us. So it's great success, and I want to thank Dean and his administrative staff for working with us on that.
Any problems on your end, Dean, in terms of taking over the unexpected or unintended consequences?
No, as a matter of fact, it had no consequence. We added major. I forget what John has, 800 people on your payroll against our nearly 7,000. The computer never knew the difference.
Got it. Other successes or areas that have been broached in terms of efficiencies?
I think we need to improve in this area. And the more that we can look at shared services among our system, the better the strength of our system, and the more benefit it would be to our students and our colleges and universities.
I would tend to agree. Are there any efforts to collaborate outside of the system with other government agencies? Is there, or school system, K-12 systems in terms of?
No, but that's a wonderful idea, because a lot of profit and nonprofit organizations run very similar programs.
Yeah. No, and there are states that are experimenting with that in some areas, geographic areas that certainly have done, Ohio being one. Yes, Eric.
Well, I was just going to say the one element that I think we've seen is the IT services and the IT security and that type of thing, now having a system approach to that. I don't know what the savings has been, but I would say that is an example of a collaborative, but that's more of a systems approach, and I think we're starting to see more systems approach being taken. And I think as we continue down that road, that might be highly advantageous and to explore in other areas. Bulk purchasing is an example.
Do you want to explain, at least just in terms of what it means for you at System to take on that responsibility? Has it created?
Well, so this state has a state network that the state of North Dakota maintains for K-12 higher education and state government and other political subdivisions. And so the cost savings are probably already brought forward. I mean, for us, if we were to do this separately, the cost would be insurmountable. So and with that regard, that piece is already done network-wise, and then we'll continue to bolster on that. But we're working collaboratively with the auditor's office on doing security audits and other factors. And with Williston, we're moving ahead on the consolidation language that was put in the recent law because Dr. Nadalny's lost staff. So we're just moving ahead, and I think there'll be savings for him with that regard. I mean, we're not billing him. We're just going to do the services that we can provide him.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because I lost my entire IT staff, and then when you have to reconstruct an IT staff, my last college in Washington, we had one employee that was just dedicated to the Exchange server, running Barracuda, and because that was consolidated about 4 years ago. That I don't think people realize how huge that is and what a nightmare that system can be. So pieces like that are really relevant. I think UND's, when we lost our entire financial aid staff for the third time in 3 years, University of North Dakota came in and swept up that, and we would have allowed University of North Dakota and begged University of North Dakota to continue that service, but the upfront cost to delivering these kind of services is something that we have to get a handle on because there is an upfront cost. And the long-term cost, it definitely decreases, and it actually creates a wonderful efficiency, but there are some upfront costs. With the university system, and I think what Lisa's talking about, they have taken, their upfront cost is really their personnel taking time and attention away from other things and then helping us and actually consulting, but also bringing over some things into the system that I think would be in a plan long term, but does have a cost that's more intangible, but there is a cost there.
Yes, Gary.
I'm not sure if this is the right category, but in the last 7 years, we initiated some energy performance contracts, and so far, I got a fresh number. We've saved $7,280,185.
Energy savings certainly is a place that many states have gone. Do you report that? Does the system report that? Is there a regular mechanism that you can identify and or that the legislature becomes aware of these efforts on an ongoing basis? Just a thought. Because as you're trying to build the impression, if nothing else, of accountability and trying to be frugal with taxpayer dollars and so on, this certainly is an area that if you can quantify and if you can show actual savings and even down to the department, there's again, the state of Maryland has a very nice template, a very nice organized set of definitions in the way that they do it, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but it might be something we want to look at moving forward. Yes, Greg.
I used to work in a state where the mentality was if we don't spend it, we'll never get it back.
Sure.
The bottom line is that does permeate secondary education. I can only speak on my behalf as a board member that I think we need to, whether it's a non-revenue producing position and there's a cost savings and it's reinvested in revenue, those are the stories that we need to stand up for, and we gain credibility. We gain trust when we act responsibly with the resources that are provided to us. And I can only speak from my standpoint that I would fight along those lines and say don't penalize them for improving efficiency. Don't penalize them for giving more to the students, for investing more in the education of our students, and by saving in other areas. And that's, like I said, as a board, I'd have to believe that we would stand along those lines. I can't speak for the rest of the board members, but I think we have to get past that as a hurdle to not cut costs.
Good point. Other thoughts or thinking relative to efficiencies? The state of Georgia has, of course, looked at consolidation of institutions, at least in terms of administrative consolidation. Actually, they are the only state that has done it. They have not been encumbered by unions. That is typically a place that creates problems for those legitimately in places with our contracts and labor expectations. And I'm not here to advocate for it. I'm just saying that it exists out there. Yes, Murray.
I just want to comment about one thing that's not really mentioned in here, which perhaps we didn't address first time around, is that within the university system we have 39 non-governmental organizations that are associated, foundations and other nonprofit organizations, a total 39. If you total up the assets of the alumni associations alone, I'm guessing that it's approximately $750 million. And then we have, with 39 non-governmental organizations, we have 39 separate boards of directors. And so the issue is, in a unified system, are we embracing those NGOs to be a part of the system so that we're all marching the same direction under the same plan, under the same guidance, and working in the same directions, or sometimes are we at odds or having independent agenda that may not be contributing to the overall program? So I think it would be appropriate in the next iteration of the plan to address the importance and the relationship of the non-governmental organizations within the entire system.
Interesting point. Is there anything else that should be thought through relative to the definition or identification of what is the system? Is that the outlier at this time? Is that the only one that you...
I think we should think about what is in the system, because you have not only the 11 institutions, you have core technology services, you got the system the system office, you have 39 associated organizations. They're all technically part of the system, hopefully going the same direction.
You know, just to bounce off that, you know, Valley City, Bismarck, Minot, Williston State, we've all entered, I think we've all entered in agreements with parks. So we've created efficiencies, community efficiencies, by not duplicating 2 rec centers, but having 1 rec center for a community. That creates a huge government efficiency. Department of Transportation could not run a DMV. Legislators came up to us, asked us to do it. It's a $12 million a year business that we're running. Foundation, I think Steve talked about, his foundation did a 72-unit apartment building. Our foundation did 2 72-unit apartment buildings, but they were for critical workers in the community. And as those critical workers find housing, they become housing for students. So again, that is another way of creating some incredible efficiencies. And I think that if you'll look at it, especially with the community colleges being multiple mission, we've been very responsive and highly innovative in terms of creating those types of efficiencies.
Is it my impression, or is there not a way that this is being articulated or elevated or communicated in a formal or a uniform fashion, or at least a timely fashion? I mean, you just rattled off 6 items about roughly that all seem to make sense. The metric here says that under the creating the efficiencies, the way it's to be measured, annual improvement in number of shared services and collaborative programs. To me, that's just listing services. Is there a way to quantify the dollar savings to show that? Should that be something? I don't know if in all cases it can be done. And are we capturing all that is going on in your campuses at the institutional level or with communities that we may not be thinking about, Murray?
It may not be totally quantified in dollar savings, because in some situations the project wouldn't be accomplished but for the cooperative agreement.
Good point.
I just wonder I didn't realize we had that many with the 39 organizations you're talking about, Murray. And they have a separate board of directors. Where does the authority, who's ultimately accountable? I mean, it seems like the president is the president, and do these, I know it's at some universities, I'm more familiar with a little, for a variety of reasons with UND, it seems like some of those are just independent, completely independent university, not always doing what's best for the university. I think that's something that probably I think we're at risk as a board with some of these organizations. And then some of them have agendas that may be in conflict with our agenda.
Certainly an area that states grapple with. I mean, it's not an easy circumstance to just decide that, oh yeah, we're going to oversee or take over. There's no question. Foundation and foundation dollars are big things.
Sometimes it seems like they want to pick the presidents, and that's our job.
Yes, Larry.
Oh, I was just going to mention Murray is working and has promised to have a policy revision on foundations, or NGOs, as he's called them, non-governmental organizations that are part of it. And so that will be coming forward to the board, I suppose, the September meeting. But it really has been a transitional thing, and my biggest concern about the issue on foundations is that we got to be so careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Foundations have been incredibly valuable to our institutions all across the board, but at the same time, they did operate rather independently for a long time. And then, as we know, there was all of a sudden it was brought into the light with the housing project at NDSU, and then other issues that came to light out of that. And so then we went from a 1-page agreement with our foundations to like a 5-page agreement with foundations. And my guess is that we're going to have more scrutiny, because the legislature, and I get this 100%, and I was flogged over the purchase of a building up at UND. And the whole basis was that they believed, and I completely understand their arguments, that there was a foundation, the foundation could not make it financially, and therefore the state bailed them out. Now, financially, it made perfectly good sense to do that, but on the surface, I understand the concern. And when you've got 39 of these foundations, many of them owning property on institutions, I can see why the legislature says you guys are responsible to hold these guys accountable. And so there will be more oversight, but we've got to keep in mind, again, as I said, they have been incredibly valuable to our institutions, and we want to, of course, support that. And I said all of that for Senator Robinson's credit.
And he's back there nodding and saying thank you. Thank you. No, I think the caution is well taken. I do. In terms of going back to 4.1, the increase in academic collaboration, the way that the metric is defined is simply annual improvement in number of collaborative students. And is that defined, maybe Lisa, is that a question for you? Is that what is a collaborative student? Is it someone who is enrolled in a collaborative program that's identified as such? Is it a programmatic
Well,
designation?
it would be students who are enrolled at multiple campuses at the same time. So a student could be at BSC and NDSU taking.
But it doesn't necessarily mean there's any collaboration between those two institutions relative to the student. They may not even know that student's enrolled in both places.
Right, and it's extremely difficult for the student to do that.
And is that what is really being meant here by increasing academic collaboration amongst the institutions?
Well, I think one part was to remove the barriers to make it more easily done for students, because it really is difficult. It's difficult for the campuses because they have to manually enter it, and I can speak from personal experience having a son in the system. It's just about impossible for him to take classes from another institution. So there's that. But I also, I think it is more, the other piece is what we talked about earlier. It is how do we collaborate as institutions to serve the students for programming.
And what are some of the barriers that are existing that prevent collaboration, both at the institutional level and then also from a student standpoint? Financial aid is typically one, Eric?
Well, we actually, Brett, Jordan, and I were having this discussion at lunch. I guess we were at the kids' table. But we were having a discussion that, just sort of out of the box, that wouldn't it be nice that, Brett's a student at UND, he's from Fargo. What if, and he's a biology pre-med type guy, what if there was a class at NDSU that he wanted to take, counted into his major, come down here, it's at night, stays at mom and dad's, drives home the next day. NDSU would get those completion dollars. He would get the credit on his UND transcript, but it was seamless within the system to do that. He could just very, very easily just register for that class because he's within the system, or somebody at Minot or whatever do that. And I think this is exactly what Lisa's talking about, right? Well, and it may be Gary, you've got a student that loves Mayville, doesn't want to transfer, but there's 4 classes they need to take at NDSU or UND, and it's 35 miles, 40 miles either way to go take those classes. But they want to graduate from Mayville. They feel that identity with Mayville State.
But we do those things and transfer them in.
Yeah, but instead of transferring them in, can't it just be seamless? I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Right?
What we're trying to say is, just like South Dakota, you can take a class from any of those campuses all at the same time and you don't transfer.
Yeah, because it's just on your transcript as the registrar at UND would know the class was taken at NDSU. They got the grade recorded. It's seamless. It happens.
Sure.
It counts for graduation. NDSU gets the money, blah, 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 but it just works. And so I think that's what when we're talking about collaborative students, the ability for a student to go cross institutions.
To be co-enrolled. It's simultaneous enrollment.
I guess. I mean, really, I guess co-enrollment would be one way, but they're really not enrolled at NDSU as much as they're, you know what I mean?
But they are enrolled. They're a member of that student body. They are. And the problem, one of the problems that is typically faced is the financial aid. If you're trying to become a full-time student, in order to get a full Pell or federal, you have to have so many credit. And if you're split up in 3 different institutions, then who becomes the home institution? And that's a question. That's something that can be. I mean, the states have worked out, and institutions have worked out. I don't know if that's happened here or not.
But I think to your question and to what Lisa was getting at, that's where we were going.
Okay.
I would like to just clarify one thing. We're one of the largest providers of enrollments for collaborative students. We have a lot of UND students that choose to take a class or 2 from Lake Region, and we don't have an issue with it.
Good.
UND has essentially perfected the collaborative application piece on their website. It's streamless. It still requires a little bit of manual work, but if you do it often, as we do between UND and Lake Region, it's not as painful. And I would imagine that their registrar could really help you with that if there's some struggles. And it does make financial aid very easy. It does make degree completion on time very easy. If you're missing one certain class that you need and you can get it from somewhere else, I think it's crucial to what we do as a system. And we need to do it better. And I think Lisa's office in the future will figure out how to make it so the student can just go on and do the registration themselves. So.
Good. It's good to know that there's in place an example that can be at least looked to and emulated. Yes, Karen.
Just a quick question, and I got to be careful how I ask this, but if we did this really well, really well, would it ever be possible? And again, I don't know the kinds of classes that are being taken this way or whatever, but would it be possible that some campuses wouldn't have to staff for certain classes that were needed as part of a general basic, such that they could those resources could be reallocated? I mean, is that kind of?
Carrie, I'm trying to understand. I think I get where you're driving at, and are.
I think that, well, and I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I think are some of the programs that we have or that we're offering, this kind of comes to that whole duplication question, and it's a question. I'm not making any assumptions about whether we have duplication unnecessarily or not. I'm sure in some cases it makes a lot of sense, but are there cases where we could be more efficient if certain components of a program were always taught in a collaborative fashion so that you don't have staff teaching the same course on multiple campuses, and then those resources could be reallocated to invest in kind of the more premier programs that the school is focusing on?
I would just like to say that I do think that is happening. You say, for example, Lake Region did not have a physics instructor, or we were minus a math teacher. We could collaboratively enroll our students in any one of the community colleges and have them take those courses collaboratively. And nothing would stop us from deciding we're not going to have a math teacher at all, and we're going to outsource all of our math to another college. I mean, there's nothing that would prevent that.
Well, and I don't want to. I mean, would you be in a situation where you'd ever say, well, we're just not going to backfill that position. We're going to take those dollars and increase faculty pay, which is something we haven't talked about, but increase faculty pay for existing staff so that we can retain quality faculty.
Mm-hmm. And we are doing some of that. The Information Technology Consortium that we have, that we're a part of with Valley City and Williston and Dakota College at Bottineau and Fort Berthold, we share instructors so students can complete IT degrees. We will teach 2 or 3 classes. They will teach 2 or 3 classes. Each campus is taking a piece of it, so we all don't have to have multiple IT instructors. And it works very well. We collaborate in that way. And you could go around the room and there is oodles of examples of really working together. And I don't think we sell it as well as we should, or publicize it as well as we should, or advertise it as well as we should, because it seems like there's this belief that we don't collaborate enough. and we collaborate well and we collaborate often.
Which I think echoes what Eric said earlier, that it wasn't until you got on the board that you realized the extent to which the collaboration was occurring.
But, you know, Carrie brought something up that's near and dear to every faculty member's heart. And, but also I think we've heard Ray and some of the other institutions talk about retaining staff and faculty. And so, you know, we were so, when we were putting together this strategic plan, we sort of ignored all that, right? I mean, what are we going to do? What's our strategy to retain faculty, to recruit better faculty, to enhance the faculty-student experience, to retain staff, to recruit staff? What are we going to do? Because, you know, all this is wonderful, but if you don't have the faculty to teach the classes and the staff that are assisting the students and the faculty to deliver the educational experience, what do we have? And so something that was completely left out of the strategic plan, because I think, you know, we got last year we were very student-centric, we were talking about this as all, but, you know, faculty and staff, that's student-centric, because that's who's delivering what we need to deliver to these students. And that's something that's left out. And I think there's a fair bit that we've heard over the last 2 days directly on this point. You know, the issues at Dickinson State, the issues at Williston State, you know, it's across the system, right? And I think we really need to bring that into the strategic plan, and that's something that's missing.
Eric, I appreciate the comment. Is there a place that seems to warrant that? Is that a value? Is that in the notion of it's identified with research institutions of sort, enhance the research reputation.
Yeah,
is that through faculty? Or?
Yeah, but I think we have a system-wide problem in this area, and it's just not research institution oriented. If you scroll up on the plan, I think it would be where we're not ensuring, because I got that out, right? I almost lost the heels on my boots digging them in so hard on that point. But equipping students for success. The reality is, this is where if we have a student or a faculty staff-oriented strategy, that's where we put it. In number 3. Students can't have success without staff and faculty there. It's impossible.
Karen?
I would just, actually agree with you, Eric. I think that faculty are, I think that faculty and staff are people are the foundation of any strategic plan we have. I think that's just essential or fundamental to any strategic plan. But I mean, I've heard a couple people say we can't retain faculty, we're losing faculty. I mean, I think the numbers we saw when we were working on this plan was we were at about 5% of market. Is that accurate?
On salary?
Yeah. I think that was the numbers we had last year in the booklet.
I don't know.
And I was from the president's perspective, is that one of our biggest challenges? Are we able to pay competitively?
Any presidents want to take a faculty salary discussion? Is that a...
Carrie, I was just going to say, we just finished doing a pretty comprehensive Coupa comparison of our salaries, and in some instances, in some areas, we were looking relatively comparative, and in other areas, not so much. But I think more than the faculty salary comparison, I think given and I really like the term, the hyperinflationary environment that we're in, that it's about the lifestyle that those salaries for faculty and staff can buy, given our context, which is so different than other places in the nation, and then the way North Dakota was historically. And I think that's the confounding factor that makes it really hard to get a handle on addressing your question.
So we had, President Kelly.
Gary, you raise a very critical point relative to the quality of our national reputations. I'm speaking solely now for UND. To answer your question effectively, the first piece is we are below average across the board on virtually every scale for full-time FTE tenure-track faculty. Most universities have resolved this by going to either part-time employment for efficiencies, adjunct appointment, or going after a cadre of faculty, usually from abroad, that are so fortunate to be in the United States on whatever visa status, and they bring to us an incredible value. They are brilliant people, but we run the risk of having parents and other consumer factions saying we can't understand these faculty, so there's a risk there. But that's one way in which you get efficiencies. The area where we cannot compete at the present time, unless we take massive resources and focus on the very few areas, is to try to bring national standing capabilities to our STEM disciplines. We probably cannot do this in the humanities, the performing, the fine arts. And that's where you try to consolidate resources to bring in a person, a faculty of national standing, National Academy standing, simply to build a particular area. And that's a challenge that we almost cannot meet. And I'll speak just for UND, because to provide the comprehensive education at graduate and undergraduate levels in all of the areas that I think we should devote our attentions to, it's a luxury that we just haven't been able to achieve yet. We cannot find the level of resources that would vault that individual so far up above everyone else.
And to echo something here and to come back to Chancellor Scogan did send us the Chronicle of Higher Education Almanac for Higher Education. It does have the average North Dakota salaries versus I think it's average national number. And but I want to caution everybody when you start looking at these numbers, because it's much more complicated than this. Because and another thing is when you look at gender distribution on salary, we have some disciplines at a university that are much more female dominated over male dominated. And an English professor does not make as much money as a finance professor. And you know, there's a high degree of variability within disciplines of how much people are paid. And so I think it's really important. In fact, at UND, the compensation committee, we talked about going in and actually looking and defining whether we do have gender differences in pay simply by examining, you know, department to department is really how you have to do it. And but you know, so I want to caution. But as President Kelly said, you know, we're below average on everything, and it does impact sometimes recruiting, and I will echo it. It's difficult, you know, if we want to go after a National Academy level person or somebody that's, you know, you're going to build a program around. Let's say you're going to go out into petroleum engineering and you want to hire the 2 top petroleum engineering professors in the country. You're going to have to ante up a lot of money to get those people, because you know, we're a commodity like just about anything else, you know. And so President Kelly's absolutely right, because I know when we've in the med school have thought about going out and making some targeted recruitments of some big names, you know, it's been difficult because the resources just aren't there, and so this is a concern, so this also then falls into 4.4 as well. It dovetails the same issue in a way. It's different than the student element of it, but it is also important from a research institution perspective, bringing in those high-level, full professors who you're going to build a program around. Okay, that's difficult.
Let me dovetail to the 4.4. Are we okay to do that? In terms of enhancing the research reputation of the research institutions, there are a number of indicators relative to expenditures, and then also the conferral of doctoral degrees in certain fields. Is this an appropriate way to get at, and of course I'm looking at the research folks initially in terms of, is this adequate? Is this the way that you feel you should or could be fairly judged in terms of if you were to raise these things, does that enhance, or are there some other things that are missing?
Absolutely. When you look at the research universities, and again, this gets back to reputational and national standings, we're doing okay, but you have to understand that we are competing in this arena with every other doctoral degree granting institution in the United States and Canada to some extent. So yes, these are appropriate. We do have to produce more doctorates. We do have to enhance STEM and non-STEM disciplines. This gets back to the resource appropriation we were just talking about a moment ago. Certainly UND is going through a process right now, taking a very hard look at how do we develop the data that will help us with an evidence-based decision-making process, take resources from one area into another. What kinds of data do we need to drive those kinds of decisions? Clearly, the intent is to try to build greater capacity in doctoral programs, provide support for students, all of the equipment, the facilities, the laboratory spaces for the STEM disciplines, performing arts halls for the non-STEM kinds of areas, research library capabilities, getting online services, using every resource that we can to provide a competitive higher educational learning environment at the doctoral level. So these are the challenges that we face, especially when 2,500 students are in our doctoral programs and the remainder are undergraduates with very, very different needs, different goals, and so on. So yes, this is very appropriate. I'll let Dean comment about his views. I just think we've got some real issues relative to resource allocation to accomplish some of these things, but we must do it.
Is it internal resource allocation, or is it from external division that you're thinking?
Well, I think within the budgets that we have and within the appropriations and the fiscal realities we have, it has to be internal.
Okay. All right. Dean, oh, there he came up to the table.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add what Bob talked about. Within our environment, I think we have the political challenge as well of the perceived lack of relevance of doctoral programs by the public versus the real relevance of doctoral programs. Going back to what Bob was talking about as far as National Academy members, it isn't just the compensation level of these National Academy members that I think a unstudied opinion would say, why would you spend $200,000-$300,000 on a faculty member? It's the endowments that would be required to lure them here and lure their programs here. You're starting to talk about $10, $15 million endowments, and a person on the street understandably would say, why would we spend that much money on one person or one discipline? So that also becomes a challenge. And then the third, and I was just talking with Carrie about this a little bit ago, how we look at graduate and postdoc students here as employees is not competitive nationally, particularly with graduate students and particularly with healthcare coverage. These are people that are perceived to be a graduate student. What they are is a grossly underpaid lab assistant who is going to graduate school at the same time. We provide non-competitive compensation packages and completely non-competitive healthcare packages. UND does a better job on this than NDSU, and neither of us compares nationally with our peers, which means we're less competitive for the best graduate students who could have the biggest impact on our faculty's research productivity, would be the best graduates to have in the workforce when they leave our institutions. And so I guess I would just throw those addendums on, but Bob really hit it very well as far as I'm concerned.
I'll follow up on that. I mean, we've had some frustrated students in the past who were on National Science Foundation fellowships, and which is there's no employee-employer relationship, and it's confusing. And there's very specific tax law and implications thereof when you have these fellowships. And the one thing we entered into a discussion, I think this is something we need to do better, is on the postdoctoral fellow side of the equation. And some of you in the room may not be familiar with postdoctoral fellows, but a postdoc, think of it as, especially in the sciences, it's really critical. And that's sort of like a medical doctor going for residency training, right? You know, so it's advanced training. You're at the next stage of your career. It's almost required to go get a faculty position at a medical school or in within the sciences or STEM in particular. So, you know, I think this is something else that we sort of touch on a bit. Bob certainly mentioned it, you know, the postdocs, and as did Dean. And, you know, I think this is another critical area that we need to think about, that we're doing that post, or whatever you want to call it, secondary educational experience as well. In medicine, we have that in our residency programs, which they're being worked to be expanded. But that's something that we really don't have in here. And as a research institution, oftentimes you're judged by the quantity and quality of your postdoctoral fellows. And just as you are with where your MDs come from for your residency program, you know, where are they? What are you populating these programs with? So that's another element that I think we could work into here somehow. If either president wants to comment on that, that'd be great. But
if I could, I just one comment. As though those of you know my background, I think most of you do, I was not a career educator. In fact, when I got my Rhodes Scholarship, one of my relatives thought it was an RODS scholarship in civil engineering. But the Navy, you know, sought out people to put in these programs because it realized to combat with the other services, the Army, the Air Force, and whatnot, which has got tons of PhDs. The Navy had not gone this way. The Navy, if you look at the historical inversion happened. We had the first war college, we pushed the first engineering schools, and then something happened in the mid-20th century where we stopped pushing. We had more PhDs in the 1960s, and we realized to do combat with the Air Force. I mean, budget combat studies, combat with the Army on how to think about the future of warfare. We had to get more PhDs. So it's something that I'm willing to take on, but to explain to our legislators why we need to do this, because it's not just in the engineering fields, but also, you know, the culture wars going on, right? I mean, there's no monopoly of wisdom on each East and West Coast, but we have to have people who have PhDs who can come out and go toe-to-toe, you know, in these places where it's a battle of ideas, and explain why that's important to our legislators, stakeholders, have to fund these things. And then I think a virtuous cycle will begin, as we heard this morning from Doug, that once this thing gets going, more grant money comes in, more money, it starts to have a virtuous cycle, and it may start to become a self-paying net asset fairly quickly. And it doesn't have to be a huge percentage. You know, we're not talking about a massive upgrade in this thing, but I think we probably need to sell that better, because it does, you know, it does strike someone as overeducation in some cases. But this is, when the Air Force is going there, the Army is going there, and even the Navy is going there, traditionally they're leading a lot of technologies that I think is just something that we just need to sell better.
Your use of the term "sell better" is something that I think has been articulated or mentioned in some way, shape, or form relating to a number of things. It's how is the system collectively, and I'm bringing it up here in this unified system discussion. How is the system, you know, conveying this communication, both to the legislature, which I think has been, you know, specifically identified a couple of times, but also the general public in terms of its support overall. Is there thought of a communication plan being developed, or is there one? Is that Linda's job? Is that overall? Is that?
Well, like I said earlier, we had a really robust communication plan as we developed the strategic plan, and we work with the colleges and universities in supporting their plans as well. A lot of it is focused on recruitment of students, but most of it is very locally focused.
That's
yes.
What I was thinking it probably was. That's not abnormal, but I'm just thinking that there's a chance here that in looking at this unified, you know, concept and trying to elevate, that there are some fairly significant things. I've heard today that if I were trying to sell this entity to the legislature or to the public or to the business community, that, you know, collectively you have quite a good story to tell, and it's creating the way to tell it.
That's probably a good segue to talk about what's, you know, we had the 4 goals that were developed last year, but there were some ideas that were on the table, And they were called game-changing strategies, and they're on pages 20 and 21 in the book. And they're kind of boiled down in the book. There's some quotes from the actual retreat in the longer plan, but it might be a good idea to also take a look at those and see if there's anything that we left on the table last year that we want to incorporate into the plan as we fine-tune it now. And also the president's initiatives was something that was also left on the table at the cabinet meeting that day as we fleshed out the plan. It was just an idea, not enough time to develop it before the October approval last year, but might be something we want to take up again and look at. And if I look at the game-changing strategies on page 20, we did touch on a lot of those today in one form or another, but not with any definite conclusions on action plans, diversity, that sort of thing, something that might be done with the legacy fund. All those things are kind of touched on in those 2 pages, but we could have discussion on whether we want to look, as we tweak the plan now, do we want to incorporate some of those somewhere in the plan?
Emma?
Linda, I know I've mentioned this to you before, but I think that the opportunity that we have now is that as we look to the future, we have a great opportunity to use our faculty and staff who are on our campuses as ambassadors. And I think that one thing that would be helpful for the board to be cognizant of is that anytime our institutions are the front page on a newspaper, anytime that we feel a little bit beat up by what goes on in Bismarck, people take that personally. And so my recommendation would be for the board office and the board to find ways to not only work on the storytelling in a positive manner for the general public and for our constituent groups, but remember that our employees also sometimes need that positive messaging to realize what's the forward momentum, to kind of put the challenges of the past aside and say, let's look to the exciting future.
And that's a good point. And one of the things we talked about touched on a little bit yesterday too, is we can do a lot of communication, but to do more communication than we get free in the paper, it will take dollars, because we have to place some of that positive news, because sometimes it's the negative stuff that sells papers. So that's all part of our budget constraints too. And that's why yesterday when we were talking about, I said we'd really like to boost our social media activity to get that news out. But some of that is not all free either. The tools are free, but some of the ways to use it is monetized now and needs to have budget to support it. But I'm willing to do it.
I'm just going to briefly make a comment. I'm going to come back to Emma's comment, which is at the institution level, yeah, of course, everybody reads the paper. From a university system approach, and maybe just from my view, that's an opportunity for that campus president to be reaching out to the people that they are there to lead and motivate in a way that they can positively change or demonstrate what good things are going on. So from my view, if something's in the paper and people are feeling a certain way on campus, it's an opportunity for the president to show leadership skills and to communicate with their constituency.
And I would take that thought one step further. It's not necessarily that it's not happening in a campus when they're put under pressure, but it does leave an impression on employees when a sister institution is facing those challenges, and what is the system level kind of response to that, to say, we've taken a look at it, we're moving forward. I guess that's kind of where I thought maybe the board and the board office could take a look at.
And maybe if I could add on for some of the conversation that I heard yesterday and a little bit at lunch and at breaks, was the discussion about having less frequent meetings. And from the public relations perspective, we would be in the news less if we had quarterly meetings. I mean, not that I want to have less transparency, But when we have something going on every week, we're going to be in the paper every week about something. So just for the back burner, perhaps, or to think about.
Other game changers, and again, I think, Linda, you're correct that quite a bit of what is listed here has been discussed in one way or another, from the collaboration to the diversity issue to areas of excellence with the magnet, with leveraging the senior year situation. Do you want to talk, Mike, about that a little bit?
I do. One of the things I would like to add, or have us consider add to this, would be a collaboration with outside entities. And you've already heard my talk about K-12, and I think that's important to consider. The other one that I think is extremely important is legislature. We need to really make a focus on how to deal with the legislature. The four of us who went through the Senate confirmation this year heard it very clearly that there are issues and we need to work closely with our legislators. And whatever that means, whether that means getting them involved in coming to our meetings, whether we have a committee of legislators from each side who we meet with on a regular basis, if we have legislators be on the committees to help choose our presidents, we need to go forward in working with them, not against them, and fighting them on issues. This really is an important issue to me, and I think many of the board members feel the same way.
I would ditto Mike's comments exactly.
Relative to both issues, or
yes.
Okay,
especially the second issue, which is one that I am
the legislative
with. Yes,
the legislative concern. Certainly, this is an issue other states face, and there's many different ways to do it, and none will replicate what you have here. One thought, and you made me think of it, Mike, when you said inviting them to your meetings. It's the state of Mississippi has a situation where they have a separate board for their 4-year and a separate for their 2-year, and there was a lack of collaboration, and there was a lot of pent-up frustration by legislature. They created an education achievement council that has no constitutional authority in terms of actually, making things happen. But the legislature has put it in now to a formal structure, and there are the 4 heads of the committees that relate to higher education, both appropriations and others, as well as the president. There's 3 presidents in the 4-year, 3 from the 2-year. There's the K-12 superintendent. I noticed there was reference to mental health in I think Sonia's article. There actually is a health representative. There's some business people represented, and they meet 4 times a year, and they bring up topics and discussions, again, just for that sake. And initially, it's a slow start, but I now, when I'm talking to National, NCSL, and other places, I suggest that that's not a bad thing to consider, a formal opportunity for exchange and discourse outside of the political realm.
Exactly. I think Doug talked about it a little bit this morning, and it is so true that we need to establish a real strong relationship so we don't have this angst every 2 years, not only among our board, but among staff, as Emma just talked about, and faculty, as Eric would talk about. So the more and the sooner we can jump on that as one of our, and I don't know if we're looking for new goals or if we're looking for additional goals. In my opinion, it's really critical.
And I certainly defer to chancellors and others in terms of whether this needs to be formalized in a strategic plan, or if it's just a comment that in order to be effective in accomplishing the goals here, you've got to establish a rapport and understanding, and that may be a different thing. Yes. Larry?
No, I was just going to say all we're doing today is taking notes, and then Linda will put that together, and and then the new chancellor will decide how.
That new chancellor's got a full plate. I tell you what.
One of my first innovations as chancellor was to deputize the president of Bismarck State College, because his wisdom is just incredible. So,
well, and for the board's information.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
I said about the third time I did that, I said, just remember, in the military, we always say a task passed is a task accomplished.
Good.
How far is the drive from my office? Not very far.
I wanted to do two things. One, I wanted to go back just to one thing, and again, this was a Jimmy Clark question. 4.3 we didn't talk about, and it's again on this collaboration or the strengthening the system. Strengthen the system's ability to respond quickly to changing needs. When I read that, I took it initially to mean that it was, responding to the needs of business and industry. Are we getting programs? Are we getting skilled workers quickly and necessary? Are we being nimble on that function? But when I looked at the actual outcome, when you go into the dashboard, it's a list of policies that are more internal bureaucratic functioning and obviously meant to clear the weeds a little bit. But was that the initial attempt? Is there something that is creating an inability to respond somewhere?
You're talking about 4.3.
Right.
Yeah. There has been much angst about the number of loops or hoops, I should say, that the institutions have to go through to get something to the board level for approval.
Got it.
And how do we streamline that? And so there's been an effort, and particularly in the academic side of the house, they've really been reviewing the policies. Policies are like anywhere, things get put on the table and nothing ever gets taken off. So something happens and you have a reactive policy to that, and then that stays on the table, and then something else happens and you have another reactive policy and that gets put on the table, and pretty soon it becomes an onerous process to get something, because new programming, for example, has to be approved by the board. Okay, they're the governing board, they approve the new programming. So the institutions say, well, how quickly can we get that through all of these hoops? So particularly on the academic side, what Dr. Cowan was leading and Richard will pick up now is a complete review of those academic processes so that can be streamlined. So 4.3 really was, hey, we need to be able to make change more quickly from an institutional perspective, but the filter to get things up to the board is through the processes at the board office, and so we need to figure out how to do that. So that was the response of that one.
Okay. Again, that was for my own edification. Thank you for indulging. We've kind of gone through this, and
I think we've gone through this.
I was going to ask what I was going to ask. This again is a process point that it's for me again to learn from. As you lead this discussion, I'm curious. One takeaway, one thing that you're leaving with, or glad that it was said, or maybe a piece of advice to the new chancellor saying, of all things we heard today, this is the one that needs to be thought through more, or I don't want to lose sight of this. I know we took notes, but let's make sure that this one stays on the table. Can I do a real quick round robin and get a sense as to what people are leaving with, or was there something that wasn't discussed that the next time needs to be brought up? Anything kind of goes. It's just kind of an immediate reflection, a kind of top of mind response, and I usually learn an awful lot from that. So, Nick, can I start with you? You're the new kid on the block that was kind enough to introduce yourself to me last night at the hotel. So I'm picking on you first.
Something that hasn't been discussed?
Or no, or something that hit today that you say I'm glad it was brought forward.
Financial management. I think that we get a lot of external pressure, especially from the legislature, about external, financial management of our resources. Talked a little bit about it today. I think it really needs to become a focus. I sat on the outside of the table and not at the table yesterday. And this is my sincere reaction to adopting a deficit budget. What I believe should have happened was a temporary budget until enough time had gone by and a date set for adopting a revised balanced budget. I think that's important in North Dakota, and it's important for our system.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Eric, final thought, final word?
I always order last.
I know. I wasn't going to let you have that opportunity.
Oh, yeah, the kids everybody orders before me at the table because I never make up my mind until the waiter gets to me anyhow. I think one of the important things we brought up was actually Carrie's. So I'm going to throw the faculty advisor, faculty representing 2,500 and some colleagues across the system, is talking about faculty retention, faculty hiring, faculty pay, as well as our members on the staff side as well. And I think we've heard a lot about that. I think it's important that we start addressing these issues. And the reality is that's a critical was a critical part that was sort of missing from this plan. And so I'm glad that came up today. And I know that when I report back to my colleagues in the various manners that it's done, they're going to feel, I think, a little bit of relief that faculty issues actually got discussed.
Good.
So, they're very sincere about doing the best job they can to deliver the educational opportunities to our students. And so that if I take the one thing away, that's the most important.
Good. Kathleen, you've been very quiet today, and I didn't pick on you, and I didn't force the issue, but I also noticed you were engaged in terms of focus and looking at people, responding with some facial expressions. I'm curious what you're leaving with.
Oh, well, by purpose I did that. I wanted to take it in, listen, and see where this group is coming from. I'll follow up on the financial aspect of this. We've done it through audit. We have done it through the audit committee, through this board here. I think our real responsibility is to set the tone here and show the public that we can operate, soundly, financially, fiscally, in a responsible measure, and in that way, that public also are the legislators. They are the public, and they will then understand once they see good deeds being done by this university system.
Excellent. Don, I want to thank you, first of all, for hosting and for being such a gracious host. A wonderful campus, a wonderful experience. Thanks for introducing us to your folks. In addition to your thoughtfulness and your kind of thinking through things with us.
Thank you. The applause was scattered, but I know sincere.
Oh, we'll save one. We'll do it at the end, too.
I think we've got a lot of success stories that we can tell, and I think it's better rather than tell those anecdotally. I think metrics and measurable accountabilities tell a better story, and I like to see us move in that direction.
Very good. You say that, and I've been debating, do I bring this up? There are 28 metrics that are listed here, and they're kind of all over the board. Sometimes clarity, less is more in terms of deciding what goes public and what does. Likewise, I had difficulty with your dashboard going on to it. It takes 45 seconds to 60 seconds to load a single one, and when you hit the return, it just took me a very long time. And again, for public facing and for communication, it's something that you got good stuff there. It's beautifully done. And when you get there, it's great, but it's just something you might consider. So that's just me talking. Gary.
I think the tone reflects the reality of where we're at, and that is if we do what we say we're going to do here and follow through, I think we'll be in much better regards with the legislature. That sets a nice environmental tone. We can do good work in a good environment, so I think we're off to a good start.
Thank you. Kevin?
I wrote down relationships with students, presidents, staff, faculty, legislators, and all the stakeholders will make our system stronger, and we need to work at continuing to build those. And we probably have more work to do in a couple areas than others, but I think we have a wonderful product.
Well stated. I was glad to hear Doug this morning he gave so much good information and overall and just kept coming at us, but he too harped on relationships and the importance of relationships, and I think we can't lose sight of that. So thank you for bringing that up. Murray?
No further comments.
Oh, please.
No, as long as you said please.
I did.
No, it's very important, I think, for the 10 members of the Board of Higher Education and the 11 institution CEOs and the senior staff to get together and just have a conversation like this as often as possible to continue to work out issues and continue to move. We're living in a society that is moving very quickly, and we can't afford to sit down every couple of years and talk these things through. We'll be talking about history and not tomorrow. But thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bob?
Well, two things have hit me today hard. I believe our system has a tremendous unmet potential. We talk about becoming more than the sum of our parts. We've got a lot of parts. I think our challenge is to try to find ways to connect those parts, not only within a single campus, but within our system, to try to be something more than just a collection of parts. And I've been reflecting on that primarily from the University of North Dakota's perspective, and this kind of spills into the other area. We've got many, many moving parts within the University of North Dakota. We were talking about the foundations earlier. The second piece that I am a little concerned about is we've got a century or more in most of our institutions of cultural overlay, history. Some things that were put in place by previous presidents 30, 40, 50 years ago are still kind of entrenched in an environmental culture. It's very difficult to move past those very quickly, very nimbly, very flexibly. So I think our board, this board, State Board of Higher Education, is going to have to help the campuses a little bit with policies, procedures, that will get past what Murray was talking about, what Don Morton was talking about, some of these fiefdoms that have developed historically that are almost detrimental now to creating more than just the sum of the parts within these institutions. So I think the board has a challenge there in terms of governance. I think all of the presidents need some help from the board on certain issues, and I think that's what I'm coming away with.
I think you've stated it very well. I talked to Murray a little bit at lunch, and he had used a term that the board to be the glue, perhaps, and it always reminds me of the notion of being the grout between the tiles. That you can do it in a number of different ways. You can do it with relationships, you can do it with data, you can do it with policies, but certainly that is a role that a governing board can and should play. I would concur. Brett?
Well, I would echo Mr. Hacker's comments in regards to financials. Obviously, that has some large ripples, regardless of what part of the system we're talking about. But also, even from yesterday and conversations that we had at orientation, and then Mr. Burgum's presentation earlier today, I think something that I really came away with, and a lot of our discussion focused on today, is creating a place for our students and faculty who want to come here, who want to work here, and who want to stay here. And I know that's a very large question to answer, but it's something that I think definitely we helped frame today and reach at least some sort of decision on.
Very good. I always am reminded when there's a student board member or a student voice in the room that you are the reason that this all exists. And certainly during this next year, your voice is going to be very important. So I encourage you to continue to speak up and be articulate like you were today. Thanks. Dave Clark.
Well, from my perspective, I think this interim leading into the next legislative session, further discussion and strategies evolving around how we can improve legislative interaction and strategies to have a better outcome and cooperation and lead into and process involving the legislature. I just think that there's something amiss there, and that needs to be strategized and figured out.
Heard loud and clear, and again, well stated. Yes.
I was reminded again this morning and throughout the conversation today about how technology is the great equalizer. And while it presents some challenges, it presents a lot of opportunity. And I think the question is, how do we capitalize on that?
Absolutely, no question. Again, Doug's start of the day certainly reminded us of the tremendous opportunities. I hope, Don, you didn't take my comment on the MOOCs in a negative way. It's just, I think that is one place where our technology, we went down one road, and now we're realizing that in and of itself isn't, but there's so much more out there, and we have to embrace it, and we have to do it, and you're absolutely right, it is the equalizer. Mike.
What I take away from the last 2 days is it's a very exciting time to be on the board. I feel a very positive attitude coming from the board and the president, and it's time to move ahead, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, and again, Mike, thank you for your presentation and reminder of the need to continue to look for opportunities to collaborate with K-12. Absolutely essential for the success of this entity. Linda?
I just want to thank everyone for their efforts and their conversations, and it's my belief that a strategic plan is a living document, and I really appreciate the conversations that will help us keep it alive.
Very good. Carrie?
Well, I probably have a number of takeaways, but one thought I had as we were talking about some of these things, especially at the end, is that our strategic plan is pretty big. It's a list of the objectives we'd love to achieve tomorrow, but I think it's, as I look at that and I kind of listen to some of the resource constraints and system-wide constraints that we have, I think strategic planning is all about making choices. We have limited resources. We're going to have to choose which we can do, or which strategies we can undertake now, and which are the things we have to stop doing. We're going to have to figure out how to allocate resources, and I think if our leadership team can get together and figure out what are those key things we're going to do in the next year, and the next 2 years, the next 3 years, but I think it all has to be part of the same kind of collective plan. I know every institution will have their own goals, but the alignment, I think, will be critical to really leveraging the system in our situation of limited resources.
Very good. Greg?
A couple of takeaways. One is Goldfish has an attention span that's 1 second longer than mine. And then, but no, the other one is if we don't overcomplicate things and stay simple and say, how do we provide the best possible product to our consumer, which is our student? And if everything that we do, if we come back to that and say, does this improve the product that we're providing to our consumer, we'll actually maybe simplify things and not make it too complicated from a decision standpoint. So, but I do really appreciate the interaction and the input and there's some passion in this room, which I think is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. 2 points. As Larry has said, in the last 2 years, we've got our vehicle back up on the road. And I think with new board leadership, with a number of new board members, a new chancellor, the last 2 days has given us an opportunity to get to know one another, to get to understand one another, and to start to build some trust and a way to communicate throughout that process. My next point would be, while this is great, we can't solve this thing by ourselves, and I would like to see another discussion at another time with a broader group. I'd like to see the board and the presidents. I'd like to see added to that K-12 representation. I would like to see the people that hire our graduates, business and industry, at the table. And lastly, but certainly not least, we need legislators at the table, because ultimately they are the ones that are funding us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Tisa?
I was just really inspired with this morning's presentation. I loved thinking about alternative ways to deliver education, the competition that's coming our way, the student skill sets. I'd never thought about software as a gen ed before. All those things are really staying with me, and then the value differentiation, and then going to the meeting this afternoon and talking about the fact that we've only defined value in our strategic plan in financial terms. So those are some things that are staying with me.
Good. Well said. Lisa?
I think the best takeaway for me coming out of this meeting was the fact that the talk about legislators, because I felt like when I got to the system, they were treated as the enemy, and they are not our enemy. They're our partners, and we have to collaborate with them. And I was very encouraged to hear the board members talk about including them. I mean, they're from our communities. They're trying to do a very difficult job in a very short amount of time. And I think we need to respect that. And then I would like to say that my second strategic planning session, and this was, I thought, very positive and very, a lot of things are seemingly going in a positive direction. I'm excited.
Richard?
I'm excited. This is my excited face. So
I'm glad. Thank you for clarifying that.
Point that out.
It looks similar to your sullen face, but that's okay.
There's some pretty clear mandates, I think, from the group about what directions the system should be moving When we go back to academic affairs, we're having our retreat in 2 weeks. It's going to be very successful, very easy in some ways because we have some clear directions, some clear things we need to achieve, and certain things are like collaboration are very much sort of taking care of themselves. So I'm inspired and happy and ready to go. I'm also happy to see a lot of people willing to assist with the communication issues, so that we have, in my mind, we have 18 months to deal with some communication issues. Linda has a good team together. Chris has been stapled to my side so that we can constantly get good words out about academic programs and good student affair activities and things like that. So if we remember to keep that in the front, we'll be in a very good place when the next session occurs.
Perfect.
I think one thing that stuck with me that maybe wasn't mentioned is we talked about the changing demographics and the generational attitudes of the students coming in, the mobility and selection of a community before the selection of a career perhaps or employer. I would challenge us to also consider what impacts that has as the institutions as employers and the board seeking to deal with the recruitment and retention issues, because I know that is a challenge as we look at the generational shifts, at least in my experience at VCSU, because as we have individuals who look towards retirement and we need to fill those positions, we may have another unique challenge coming as we have more movement in the personnel in our institutions. So perhaps taking a look at that as well.
Thanks.
I guess I would say the incredible complexity that is the hallmark of the integrated university system. And it's motivating, it's exciting, it's inspiring, it's enormously challenging, because it's not only complex, but it's an evolving complexity. So it's never in the same spot. And one of the things that I would want the board to hear from the perspective of working within those complex organizations is that, for better or for worse, higher education, they're ocean liners, not speedboats. And so it's very challenging to get responsive institutional organizational movement in a moment in time. And in our world, that's increasingly necessary. And so I think we're really challenged in that regard, because I think it's the nature of the kind of organizations that we inhabit and participate in and lead that they're not nimble. that isn't characteristic. The other thing I wanted to say was that from coming from Dickinson State, which is an institution that has really worked hard at trying to move forward from talking about the past, it's so much fun to talk about the future and get excited about moving forward, looking forward, and what the next day is going to bring. That's been very fun.
Very good. Thank you. Dean?
It struck me that our state is looking at a window of opportunity to move the economy, its diversity, its vibrancy, and the quality of life in the state to a level that isn't just hard to imagine. It's literally unfathomable to most North Dakotans. The thing holding it back is an already big problem in job vacancies, and that problem we know is growing very, very quickly. I think the people sitting in this room are the ones most likely to have the solution to that, and we've got to figure out a way to get more young people here for their college education and to fill those job vacancies as quickly as possible. The rest of the nation is going to catch up and be much more competitive with us than they can possibly be right now. So it literally is a window of opportunity that has a timeline that'll close.
Oh, you can't be more accurate in that. The window of opportunity that I've seen here and have witnessed and that we saw with the presentation this morning is a once in a lifetime, no question. Probably once in many lifetimes. And so how you choose to embrace it, to nurture it, and to take advantage of it certainly will be critical. Lloyd?
I
I guess the thing I took away most was the discussion on affordability and value, and how it delved from a discussion about quality and setting the standard to price and value in terms of how much should an education cost, and then the discussion on loan repayments kind of scared me, because I believe if you're going to repay somebody's loans, they'll just assume more debt. And perhaps increasing the state's academic scholarship and career and technical education scholarship and make it available to more people would be a better solution. I think that's what has me thinking the most, is the choices that students make about where they go to college. And if you're within commuting distance of a college in North Dakota that offers the same program as one at a distance, if you choose to go live on a different campus and pay room and board, you've doubled the cost of your education. Instead of completing that 4-year degree in 4 years and assuming $10,000 or $20,000 in debt for tuition and fees while living at home, you've now into the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in student debt. So I think a lot about value, a lot about affordability, perhaps just sometimes poor choices that maybe students make. And I think counselors in the high schools could really help with that.
Excellent. No, I think the identification of affordability certainly is a multifaceted discussion, one that will continue to be elevated both here and nationally, and it's something that this board will have to be faced with, no question. Right?
I leave envious. Don left, but I wish I had his campus for my students. Mike, you had mentioned that this is an exciting time. I've heard that from board members over the past 3 years, and I don't think it's always been that way. But what I leave with today is that I do think it's exciting times, and I have a lot more hope for that.
Very good. Well, the two chancellors are left, unless the senator wishes to make a comment at all. I don't know if that's appropriate. He hasn't yet.
Yeah, I'm just a civilian visiting here, but I'm just so honored to be part of this team. It was wonderful, thoughtful, energetic, talented people, and I think it's just a great opportunity for our state. And to echo many of the comments here, it's something that is historic time. Not only the resources we have to do something, but also the speed at which, as Doug highlighted, the speed at which things are changing. So finding a way we can get to that point, and one of the last one here, to be able to respond to what's happening and be willing to try something, and maybe it's a mistake, and as Carrie was saying, okay, maybe hey, we got to make some choices and whatnot, and have an environment that's okay for someone to experiment and then come back later and say, that didn't work, and just work as a team. So I'm just honored to be part of this.
Senator, I pointed to the senator. Did you wish to say anything, or you've been so attentive? I didn't know if there was.
Well, I just appreciate the opportunity to sit and listen to this discussion. I think it's been, in my opinion, very productive. There's a lot of common themes that I think that come through today. Someone mentioned the importance of relationship building, and when you stop and think for a minute, that's almost everything right there. With all constituents, business and industry, the legislature, the governor's office. We have a lot of work to do in that area, all of us. The emphasis that is placed on communication is important. We've heard over and over again the need for job training, and it's across the spectrum. Business, industry, teacher education. We have our work to do in that area. To the extent we're able to respond, we're going to be looking a whole lot better in the eyes of the public. I think that's got to be a high priority. Fiscal management, big issue in the legislature. And I think my colleagues want to see concrete results. And I think to the extent we can, as a system, deliver on that and tell our story, I think board member Hacker mentioned cost containment. That's a challenge. It's not always easy to do, but to the extent we can, I think we need to tell that story. I think President Richmond made a powerful comment. You know, we had a great discussion today. The proof of the pudding is what we do with it. Where do we go from here? And I think there needs to be another effort to bring together, as President Richmond pointed out, business and industry, K through 12, the board office, the chancellor, the board presidents, and legislators to really come together, join hands, and quit pointing fingers. And work to move this university system forward. But, you know, really when it comes down to it, it is exciting. We've got tremendous diversity, a lot of energy on the board. We appreciate Larry's service the last couple of years. New chancellor. The future is really ours to create today, and we've got to get with it.
Thank you. Very well said. Larry, you're the last word.
Larry, before you do that, could I apologize for Kathy and Steve and myself, but we're interviewing a very good legal counsel, a general counsel candidate, and so they're going to get it started. But before Larry concluded, I just wanted to update. When we talk about jobs, Microsoft is. We haven't announced. We're staying under the radar, but it's out in the media. Microsoft's going to build a marketing and sales center here in Fargo, and we're going to be trying to hire a lot of people, lots of people, and we're really focused on people that are young in their career, new college grads, recent college grads. And I don't want to give you an idea. We're not going to talk about a specific number, but that building across the way in a couple of years is going to be the sales and marketing center. So your career service offices all have the job postings. There's numerous jobs, but there's some entry-level sales. There's some sale for more experienced people, but mostly we're really looking at that young in career. It's a great opportunity. And we will be recruiting. We started interviewing last week. We'll be interviewing all summer, all fall, all winter, all spring. This is a huge thing that we need to do as a company. We're getting into the 21st century with a marketing and sales approach, and we got to move fast because we're behind. And it's starting to impact our revenue. And so we are moving fast. We have the resources to move fast and to scale. And so if you... we're looking for candidates, so spread the word on your campuses.
Fantastic. Wonderful news. There.
Okay, well, concluding remarks, I guess. Number one is I too am very excited by the future here. We've got new board leadership. We've got new board members. It's going to be an exciting time. And new chancellor, it's like we're starting all fresh again. And so I'm very excited about that moving forward now in a very, very positive environment. Also, I'm really excited in our strategic planning with our emphasis on the university system as a system, that we are 11 institutions operating within a system, and you know, the opportunity for collaboration and cooperation and all of these things we've been talking about today are enormous. And I've always said about North Dakota, we're so darn small. We should be able to do this. You know, if you combine us together, we're not as large as most major universities. And that's combined together. I'm a graduate of Arizona State. I don't know what they're up to, about 70,000 students now. That's one institution. And so we're small enough, we should be able to make all this work. And so I'm excited about all of that. The last two things, one is just an announcement. Mark wants to meet with the presidents. So we've got a conference room right outside the door, or no, this direction? Rebecca just said.
It'll be down here. There's two rooms.
Oh. Okay, so we're going to be right here?
15 minutes.
Don't argue with Rebecca, Don. Okay, so presidents, we're going to meet next door with Mark very quickly. And finally, then, thank you, Don, again, for all of this. Thanks to all the staff that helped put all this together and has been working. These meetings just don't happen. And you had agenda for 3 different meetings, and Christy had to put all that together, and everybody had to provide her input and everything for it. So think about it. In 2 days, we had a board meeting, we had board orientation and train yesterday, and we've had a retreat all day today. And all of that, your staff put together and made sure that it all worked out. So big thanks to them for doing all of that. And Jimmy, thank you for flying in.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate you being here today and helping us out. And so we are appreciative of you, and welcome to North Dakota.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.